Kim Minjun spent years in another dimension, climbing his way to the peak of power. But when he was about to return to Earth with the Saintess's magic, she demanded he abandon the powers he gained in that world, fearing he would destroy Earth with just a sneeze from a simple cold. Yet, this man, she showed the most powerful woman in the world zero respect and left for Earth instead. Even after she promised him anything he desired, she would have given him whatever he wanted, even that, offering him everything from vast treasures to the secrets of the universe. Man simply refused her. It's clear that this protagonist is built differently. And once he arrives on Earth, I can promise you, he will be strong enough. He once stopped a rabid satanic dog with just one hand, a beast that terrified even the most seasoned soldiers. Even the military was afraid of, is nothing compared to Kim Minjun. Seeking a new life, he heads to a military recruitment center where they offer high salaries, but the timid men refused the dangerous work. Only one person volunteered, and that was our incredibly powerful protagonist. He is so strong that he could effortlessly shatter the test stone with just a single punch. Watching him is a beautiful, high-ranking military woman. Even this high-ranking woman blushes as she watches Kim Minjun outshine the entire exhausted troop. They're struggling under the heavy weight on their feet, but he tears past them with a maniacal smile, ascending the stairs with speed that is simply inhuman. He is a monster so powerful that even the highest military officials are starting to take notice of him. However, before we see his rise through the ranks, we must return to the start to understand that this man is not the hero of this tale, for he prefers to act only behind the scenes. The Saintess leads him back to the very room where he first appeared in that world. She commands him to stand in the ritual circle, and as she begins to strip away his holy protection, Minjun mocks the blessing. To him, it was nothing more than a leash used to keep him under her control. As the divine energy finally leaves his body, the Saintess admits she cannot understand why he would throw away such power. Minjun's response is cold, and he even asks if she fears his retribution. Once he is truly free, he is no longer a puppet, and the chains are finally breaking. The Saintess remains unmoved, stating she accepts his wrath, but she insists the next step is to strip him of the immense power he gained in Isgard. The ritual is far from over, and Minjun's true freedom depends on whether he can survive the extraction of his very essence. Minjun seizes the Saintess by the throat, making it clear this power is his and his alone. Refusing to let her take his essence, he violently slams her to the ground. The Saintess warns that dark magic could consume him, but her eyes widen in horror as Minjun begins to tear a hole in reality itself. Despite her desperate pleas to stop the dangerous dimensional travel, he ignores her, having mastered this technique through hundreds of relentless attempts. To him, the distinction between light and dark magic was always a lie. They are one and the same. With one final insulting gesture to the woman who tried to rob him, steps through the rift, leaving the screaming Saintess behind as he vanishes. From the other world, he leaves the chaos of Isgard behind, reappearing instantly within the familiar walls of his own house. Kim Minjun can barely believe it. The dimensional jump actually worked, and he's finally home. He grabs his phone, longing for the connection, even seeing the game he wanted to play, yet he's met with a sudden realization there is no internet connection anywhere. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Choi leads a squad of soldiers in formation, searching for a target. They are as confused as they are ready for the mission. The lieutenant can't explain why they've been deployed, so they move toward the target only to find Kim walking down the street. He's already grumbling about the 2 years he lost in that hellish dump. His phone still functions, but the silence of the Wi-Fi and the closed shops tell him Earth has changed in ways he doesn't yet understand. The soldiers stare, confused that the target is just a civilian. Kim Minjun wanders casually, wondering if the world has truly changed this much in only 2 years. And if restricted access is even a thing anymore. He finally notices the guards and realizes they must be training in this residential area. Thinking the military drills are normal, he apologizes and tries to leave, asking if they could have picked a different spot for their training. But a soldier screams for him to run. A monster is attacking right behind him. As he turns, the beast's strike is imminent, and Kim simply wonders why such a worthless mutt would be here. Then he realizes his demonic energy is completely drained. Even so, he catches the strike with one hand and smashes its face into the ground. The soldiers stand stunned as Kim doesn't stop there. He catches the beast barehanded and tearing it apart with his raw strength. As the soldiers stand horrified, Kim coldly asks the beast if it thought he was a loser just because his dark magic is currently out of reach. Even in this weakened state, these trash monsters can't touch him. A realization that brings back the hellish strength training he endured in Isgard. He stands up and stares at the creature, wondering why such a thing has appeared in this world. Wen refused to get any closer, watching him with terror. Suddenly, another monster lands on their vehicle, adding to the chaos. Kim claims he has no idea why things have become this bad. To him, he's only been away for 2 years, but it feels like a lifetime. This is clearly not the Korea he remembers, and he can only wonder what happened in the time he was gone. He recalls dungeons appearing when he was 7, spilling monsters into reality, and introducing superhumans known as Awakened. These Awakened joined the Hunter Corporation to wipe out monsters, but before that cursed Saintess summoned him, Korea wasn't meant to suffer like this. While thinking, he wonders if his favorite game, Dungeon Power Fighter, is even still online, after everything he went through to get back. Desperate for a distraction from the terrible internet, Kim asks about game developers and server storage. But the soldiers find his ignorance highly suspicious. Despite the doubt, the soldier chooses not to pry, while Kim continues to ask what kind of disaster could have wrecked the world's digital life. The soldier decides to elaborate, acting like a total dungeon enthusiast, explaining that the reason things got this. As the gateways expanded, the frequency of dungeon appearances spiked, but that was merely the beginning of the nightmare. Dungeons started appearing far more often and grew much larger. But the biggest problem was, these beasts were so numerous that the army lost control, forcing the military to seal off entire civilian zones. While Minjun is still preoccupied with his lost digital world, the soldier shifts the conversation to his own reality. That means he should be enlisting soon. The soldier warns that half his 20s are about to vanish, leaving Minjun in shock. 5 years of service, Kim Minjun can't believe it, especially since he only returned to Earth to get back to his beloved games, and the sudden military enlistment notice for Division X ruins everything. He's being sent to Gangwon-do tomorrow, leaving him completely blindsided. Confusion deepens as Minjun wonders why he's being deployed without a physical exam. But the soldier explains that manpower shortages mean those checks only happen at the training center. The suddenness of it all is staggering, leaving Minjun feeling completely caught off guard. The mention of a PC bang, the internet cafes he loved before being summoned to Isgard, instantly distracts him from his fury. He can almost taste the nostalgia for that forgotten paradise, a world he was ripped away from during his 12th grade year, and even without a single friend to call, the mere thought of them brings a sting of loss. After a frantic session of gaming to fuel his nostalgia, Minjun realizes the grim reality the soldier described is true. Tomorrow is the day. He feels he could solo every dungeon if he had his old power. But the very next day, he arrives at the base, casually eating skewers while surrounded by recruits who are terrified and weeping. Amidst the chaos of the miserable crowd, an officer begins barking orders, signaling the start of his new reality. The officer barks at the recruits, scolding them for their sloppy posture and ordering them to face forward. As nonsensical rules continue to fly, the officer makes an announcement that shifts the entire mood of the camp. He tells them that anyone who wants to join the Hunter Corporation, where the pay and treatment are far superior, should raise a hand. Just as he is about to move on, a lone voice calls out, and Kim Minjun, abandoning any hope of staying low-key, leaps up to stand beside the officer. That sudden movement, transporting his mind back to the war-torn world of Isgard. Amidst the madness of the Forgotten Canyon, Minjun reflects on the miserable reality of being a dark mage. No matter how powerful his skills are, if he runs dry of demonic energy, he's a dead man. Unlike other mages, his power never recovers naturally. There's no one left to answer him because everyone else is already dead. In that case, he thinks perhaps the dungeon's former boss can answer. Arakanen's, the spider-hidden boss, emerges from the shadows. Minjun asks if she was merely waiting for him to die of boredom. Surveying her dead offspring, Arakanen's lets out a furious scream. Is that your answer? As the spider lunges, Minjun strikes her heart, declaring that her answer is wrong. His own is far simpler. The only way to recover is to beat monsters with everything you've got. This was 645 days before his return. Back in the present, the officer asks if his name is Minjun. The officer asks for his name, and after Minjun confirms, he tells him to wait for a Hunter Corporation unit. Minjun confirms his intent, stating he still has unfinished business in the dungeons, and the atmosphere shifts instantly. The officer just laughs, treating Minjun's claims like a joke. But the officer's explanation reveals a path to power. The military controls the dungeons, but the Hunter Corps gets first priority for those who are truly strong. In this world, rank is everything. If he joins the Corps, he can enter those dungeons and find the demonic energy he needs to restore his lost strength. And once that happens, his rank could climb so fast that his grand fantasy of a perfect life becomes a reality. But in this new world, nothing is guaranteed. Minjun's plan is flawless. Reach the top, become a hero, and live in luxury. Then, Lee Sung-ho, a man of the Hunter Corps, arrives and commands respect from even the highest officers. The sergeant demands proof of his power, ordering him to read his status window. Since hunters should have stats that show their true potential, Minjun recalls the simple numbers from his old world and tries to open his status here, only to be met with a shock. He stares at the screen, stunned, and tells the sergeant there's an error. Lee Sung-ho is incredulous, wondering if Minjun is playing games. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corps Training Center in Gyeong, at the training center, a commander greets his subordinate, surprised to see her back. Seo Hyun, a recruit who refuses special treatment due to her father's influence, listens as the officer speaks about a legendary rookie who just enlisted. He offers her words of encouragement while she feels quite embarrassed. Suddenly, the officer's attention shifts toward an arriving newcomer, mentioning a curious report he received. While Seo Hyun hesitates, meanwhile, Kim Minjun explores the high-tech facilities, but Lieutenant Choi quickly shuts down his curiosity. His enlistment isn't even officially approved yet. The lieutenant warns that if Kim is found to be a liar, he'll be sent straight to the military police. Seeking clarity, Kim asks what the test is, only for the lieutenant to present a massive, immovable object. Kim Minjun asks if the test is really this easy, leaving the lieutenant visibly incensed by his apparent lack of respect. Angry at Kim's nerve, he can't shake the reports of Kim's impossible jump and that glitchy status window to him. It all looks like a huge... To the lieutenant, the entire situation feels like a massive lie, until an officer arrives with a high-ranking official. Though his status window claims an error. Approaching the massive stone, Kim recognizes the mineral as something similar to the heavy ores found in the dungeons of Isengard. He determines that the mass is nothing he can't move easily, so he begins to swing his hand back, leaving the gathered onlookers in stunned silence as they wonder what he's about to do. Kim prepares a massive punch, wondering if he should even use his demonic energy, and when he strikes, the stone explodes into thousands of fragments. Kim Minjun smashes the solid object so easily that he only hopes there's something worthwhile hidden inside. Watching this display, Cleese can only conclude that Kim is completely insane, pure insanity. To the witnesses, Kim is looking more like a monster than a man. Training is no joke, immediately throwing the recruits into grueling practical work. For 4 brutal weeks, they face non-stop suffering. On the very first day, Kim is forced to run 6,000 steps with a heavy rice bag strapped to his ankle, and even that time was deemed insufficient. The intensity is so high that even an active soldier might struggle to keep up, but for Kim, this madness serves a purpose. He is a total lunatic. And yet, even this insanity can't stop the impossible. The training is actually improving his energy levels. As he sprints at full speed, Kim realizes his body feels lighter than air. They warned that hunter training would be pure hell, but compared to his survival in Isengard, this place feels like a breeze. Life here feels like heaven, especially with the food being more like a feast. Even the daily routine is already mapped out, giving him plenty of free time, and even a computer room to enjoy. As long as he sleeps by the end of the day, life is simple. All he needs to do is stand out enough to make use. He laughs, realizing he can train, earn money, and play games, all while aiming to become a legendary hunter. Other soldiers watch him in confusion, baffled by his inhuman speed, while others tell them not to question the obvious, straight ahead with terrifying momentum. While others struggle for an hour to climb, Kim reaches the top in moments. He turns to the sergeant and, as he secures his victory, he heads off, leaving the lieutenant feeling surprisingly pleased. It has been a long time since any trainee earned a free pass. Strength and stamina are secondary in the Hunter Corps, the most important. But knowing how to kill a monster, a fact the lieutenant intends to watch Kim for closely. Later, after the soldiers head back to the dorms, a recruit notices his energy rose by a single point. Everyone is ecstatic, but Kim Minjun is just confused. He can't imagine being thrilled by 1 point, especially since back in Isengard, the normal gain was at least 10. Amidst the chatter, a soldier asks, they wonder if he's training like crazy, noting how impressive he is. Amidst their chatter, the once feared dark mage is caught off guard. He can't believe these people are actually laughing and chatting with him. Casual conversation is more annoying than expected, but the mention of a computer room changes everything. He bolts toward the room, desperate to find one before it's too late. The moment he sits down at a computer, he finally starts to relax. With only 2 hours of sleep ahead of him, he finds it's plenty, more than enough to satisfy his hunger for the games he's always wanted to play. Later, Kim finds himself enjoying a brutal high-speed march because he's actually happy about it. Having gained 10 levels just yesterday, he doesn't even break a sweat. As his fellow recruits struggle, they start to wonder if he's truly human or some kind of monster. However, the peace is short-lived as an officer steps in and, snapping at the group with a harsh, intimidating presence. He questions if their current strength is enough to survive dungeon adaptation training, The term is new to the recruits who listen as the training's purpose is explained. When certain dungeons refuse to disappear after the monsters are dead, they shift and evolve, becoming high-experience zones. This makes them the perfect, albeit deadly training grounds, because the practical exercise takes place inside these shifting labyrinths. The recruits are left reeling from the realization of the danger. Seeing their visible dread, the officer can practically feel the tension thick in the air. The officer stresses the need for constant vigilance, comparing their training to riding a horse. If they let go, they will fall. He tries to motivate them with the promise of a trip, but the recruits remain unmoved by any reward. As time passes, the group finally arrives at the dungeon, only to find themselves staring in shock at the grim reality of the entrance. Suddenly, a truck barrels toward them, and a swarm of eyes appears from within, revealing the hunting dogs. While the recruits panic at their first encounter with real monsters, Kim Minjun finds them as harmless as small lapdogs. However, the commander quickly shuts down their confusion by declaring that these creatures are exactly what they are meant to fight. The recruits can only stare in disbelief, unable to accept that they are expected to face such monsters. The training regimen begins with a harsh directive: form teams of 4 and enter the dungeon. The objective is simple but deadly: kill a hunting dog within an hour, or return home. There is no room for error or hesitation. The recruits struggle with their heavy, poorly designed MIDI-3 defense suits, which feel clunky and cumbersome. To Kim Minjun, they are nothing more than useless weight, smelling of a disgusting aura from previous users, leaving him with nothing but disgust. Hates it. He approaches Lieutenant Choi with a bold request. Can they remove the suits if they finish the hunt quickly? The officer's skepticism fades upon recognizing him, and he agrees, provided the rules of team training are followed. Even with his permission, the rules of team training must still be followed. While the others worry about the heavy suits, Lieutenant Choi hopes Kim Minjun will outshine everyone and prove himself through this training. As his teammates attempt to brainstorm a way to defeat the hunting dogs, Kim Minjun cuts through the confusion, demanding everyone's attention to explain his strategy. When the monsters charge, he tells them to grab their legs and snap their spines like they are nothing more than dry twigs. If that fails, break them again. He asks if they understand, but the recruits only stare back in stunned silence. The moment of hesitation ends when the officer releases the hounds, and the recruits are forced to follow Kim into the dark. They rush through the portal, into the unknown. A soldier questions why the monsters are rushing straight into the dungeon, but Kim explains that they are likely defending their lost homes. His teammate begrudgingly admits he has a point, marveling at Kim's insight. The recruits call him a master, but Kim can only think of the brutal reality of the other world he once called home. The lieutenant approaches the laughing recruits, demanding to know if they are looking to die in these sacred grounds. But he doesn't care for their denials. He has already decided that their team will lead the way into the dungeon. Shocked by the sudden command, but forced to follow, even Minjun views the danger as a relief. His teammates can't even tell if he is being serious as they prepare for the mission ahead. Once the team steps inside, the lieutenant orders the instructors to stand ready in case the recruits go out of control. One instructor settles into a defensive stance, watching the monitors closely, but then his eyes shift toward the team list. The communication comes through. Team 4 has entered, and the reports are buzzing with one specific name: Minjun. The name of the recruit under special treatment instantly grabs everyone's attention. He has been the standout power of the last month, and while his scores were incredible, everyone wonders if he can maintain that dominance inside a real dungeon. Meanwhile, wolves watch from the darkness, beginning to circle the unsuspecting recruits. Kim Minjun watches the impatient recruits, deciding that smashing the wolves' heads too early wouldn't give the others any experience. Being surprisingly considerate, he warns his teammates that the enemy is already approaching. They look at him in confusion when he says, "It's obvious, they're the enemy." His bluntness freaks them out, but he urges them to stay calm, trusting their protective suits. As the wolves split into 3 groups, Kim prepares to take the lead.
One predator charges from the
front while 2 flank from the sides, but the wolf targeting Kim drops dead from a single punch. The beast hits the ground instantly while another wolf lunges at a teammate, biting hard into the recruit's arm as screams erupt. Before the predator can react, Kim's kick kills it instantly. He warns the terrified recruit that showing fear makes them easy prey, earning a frantic nod and a call of "Sir," but Kim is already looking for more. Kim explains that in a real fight, teammates who lose focus would already be dead, so they need to use their numbers to keep the pressure on the beasts. By staying aggressive, the wolves lose their confidence and retreat. Kim directs the group to corner the beasts, leaving the instructors wondering if this rookie is actually a seasoned soldier.
Rookies would have frozen, but Kim's leadership allows the team to shake off their fear.
The instructors can only watch in disbelief, seeing a level of coordination that belongs in a legend. He didn't just use his strength, he unified the team. As a result, Kim secures the highest score in the training while everyone else earns only average marks after the mission. The instructors arrive to tell the group they've done well and can exit, but Kim is already wondering if he's earned a vacation pass, prompting a jealous lieutenant to snap at him. Kim keeps teasing the lieutenant, making the tension even worse between them. But just as the group to the portal, a recruit asks if an earthquake is happening, but Kim knows better. Kim knows the truth is much worse. This is a dungeon shift, and it is happening right now. Before Kim can explain, he sees the exit sealing itself shut. Panic erupts as the instructors realize the radios are dead and the dungeon structure is changing far too quickly for safety. They've been trapped and trying to manage the sudden crisis within the dungeon. The instructors desperately tell everyone to stay calm and wait 1 hour to see if the entrance reopens. The recruits hope they can just wait an hour for the exit to reopen, but the instructor's pale face reveals a much darker reality. For now, all they can do is stay calm, but Kim Minjun knows something is wrong. They were told this dungeon was safe, yet everyone assumed this dungeon was entirely safe from such a catastrophe. To him, it's chilling how a stable entrance can just seal itself shut. Watching two instructors whisper urgently, Minjun realizes,
a closed dungeon. The difficulty of the mission has just skyrocketed. While Kim Minjun remains cautiously optimistic because they are still alive, the instructors are far less certain. They realize that the others outside likely know
the truth. Recalling a similar nightmare from his time in Isgard, Kim Minjun knows this is extremely serious, but
for the staff, the worst has already arrived. The realization is so terrifying that even an instructor begins to lose his nerve, confirming the nightmare has truly begun. The situation is dire. The dungeon has become a closed dungeon, meaning the portal vanishes once someone enters.
This means
the only way out is to kill every single monster inside this dimension. There is no turning back. With no hope for outside help, 4 inexperienced recruits and 2 undergeared instructors are left to face the unknown. Failure is the end for all of them. Standing still is not an option, so they must move while they still have strength. However, the instructor's lack of gear is a major weakness. They might not even survive a goblin encounter. Kim Minjun decides their only hope is to rely on the recruits' heavy protective suits, despite how cumbersome they are. Minjun knows he could use the recruits as human shields to protect the instructors, but he refuses to exploit the trust they've placed in him. His pride as a veteran won't allow him to use rookies as meat shields, so they push forward together. Suddenly, the group's momentum is broken by a strange sensation from one of the recruits. A deafening sound pierces the air, and panic begins to rise. Then, disaster strikes. One instructor collapses, foaming at the mouth in sudden agony. Before anyone can react, the second instructor falls as well, writhing on the ground. Minjun screams for him to stop, rushing in. They're unconscious, and Minjun realizes the danger immediately. He recognizes that sickening, familiar smell. He doesn't even seem surprised that they've been hit by this mysterious affliction. Quickly, he grabs both instructors and hurls them back toward the recruits, yelling, "Catch them, and stay right by the exit. Don't move." The bald recruit warns Minjun that the cave is too dangerous, but Minjun ignores him and runs off anyway. Even with the threat of death, Minjun feels a surge of excitement as he moves deeper into the cave. The reason for the instructor's collapse is clear. The air is thick with demonic energy. Demonic energy. The exact reason the instructors collapsed. Even elite guardians require special protection to survive such concentrated essence. He reaches the back of the cave and finds the source of the dense pressure. Everything is deathly quiet, with no sign of a monster in sight. Minjun pushes forward of the cave and finds the source, though everything seems deathly quiet. Minjun looks up, mocking the monster for thinking it could hide its massive signature from a black mage. He's finally found a dark hound, a species far more powerful than any ordinary dog. This realization reminds him of the time he nearly died after being summoned to Isgard, having never encountered a monster of this caliber. Minjun realizes that facing a dark hound head-on. With a single crushing blow, he sends the monster flying through the air like a rag doll. After the kill, he punches the creature once more, sending it tumbling through the darkness. The stench of the beast's blood is revolting, even for him. As the creature dies, a massive wave of demonic energy erupts from its corpse. And Minjun begins to absorb the essence while their poisonous blood would rot the skin of any ordinary human. It is nothing to a black mage. He grows stronger with every drop, drawing in the power, feeling the tension rise in his body. As he absorbs the energy, he can't help but wonder why a beast from Isgard has appeared on Earth, especially when these monsters were supposed to be harmless. A beast of this caliber shouldn't be able to cross dimensions alone unless something or someone of equal power opened the gate. While the instructors debate the impossibility of such a feat, Kim Minjun realizes he still needs proof for his report, so he begins searching for the beast carcass. The search ends with the carcass lying discarded nearby. Meanwhile, the training instructor finally wakes up from his collapse and jumps up, eyes wide with sudden terror. Panic seizes him as he frantically asks if everyone is unhurt. The cadets assure him they are fine, but the real terror is that Kim Minjun went into the sealed dungeon entirely alone. To prevent a tragedy, the instructor quickly tries to organize a rescue mission for him and his teammate. The instructor is stunned that a mere recruit would act with such reckless autonomy, nearly scolding him for the danger, until a recruit points toward the path ahead. They stare in shock as Minjun walks back, carrying the monster on his back and asking if they are all okay. The trainers stare at the carcass in disbelief, but Kim Minjun just dismisses the beast as nothing more than same old trash, dropping it to the ground. They're utterly paralyzed, knowing this was the same monster that defeated Edge, wondering if Kim Minjun actually hunted it alone. Arguments break out among the staff over his impossible feat, but while they are still debating, the gate opens again and the instructor calls. The instructor demands to know if Minjun really hunted that hound by himself, but the boy's silent, calm presence provides all the answer needed. Understanding the silent truth, the instructor orders the others to evacuate the cadets while they follow shortly after. He stays behind with the boy then. Admitting that, because they lost control and failed to protect the cadets, he has nothing to say but thanks for getting everyone out safely. As the man offers his gratitude, Kim thinks it's strange seeing him so humbled before he tells him to get ready for his reporting. Minjun wonders if he should just leave this week behind him, but his status screen suddenly flickers to life, announcing that the error has been fixed. He grumbles at the system, which feels just as annoying as it did in his old world. A strange detail catches his eye. The window claims he worships Rumi Nona, a figure from his past life's games, a character who was once the most powerful mage in Isgard. He realizes the status window is being used to track him, even if it helped deter some fanatics. But the cost is devastating. His stats have plummeted. Returning to Earth has stripped away his demonic energy and slashed his skill list to a single low-level ability. He feels like a character trapped in a story, facing a mountain of recovery ahead. Yet, he remembers conquering Isgard from nothing, and he knows he can reach the top once more. He can. Compared to the hell of Isgard, this training is a breeze. The game company can wait while he handles this, but the training center is in shock. The dungeon gate closed, and their superiors were left powerless. Even worse, a single trainee managed to slay a monster that had already defeated the professional trainers. The recruits are buzzing with rumors, wondering if Kim really killed a massive dungeon hound all by himself. They worry about the brutal promotion tests, knowing many hunters end up as nothing more than mere private security. Later, Kim heads to the commander's office, where he finds a high-ranking official in the middle of an apology. Once the official departs, the man turns to Kim and asks if he's the one who handled the accident. After a brief introduction, he gets straight to the official declares Kim the top soldier in the camp and makes him a life-changing offer. The commander prepares to make an offer and asks if Minjun wants to. The commander realizes that sending someone this extraordinary to a standard unit would be a waste of national resources. He tells Kim that while promotions usually take a year, he can use his authority to grant an exception. If Kim volunteers for the Shuram army unit, he won't have to wait. It is an incredible opportunity that could change his life, but an exception isn't enough. Kim is eyeing the undefeated hunter unit of Division 104. They call it Shuram, a frozen hell where monsters burst from the earth and soldiers are perpetually on the front lines. To anyone else, it's a death sentence, but to Kim, those frontline battles are exactly what he needs to. It's a crazy choice, but with dungeons constantly breaking out, it is the perfect training ground to accelerate his ascent. Fast promotion is the only thing that matters for his plan, beats the chaos of dungeons. So, Kim accepts the offer, leaving the commander stunned by his sudden resolve. Head toward the danger, stands ready to face a place nobody else wanted to call home. Even Kim Minjun's casual mention of being level 30 makes his peers realize he's a total maniac. After the crowd disperses, a massive army jeep arrives to pick him up. A figure emerges from the vehicle as a huge, rough-looking man steps out and stares directly, staring him down with an intensity that matches the sudden chill. The officer offers no small talk, dismissing the snow as an excuse for being late before ordering Minjun into the back. He carries himself like a true soldier, and as Minjun rides in the back, he begins to realize his real life as a soldier starts the moment he reaches his new post. He isn't interested in the games people play in the military. He has no patience for nonsense when there are real threats to face. Minjun's focus is locked on the danger ahead. Even in the barracks, Minjun must force himself to remain calm. After traveling a short distance, he finally arrives at his new assignment, the elite Invincible Hunters unit. The sight of the facility catches him off guard, and he wonders if it ever even sees snow in this region. A guide shoves him into a room filled with soldiers, introducing him as the new recruit who needs to be fed and trained. The room lights up as the soldiers realize he's the legendary recruit who single-handedly killed a monster. But the welcome is less than professional as they start tossing his gear around, tossing his belongings around like they are nothing. Minjun grows wary of their disrespect, feeling as though these soldiers view him as nothing more than a new toy. When asked why he chose such a difficult path instead of an easier post, he explains that the front lines will allow him to rank up as quickly as possible, leaving the soldiers stunned by his ambition. The soldiers quickly move from calling him crazy to prying into his personal life. When they press him to show off a talent, Minjun decides to give them a distraction. He offers to show them one-finger push-ups, causing the others to laugh and doubt if a single finger could really count as a one-finger push-ups. They stand stunned as Minjun balances his entire weight upside down on one finger. They begin to bet on whether anyone in the battalion could match the feat, settling on the sergeant, and they all bet on him. But the moment of wonder is abruptly cut short by a voice that stops them in their tracks. The sudden intrusion makes them call the newcomer a killjoy, and Minjun recognizes the voice immediately. It is Lee Sung-ho who enters with a grumpy face. The soldiers immediately begin teasing the sergeant, joking that he's only training the kid to earn some much-needed time off. Lee Sung-ho dismisses the group with a blunt command, leaving them to mutter their annoyances as they finally depart. The sudden silence leaves Kim Minjun noticing how quickly they actually left the moment they were told. As the sergeant settles in to distract himself with his phone, Minjun observes how varied the personalities of these soldiers truly are. Minjun then calls for Don Jin, the soldier assigned to guide him, and the man accepts his duty immediately. After a brief introduction, Don Jin lowers his voice, suggesting they talk privately over a meal. Don Jin offers to cover the cost of whatever Minjun wants from the exchange shop, showing a kindness that seems genuine until they arrive. The exchange shop total hits an impossible sum, and Don Jin looks visibly shaken by the price. As they sit down for a meal, Kim asks if getting permission to use the shop is truly such a massive ordeal. Don Jin explains the harsh reality. Sergeants get weekend access, but the computer room is restricted to corporals and above. The realization that rank dictates his potential strikes a chord with Kim, setting a new goal in motion. Don Jin tells him to accept the status quo, but Minjun can't let it go, asking if there is truly no way for him to access it. As a private, it's almost impossible, Don Jin warns, making Minjun even more determined to climb the military ranks. Don Jin sighs, admitting that even for veterans, becoming a corporal in the Hunter Army is a struggle he hasn't yet overcome. Minjun knows the road ahead is difficult, but he promises Don Jin that he won't stop climbing until he reaches the top. Their quiet conversation is interrupted when a man swaggering toward them breaks the peace, mocking the sight of a recruit and a regular soldier stuffing their faces together. Don Jin immediately shifts into a respectful stance, offering him food, which only highlights how much of an insufferable jerk the newcomer is. Minjun can't help but instantly dislike him. The man makes it clear he's only here to bother them. He tells Minjun to make sure he doesn't slack off during shooting practice. When Don Jin tries to explain the unique firearm drills of the Hunter Army, the man sneers, telling him he's wasting his time. He mocks Don Jin for being a soft subordinate who pays for everyone's snacks like a mother, concluding that being too soft is exactly why he's stuck as just a soldier. Losing his patience with the arrogant man, Kim Minjun quietly activates his dark magic under the table to see if the idiot can handle it. Suddenly the man bolts upright, leaving Don Jin questioning what's wrong. The guy stares at his food in sudden alarm. He questions the ingredients before quickly telling them to be careful, and then rushes out of the room. Rushing out of the room, the man flees like he's about to crap himself, leaving Don Jin bewildered. Turning back to the table, Minjun asks about the upcoming shooting practice. Don Jin explains that they use the KX-2 with upgraded ammo, which carries a much stronger fire output. Because of the massive recoil, it feels like trying to control a wild horse. Since being a marksman is vital for fighting monsters, Don Jin advises him to relax and finish his meal before the training begins. To Minjun, taming this recoil should be easy, as the weapons he wielded in Isgard felt like massive elephants compared to this. Nothing new. Don Jin looks at him strangely when Minjun asks if training starts tomorrow, wondering if the rookie is truly prepared for what's coming. The next day, they arrive at the shooting range to begin training. Minjun starts firing, but after seeing his result, he mutters that it was awful and thinks he messed up, but the instructor's announcement leaves everyone stunned. Minjun landed 19 shots, missing only one. The rookie is a natural-born marksman. A red-haired soldier can't believe the result, as even his own record of 14 shots seems amateurish by comparison. Meanwhile, the support official realizes the rumors were right. Minjun is undeniably the best in the camp. When asked how he achieved it, Minjun simply claims he followed what he was taught despite having no teacher. An instructor offers his congratulations, urging him to maintain this incredible momentum. The sudden call for a special drill leaves the red-haired soldier in shock, though others dismiss the lieutenant's intensity as mere jealousy. Kim Minjun asks for an explanation of this new training, since he's never heard of it before. An official apologizes for the suddenness, admitting they weren't expecting such incredible skill. Well, usually recruits must wait until they master upgraded ammo, but Minjun is being fast-tracked. In this drill, 2 competitors enter. It's a high-stakes race through a live combat zone. These monsters aren't mere targets, they can fight back, and the drill includes cardboard civilians that must not be hit, or the hunter is disqualified. Don Jin tells Minjun not to worry, assuring him the staff will be monitoring everything. This prospect of real combat makes Minjun feel right at home, even as he shares a meal and praises Don Jin for his impressive 13-shot performance. Even in a squad like Lee Sung-ho's where the minimum requirement is 17 hits, Minjun's performance felt unremarkable compared to his old unit's standards. He wonders if he's actually the best here, but Don Jin suggests he'll need more than just luck to survive the upcoming special drill.
The anticipation builds as
the lieutenant orders everyone to gear up for the drill, which will be decided by a random ladder game. Just as Minjun is preparing, a soldier approaches him with a biting remark about the difficulty of the task ahead. This soldier, Guanxi, is looking to assert his dominance by demonstrating the massive skill gap between a seasoned corporal and a mere rookie. Guanxi won't stop poking at him, arrogantly claiming that anyone can finish the drill in under 3 minutes, while mocking Minjun's recent score. He stares at Minjun, waiting for a reaction, but the protagonist simply remains silent, his calm demeanor only serving to further irritate the provocateur. The tension breaks when the lieutenant orders the partners to face each other, readying them for the start of the test. As the drill begins, the competitors descend into separate elevators toward the underground level, where they must protect cardboard civilians from the chaos. The training is a special rescue and subjugation drill for monsters, but it's also a fierce contest to see which soldier is faster and stronger. The goal is to reach the final button first. While watching the match on screen, Kim Minjun wonders why the monster icons vary in size. Guanxi explains that size indicates danger, and larger icons mean tougher monsters. He reveals that each soldier faces 2 random monsters, so they won't know what's coming until they run right into it. A soldier suddenly encounters a giant frog, which immediately attacks with its tongue, causing his progress marker to surge toward the beast. Minjun notes that number 1 had a faster start, but monster encounters make predicting a winner difficult. Suddenly, number 2 runs into a giant rat. He quickly defeats it, leaving only 1 monster remaining. However, his next target is a massive, disgusting worm that leaves him shouting in horror. Meanwhile, number 1 defeats his second frog and looks ahead. Wondering what that looming shape is, he wonders if Don Jin has already finished, but then he is interrupted. Kim Minjun slams the final button and clears the route in a staggering 2 minutes and 24 seconds, leaving the onlookers in absolute shock. As the crowd's disbelief grows, number 1 begins to mock the loser, claiming victory was inevitable and pointing out his opponent's sloppy mistakes. The argument only intensifies until number 2 tells him to shut up, leaving Guanxi to realize a bet has already been placed on this drill. Seeing the tension, Kim Minjun decides to join in and proposes a wager of his own. Guanxi is startled by the suggestion, but Kim remains completely unfazed. Guanxi, noticing the rookie's boldness, agrees to the high-stakes match. He questions why a veteran would want a favor from a newcomer. Kim's terms are steep. He wants part of Guanxi's salary, while Guanxi demands 3 months of the protagonist's pay if he wins. The tension is thick, as Don Jin watches from a distance, and then the lieutenant calls the next group. Having locked in their bet, Kim Minjun and Guanxi are cleared to descend into the lower level. Once inside, Kim Minjun admits to himself that the taunting got under his skin, but knows that reacting with anger is pointless. He maintains his composure, even as he releases a massive surge of demonic energy that leaves the soldiers above gossiping about whether the rookie can even handle the monsters. Suddenly, the entire facility begins to shake, leaving everyone stunned as the first monster on screen moves toward another. Down below, Kim Minjun feels the vibration and realizes a 2-horned cyclops is eating the monster meant to be his opponent. Now, he stands face to face with the giant beast. Kim Minjun watches as the cyclops finishes its meal, only for the beast to spot him and see him as nothing more than its next prey. The monster hurls a bloody rat at him, but he dodges it with ease. Thinking only of his upcoming dinner, he hopes to finish this encounter quickly so he can be careful not to hit any civilian targets and risk disqualification. He knows the stakes are high, for even a small mistake could end his progress. Suddenly, the Cyclops raises its arm and throws a massive punch. Kim activates his demonic energy and drives a heavy blow into the monster's limb, causing the hand to explode into pieces.
The creature bellows in
agony, But as Minjun prepares to finish it, he notices its hand is already regenerating, though it's now a strange glowing green blade. Upstairs, the soldiers are left in total confusion, wondering exactly what kind of monster is causing this chaos. The lieutenant begins to wonder if the creature is the same bionic eye demon that killed 2 soldiers, but he quickly corrects himself. It's a throat demon, a creature that gains massive power as it feeds on energy. Even though it was kept in quarantine, something feels off about its sudden aggression. Down in the arena, Kim Minjun grows annoyed by the monster's constant movement. Determined to land a clean shot for the test, he decides to use his gun, firing a volley straight at the demon's eye. The demon howls in pain, but as the wounds begin to heal, Kim realizes the eye is closing much faster than expected. Sensing his presence, the monster swings its blade in a desperate attempt to kill him. Why has it become so aggressive? If the eye was triggered by sound, things are only getting worse, because the monster's blade nearly hits him as the creature continues its relentless assault. Even its eye regenerates. Kim catches the creature's hand, realizing something is fundamentally wrong. Fed up with this training being slowed down by a monster that just tried to crush him, Kim reaches his limit. Furious, he releases his full demonic aura, stopping the monster cold as he realizes it's reacting to his energy. Seeing this chaos, Lieutenant Choi heads down to check the situation. The lieutenant blames himself, feeling it's terrible luck that a new recruit was sent to deal with a monster like this instead of an easy target. He fears Kim could have died, and he hurries over, hoping the recruit survives until the young man survives long enough to reach him, while Guanxi arrives in a total panic. Having finished his monsters in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, Guanxi can't believe this recruit might beat him, and he's already plotting to take the idiot's salary. Guanxi's boast about traveling is cut short, as Kim Minjun is already standing by the button, leaving the soldier staring in total confusion. Laughing, Kim simply slaps the button right in front of him, leaving Guanxi completely stunned. Even Lieutenant Choi is speechless at the scene, and as the two return to the group, the soldiers are blown away. The recruit is insane. Even Liz is shocked that Kim Minjun took down that one-eyed demon alone. As Dongjin checks on him, Kim assures him it was nothing serious. Meanwhile, the anger rises as someone brings up the bet that Kim Minjun won. Guanxi storms over and smacks the back of Kim's neck, demanding a beating. Claiming the win was cheating, Guanxi tries to cancel the bet, despite his own confusion at Kim Minjun's impossible speed, but as the shooting drill is explained, Kim Minjun asks if the rules required him to kill every monster in his path. Guanxi immediately shoots back, demanding to know how many monsters Minjun actually killed. When Minjun admits it was just one, Guanxi declares the bet unfair and turns his aggression toward a stammering Dongjin. As Guanxi continues to harass Dongjin, Minjun finds the whole display incredibly annoying. His only real regret is losing the bet because he used a punch instead of a shot. He can't help but wonder why Guanxi is taking his frustration out on Dongjin rather than him. The tension is broken by Lieutenant Choi, who arrives to demand that Guanxi show some respect. The lieutenant explains that the one-eyed demon Minjun faced was a mutated threat, far more dangerous than standard monsters. He points out that the combat was significantly harder than what Guanxi is making it out to be. As Lee Sung-ho asks if the point has finally sunk in, Guanxi merely tells him to calm down. Guanxi's attempt at a challenge backfires when Lee Sung-ho, a soldier nearby, brands him as nothing more than a piece of trash. Panicked by the public humiliation, Guanxi tries to play it off as a joke, but Lee Sung-ho only scoffs, noting that a joke requires a winner. Meanwhile, Guanxi seethes with rage, his face turning a deep shade of red. Furious, Guanxi snaps, telling Lee Sung-ho to just forget it. Later that afternoon, the tension of the barracks fades into a quiet conversation. Kim Minjun asks Dongjin if Lee Sung-ho received a special promotion. Dongjin confirms it, explaining that Lee Sung-ho was the last soldier to benefit from a fast-track system that was abolished after a tragic dungeon injury. Kim Minjun realizes that this means he won't get that same chance, but Dongjin mentions one alternative: rescuing civilians or subduing large numbers of enemies during emergencies. Even so, the rules for such special promotions are vague and entirely dependent on a commander's judgment. For Minjun, it means he has to earn his way up through combat. Despite the chaos of the collapsing North Korean army, Minjun's focus remains on climbing the ranks as quickly as possible. Dongjin promises that hard work will pay off, but Minjun's thoughts are interrupted. The moment he finishes his wish for a portal, an emergency alarm blares through the command room. A group of Meds bats has appeared at the oil depot, and every soldier is ordered to rush over. Hearing this, Kim's eyes light up with predatory hunger. He knows Meds bats, child-sized winged monsters, are the perfect opportunity. The Meds bats might not be strong, but they travel in massive groups. The real danger is their ability to spit fireballs, which is a disaster since have targeted the oil depot, creating a massive explosion risk for the whole area. Soldiers scramble, debating whether to fight or just wait for backup near the volatile depot. If the bats spit fire, the entire area could blow up. The soldiers decide to hold their positions and call for reinforcement, hoping a shield can prevent a disaster. Everything depends on keeping fire away from the fuel, or the explosion will be catastrophic. As the soldiers panic, Minjun arrives and calmly offers to draw the monster's attention. The soldiers are shocked, demanding to know what he thinks he can do without gear and telling him to go back. Right, killed. Minjun isn't thinking about gear. He's thinking about the glory and the promotion he'll earn by securing a bonus for handling this emergency. The only question is if he can actually pull it off. Recalling the one-eyed demon, he realizes that just as he suspected, the bats are already reacting to his demonic energy. As more soldiers arrive at the site, they stop dead in their tracks, frozen by the sight. They freeze in terror. One soldier yells at his comrades to move, but they can only stare ahead at recruit Kim, who is single-handedly wiping out a swarm of monsters. Su Hanro, a soldier on the scene, watches in shock and bellows at the others to help the man, while the
Minjun grabs a bat and rips it.
half, realizing one-on-one combat is too slow. Minjun searches for a faster method just as Su Hanro runs over, shouting at him to stop playing hero and get out, since he doesn't even have proper gear. Minjun couldn't care less about the danger. In his mind, every single bat is his to claim, and he isn't sharing any them. He catches sight of the electric baton Su Hanro is carrying, realizing it's exactly the tool he needs. So the young man uses his demonic energy to make a soldier suddenly freak out. As Su Hanro asks what's wrong with the man's stomach, Minjun feigns concern to draw him close. When the man steps away to recover, Minjun seizes the chance and snatches the weapon, grinning at the thought of having some real fun with the electric baton. He immediately begins tearing through the swarm with a lethal kill streak, leaving the stunned onlookers to watch as he wipes out the entire swarm, while his count keeps going up.
One soldier looks up
And spots one of the bats aiming a fireball straight at the oil depot. Fire. The soldier screams, giving the others permission to shoot. Kim Minjun appears suddenly behind the flying creature, cutting it off before the soldiers can even react. He delivers a lethal blow, warning the beast that this isn't the place to play with fire. With the immediate threat neutralized, the soldiers activate the protective shields and begin checking the storage points. Confusion spreads as they realize the bats bypassed all radar detection, and a strange magical scent clings to Su Hanro. Su Hanro estimates there were 30 bats, noting that the magical residue isn't even the fault of the nearby soldier. Despite the chaos, the operations captain only arrived after the fighting had already ceased. Su Hanro can't help but think the captain wasn't even watching the radar in the control room. The commander demands to know if Su Hanro used an electric baton to kill the bats, but the soldier denies it, leaving the officer stunned. Su Hanro insists the bats were torn apart by someone's bare hands, demanding the truth be recorded in the official report. The commander scoffs at the impossibility of a single person slaughtering the swarm until a soldier named Kenan approaches. Just then, Kenan approaches to return the borrowed electric baton, though he admits he might have used it a bit too much. Admitting he might have used the weapon a little too much. Even when questioned about having prior combat experience, Kenan maintains he has none. But as the commander probes into the boy's past, a deeper mystery begins to surface. The commander warns Kenan that his recent luck won't last forever, cautioning him against acting recklessly like he did yesterday. He explains that the Hunter Division is unique, consisting of only 4 elite battalions capable of this kind of combat. Kenan finds the explanation obvious, but he can't help but wonder why the commander is suddenly being so descriptive. It turns out everyone in this division is special, with roles ranging from administration to specialized monster hunting. The commander adds that, in this world, promotion is strictly determined by skill and performance, leaving Kenan wishing for praise instead of a lecture. Instead, the lecture continues, making Kenan wonder if he was actually being called in for a reward. The commander demands his full attention, announcing that the most lethal hunter in the 104th Division is arriving. A formidable presence steps out of a car to visit the battalion, and the soldiers immediately fall into formation. The visitor's eyes scan the line before landing on Kenan, praising him for leading yesterday's successful situation. Even his gaze is intimidating, leaving Kenan to wonder just how powerful a 2-star hunter could truly be as the man grabs his hand.
The 2-star hunter pats Kim Minjun on the back to ease the tension before asking the colonel about the origin of that night's medium bats.
He asks if there's any issue with the radar, causing the commanders to investigate possible blind spots. While officials claim it's just a coverage issue, Minjun realizes they are lying through their teeth about the true danger. The superior turns to Minjun, questioning if his bravery was merely a selfish act that risked everything. The officer questions if Minjun really killed all 30 monsters by himself, and when he confirms it, the man realizes the entire area would have been ashes without him. Recognizing his incredible achievement, the superior pulls the current rank badge off Minjun's chest to replace it with a new one. He congratulates him on a promotion that usually requires mountains of paperwork, but Minjun earned it instantly. Require mountains of paperwork, but Minjun earned it instantly. The young man simply finds the sudden turn of events incredibly interesting. As they exit the room, a superior remarks on how much Minjun has achieved in such a short time. Minjun heads out looking excited, planning to visit a computer dungeon and perhaps a home with no internet. Stopping by home. Despite the lack of internet, Minjun plans to spend his leave in peace, but while walking into an establishment he overhears a drunk man asking a stranger about a job. The listener warns him to be quiet, so no soldiers might overhear, needing to reach a specific cave for work. The men complain that authorities have blocked access, claiming the area is filled with deadly poison. It's become a massive headache, making any entry extremely dangerous. The hot-headed man dismisses the risk, insisting all they need is a gas mask. That's when
Minjun asks for their exact location, startling them. After getting the details, he finds himself
somewhere else in a small truck. The driver, realizing he's dropped Minjun off, warns that the army will likely block the road soon. He wonders if Minjun is truly serious about tackling the dangers in that mountain. The soldiers don't take him seriously despite his presence. Even so, the soldiers warn him to stay out of trouble before heading off. Once they leave, Kim Minjun stares at the mountain and senses a massive amount of demonic energy that feels all too familiar.
Mana that makes him smile. Nearby, 2 soldiers stand guard at the dungeon entrance.
The silence is heavy. From his vantage point, Kim Minjun notices the only path into the mountain is sealed, and he wonders why there are so few guards. With something this valuable in sight, he refuses to walk away. He begins messing with the guards until both of them suddenly clutch their stomachs. They try to hold it in, but one finally breaks and comes up with the genius idea of leaving his post for just 5 minutes. The moment the soldier steps away, Kim Minjun slips inside, using his demonic mana to mask his presence. Once inside, he's shocked to find no monsters at all. He wonders where all this
mana is coming from, but he quickly decides it doesn't matter. Everything here belongs to him.
Minjun starts absorbing the demonic energy and his magic stat begins rising. 1 point at a time. This is incredible, as his corruption skill grows stronger and his potential expands because he finally absorbs the exact amount needed to unlock Night Steps, a powerful shadow summoning skill from his old home. He expects a massive entity, but when he calls it, the shadow appears much smaller than expected. It's a strange independent entity, the shadow, and it's definitely way smaller than expected, leaving him to wonder if the penalty from crossing dimensions or his low mana is to blame. While he grumbles at the tiny thing, it simply informs him that it is hungry for more demonic energy. A few days later, Minjun returns from his training. His rapid rise continues as the battalion congratulates him, making him the fastest promoted fighter in history. Everyone wonders if the commander personally handed him his new insignia. Minjun even checks in on Don Jin, handing over some moisturizer for his skin. The moment is broken when Guanxi saunters over, teasing Minjun about the sudden outpouring of friendship and warmth. Guanxi continues his joking, asking about a magazine that Minjun reveals was just a prank. Then, a redhead soldier realizes who Minjun is and questions if the newcomer actually signed up for the promotion exams. His friend is skeptical, wondering how a newbie could even qualify. Now, all eyes are on him. Back at the training center, how the colonel himself approached him at the training center with a massive offer. The entire battalion is stunned because the colonel has sent Kim Minjun to take his promotion exam a full year early. If he actually passes, it will be nothing short of insane. Amid the chaos, a soldier mentions that Saturday's examinees will have extra training, offering Kim a chance to practice with a melee weapon. As class begins, the instructor stands before the group to explain the rules for the upcoming promotion exams. He urges everyone to pay close attention, stating that the exam consists of 2 main parts, a written test and a practical test. The next day, the soldiers prepare for melee training as the instructor barks orders at the group to grab a weapon and prepare for work. Everyone rushes to grab whatever is nearby, warned by the instructor not to fool around during this session. This lesson aims to teach the basics of melee combat from the Hunter Manual, though the instructor notes that true mastery requires finding one's own unique fighting style. They are told to watch closely and copy the instructor's strikes and slashes. As he demonstrates, Kim Minjun thinks about the one-eyed monster he previously fought and concludes that relying solely on guns is foolish, making him the only one performing decently, even if he finds these movements far inferior to the styles used in Escuardo. Child's play for him. The instructor finally calls a halt to the session and signals Kim Minjun to come forward. Stepping up to the instructor, Kim Minjun introduces himself and asks what is happening. Kim Minjun ends his demonstration in front of everyone. Exhausted and annoyed that he has been relegated to the role of a training assistant, the instructor offers him some food, acknowledging his impressive progress. As the instructor leaves, Dongjin approaches to ask for a favor. He wants some pointers on his swordsmanship, but Kim realizes the real issue is that Dongjin lacks confidence. Instead of a quick fix, Minjun promises to help Dongjin become an elite soldier. Little does anyone expect such a man to mentor others, but Saturday finally arrives, the day of the promotion exam. Soldiers are training in their individual spots. When the announcement rings out, signaling that the day has finally arrived, everyone boards a bus to head to the Gapyeong station. During the ride, the soldiers are told the exam will be held at the 105th Division. While Kim sits in silence, he overhears a rumor about the 4th Women's Battalion also participating in the upcoming tests. While some soldiers dream of using their skills to win a girl's phone number, Kim Minjun focuses solely on one thing: passing this exam. Upon arriving at the 105th Division, an officer delivers the crushing news that everyone from the 2nd Battalion passed the written portion, except for Young Wook, the soldier who failed the exam. As the group is ordered to the practical tests, the others mock the failed soldier, leaving Young Wook behind in disgrace while they march toward the next stage. The observant Anseor keeps a steady, curious gaze on Kim. Soon, they are forced to endure a tedious briefing before the special conditions for certain candidates are announced. Kim Minjun wonders if anyone else among these soldiers is truly hiding their true nature. The speaker warns them not to embarrass themselves, but the whispers about the newly promoted corporal have already begun. Anseor, the highly talented soldier, locks eyes with him, her face flushing red as she realizes his rank. Soon, Captain Jung announces the physical evaluations, starting with a strength test that requires pushing a massive volunteer 10 meters. Kim Minjun recalls his own trials and wonders if his training will actually matter in this world. The test is simple: push the volunteer 10 meters in 1 minute. The test begins, but the struggle is immediate, putting everyone on edge. As others barely manage a few points, frustration begins to build among the soldiers and the captain. Then, Anseor steps up for her turn, and she scores a massive 50 points, leaving the crowd in shock. People can't believe a girl that pretty could be so strong, with some joking about her genetics. They simply blame it on good genes. Anseor ignores the comments and looks straight at Kim Minjun. He wonders if she is staring because she received the same special exception. When his name is finally called, Minjun approaches the man, wondering if he should hold back. Instead of a controlled push, Kim launches the man into the wall like a walking tank. The man flies way past the 10-meter mark. Captain Young awards him a perfect 100 points, leaving Anseor and the others stunned, though Minjun admits he might have overdone it. The test continues, but most others simply fail. With the strength test concluded, the captain orders everyone to settle down as the next phase begins in a few minutes, while those who failed are directed toward the exits by a soldier. The upcoming speed test, a grueling challenge where participants must dodge incoming rubber bullets. Though the rounds are only rubber, the impact still packs a punishing punch. To earn a perfect score in this speed test, one must remain within the netted area for a full minute, though some might try to endure the pain of the hits to save time. The rules are strict. Leave the area before the 30-second cutoff, or suffer an injury, and you fail. With the stage set, the captain calls Kim Minjun's name. He turns to see Dongjin looking at him with confusion, asking what kind of face that is. Minjun had fully expected to fail the strength test, but he keeps his composure, and Dongjin explains that most have taken this test before, making it harder to fail than pass. He warns Kim Minjun that the rubber rounds travel almost as fast as real bullets, so he must watch the gun barrel to anticipate the shot. But the training ground turns grim when a participant is hit, his head splitting open as he's dragged away for treatment. Seeing the violence, Dongjin notes that the pass rate must be incredibly low. Yet, Minjun finds this trivial compared to the monsters he fought in another world. However, Minjun remains unmoved. Compared to the nightmares he faced in another world, this is nothing. Despite the captain's warnings, more soldiers are knocked out. The tension continues as more soldiers are eliminated from the course. Then, a female soldier is called forward, beginning her stretches. The first shot fires, but she dodges it effortlessly, slipping past several more in a— Kim Minjun can't help but feel confused by Anseor's intense gaze as he is called forward to begin the speed test, wrong during the previous round. Before he can even think to congratulate her on her score, a rubber bullet flies toward his face. He dodges with a mere tilt of his head, leaving Anseor visibly shocked. He continues to move with impossible grace, dodging every projectile with minimal effort until the captain finally calls a halt to the test.
Kim Minjun has achieved a perfect score. The test requires everyone to sprint to the end of the dungeon for a handstamp and back, meaning they have to run the entire distance. Kim Minjun wonders why the soldiers are sprinting together in a nervous frenzy instead of going one by one. Suddenly, Anseor brushes past him with her shoulder, forcing a confrontation. She stares him right in the eyes, searching for something. Minjun finds her intense gaze unsettling and wonders what her game is this time. Anseor tells him to hurry up and bolts ahead, leaving him behind. Irritated by the dismissal, the tension between them rises as Minjun bursts forward, closing the gap between them with terrifying speed. He gets closer, and then passes Anseor with a nonchalant comment. "This is nothing special." When she demands an explanation, he simply claims he was talking to himself. That's just how he is. Without another word, he takes off, leaving Anseor even more annoyed than before. Anseor reflects on her reputation, remembering how her peers initially labeled her a stuck-up general's daughter despite her humble nature. But they had no idea what real power looked like, especially after seeing Kim break a massive rock. During a training exercise, she managed to grab the flag, leading the white team to a record-breaking capture time of 3 minutes and 34 seconds. The win earned them a well-deserved break. Meanwhile, the blue team was forced to continue their grueling training. Even as her teammates credited her for their success, the pride of the victory was short-lived. While the soldiers were settling, an upset soldier came running toward them. She shouted that the record they had just achieved
was already broken, shattering their momentary celebration.
That afternoon, word spreads through the barracks about a staggering new record, a time of just 1 minute and 2 seconds. The news only gets worse when the culprit is revealed. Kim from the 4th platoon did it all alone. The thought of him haunts Anseor, bringing back a flood of stories about his impossible feats. She keeps hearing about how Kim breaks every record in shooting and every other test imaginable. While others grow annoyed by his endless list of achievements, Anseor falls into a quiet, determined silence. Inspired by her father's words, she resolves to become as strong as Kim and heads to the commander's office. He acknowledges her hard work and, knowing she is the daughter of a former battalion commander, begins to ask how she is doing. She thanks him for his concern, but she brings up Kim, stating that she will follow him wherever he is posted. Anseor admits she has been fiercely competitive since she was a child, driven by a need to stand on her own. When someone gets under her skin, she loses her cool, and Kim Minjun has a knack for doing exactly that. She pushes herself to the limit, only to find Kim casually chatting with the officer while she's still struggling. She demands to know if he broke her record again, but he merely shows her his stamp and asks if she fell asleep on the way there, a comment that instantly ticks her off. She demands her stamp, eager to reclaim her pride. Despite her fury, she finishes long after him exhausted, while he remains totally relaxed. The captain announces that Kim Minjun takes first place. After Kim finishes with a perfect score, the officer praises his incredible performance, to which Kim simply offers a humble thanks. With the physical tests finally over, the passing soldiers are granted lunch before a 1 p.m. meeting in the training yard. Kim Minjun gives a playful taunt to Anseor, who watches him walk away. She realizes she's actually enjoying the competition, and the realization makes her feel surprisingly better. She adjusts her beret and joins the others, leaving the excitement of the morning behind. But on the second day of practical exams, Kim Minjun finds himself overwhelmed, fighting several monsters at once. He manages to take down a few of them, but the pressure mounts as more monsters rush in. He manages to dodge a lethal strike, cutting down a goblin in a desperate move, leaving the creature staring at him even in death. The goblins regroup for another attack, and Kim Minjun watches the struggle from above. To him, the weapon proficiency test seems remarkably simple, since they've already mastered the basics in the battalion. They only need to demonstrate their competence. For this first test, no special powers are required. Prove their competence. No special powers are required for this first test of pure sword skills. Even Dong-in manages to secure a respectable score. Yet, he remains disappointed with his numbers. Kim reminds himself that the true challenge is approaching, and as the goblins charge, realizes these tests are truly about monster handling. To survive, they must use their weapons properly. For Kim, this means preparing to risk his life as well. Finally, Dong-in manages to slays the 2 remaining goblins. Despite clearing the monsters, he looks incredibly upset about his time. Kim observes that Dong-in had plenty of chances to be faster, but every single moment, he seemed to be hesitating. He likely doesn't trust his own skills. Determined to unleash everything he has been holding back, Kim decides to give it his all. The moment he steps into the arena, the crowd is shocked. He is holding a spiked. The club looks pathetic, and the captain doubts whether Kim can even use such a lousy weapon for this exam. But Kim simply needs one solid hit, which is all he wants. He slams the club down, crushing 3 monsters in just 4 seconds and leaving the spectators stunned. It is a feat never seen before in Division 104. As Kim Minjun's sheer power begins to prove his true worth, he stares down a monster on the ground and he right at him, letting out a laugh and starting to brag. From the ground, Yoon Seo watches with annoyance, wondering if he ever intends to take the competition seriously. By late afternoon, the captain remarks to the group that he has witnessed the fastest promotion in his entire life. Don Jin admits he was worried he'd be the only one to fail, but as the news of the perfect scores spreads, everyone celebrates the massive achievement. The soldiers joke with him, asking if his new status means he'll start messing with them later. Kim Minjun just wants to enjoy the freedom. As the group boards the bus, he spots Don Jin and vows to train even harder with him. Just as he's about to board, Yoon Seo approaches him, but the clueless Minjun only glances at her rank. He recalls how she fought the monsters earlier and sees her standing outside. She insists on an apology for her provocations during the test before. But as she looks up, Minjun is pressing his face against the window to tell her something. He mouths that she lost to him once again, and then, leaving her standing alone in the dust as the bus pulls away. The rumors persist as soldiers wonder if Yoon Seo likes him, given how they stared at each other during the tests. Kim Minjun simply claims they were only running together and that he left her behind. That response kills their hopes, revealing the two weren't interested in romance, just fierce competition. When they press him for his true type, he clarifies that it's definitely not her, much to their annoyance. So they demand to know what his type is, but he answers with a name no one recognizes, Rumi, the most beautiful woman in the world. Soon feel let down when they realize she is just a character from his favorite game. That night, the celebration begins as everyone digs into chicken. Even the commander seems unusually happy as the soldiers encourage Kim Minjun to eat his fill to celebrate this rare moment of joy. The celebration continues as Yoon Seo barges in, carrying a box of bottles for the group. Kim Minjun agrees, but as others wonder what the sudden delivery is about, a soldier explains that the admin team wants to celebrate. He's filing a report, but the admin team wants to celebrate because a squad member achieved a perfect score for the promotion exam. The redhead notes that this inevitable chaos was bound to happen now that Kim Minjun is with this squad. Later, while walking alone under the cover of night, Kim Minjun makes sure no one is watching and summons his shadow, which emerges feeling bursting with energy. He asks her how she is doing. Though his first attempt to summon her was a failure, he has realized he needs more than just a simple assassin. He needs a shadow capable of handling complex missions, especially since he can't move freely in this place. He orders her to stop playing around and gather intelligence. He orders his shadow to follow high-ranking officers and report anything useful. Suddenly, the entity demands cursed energy, a vital resource Minjun almost forgot to provide. After giving her the energy she wanted, the little shadow happily runs off, but Minjun warns her to stay hidden. If her presence is discovered, it could trigger a massive emergency alert for the entire unit. While he is contemplating the risk, a voice calls out from behind him, asking if this is where he was. Kim is completely startled. He quickly plays it off, claiming he only stepped outside for some air because black mages don't get affected by stuff. Like alcohol, his body simply cleans itself out on its own. Shengho congratulates him on the promotion, but warns him not to get lazy now that he's been rewarded. He tells him to head back and drink more before the others finish every bottle. Minjun thinks to himself that luckily Shengho didn't notice his true nature, but he must be more careful. The realization is unsettling. The longer Minjun stays in this world, the more he finds himself taking this new life to heart, a feeling he truly dislikes. The next day, two high-ranking officers review the latest results, realizing they've struck gold. While most recruits only did the bare minimum, one name stands out with a perfect score. It's Kim Minjun, who set a staggering record during the monster test by finishing in just 4 seconds. The officers agree his performance is even better than expected, noting his impressive efficiency during the eye storage incident. Despite being in the battalion for less than a month, his record has been impeccable. They agree he has a bright future, and once rumors of his skill begin to spread, the world will certainly take notice. One officer even wonders if the Special Hunter Brigade might soon be watching him. In another vision, Kim Minjun is dropped into a desert wasteland surrounded by lizardmen and golems, armed with only a club. Silently wonders if it's time to start the massacre. The next morning, the previous night's celebration has left everyone else in the barracks wrecked with hangovers. Yet Minjun walks in humming a tune, appearing completely. His friends are stunned that he's so unaffected after drinking so much. They've begun to call him a monster. Su Hanro approaches him, asking if he's alright. After working up a sweat, Suhanro feels revitalized. Minjun realizes that Suhanro truly has the mindset of a soldier. After a brief chat, Suhanro suggests that Minjun take advantage of the battalion's gym and its high-tech simulation machine. Minjun wonders if this is the virtual reality room everyone has been talking about. He heads to the second training room, wondering what awaits him inside. He enters. He notices the room is quite different from what he imagined. A list of monsters appears before him, but the system places a strict limit of only 30 monsters per session. He chooses ogres, and the machine asks how many he wants to fight. The prospect of a massive brawl makes him happy, but the system warns him he has already exceeded the limit. Minjun grumbles at the restriction, but he accepts the challenge and selects a weapon. He is surprised to find a vast array of choices available after making his selection. It's time to
Begin. He equips the
VR gear and is suddenly dropped into a vast desert where monsters appear. From every direction, the sensation is incredibly real, and Minjun finds himself having far too much fun as he carves through the horde. Once the last monster falls, he realizes 30 was far too easy. A wave of monsters descends, starting with kobolds, norks, stone golems, and lizard men swarm the area. They all charge at him, but instead of fear, Kim Minjun only swings his nailed club. After a one-sided slaughter, he finally kills the last monster, leaving a total disaster in his wake. The computer announces that the simulation has ended. Kim takes off the headset, exhilarated by the fight. He is caught off guard when the system grants him a new skill, Bladed Weapon. It's a strange gift that boosts his proficiency with blades, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Since he can gain skills just by training, he realizes he can return whenever he has free time. But as Kim Minjun steps out of the room, he finds Don Jin waiting, questioning the logic of his impossible performance. Don Jin points at the scoreboard, unable to believe the stats displayed from the second training room. Kim almost considers making an excuse, but instead invites Don Jin to try it for himself. Don Jin hesitates because he isn't allowed. Not being allowed in there, Kim insists it is no big deal and even wishes him luck. Don Jin suspects he is hiding something and complains about his hangover, but Kim tells him a little sweat will help before locking him inside. As they mess around, Guanxi arrives and sees the unbelievable results, left speechless by the numbers. Later, Guanxi searches for Kim and learns that while the others are at the supply depot, Kim is staying at the gym. The soldier delivering the report realizes he emphasized Kim's rank too much in front of Guanxi and immediately fears the consequences. But Guanxi simply mentions the battalion commander is looking for him, causing the boy to flee in a panic. Once alone, Guanxi turns to the others to ask what they're up to. The two soldiers tease him, hesitant to reveal their secret. They're actually running a betting pool on when Kim's next promotion will arrive, with a full month's salary on the line. Some think he'll rank up in 6 months, though most doubt such a feat is possible for a new soldier. Others argue that Kim isn't a normal man, and even the most skeptical soldiers are starting to believe them. When Guanxi takes the sheet to make his own bet, his choice leaves everyone stunned. They can't believe he would risk such a large sum on such a radical prediction. They call his choice stupid since they're risking a month's pay, but he believes Kim will be promoted even sooner than anyone else. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, in the gym, Kim Minjun is pushing his body to the absolute limit. He moves straight from leg day to biceps, throwing heavy weights around like they are nothing. But after days of grueling exercise, his stats remain frustratingly stagnant. He remembers his time in another world, where a special skill once helped him grow constantly. He wonders if any such hero power exists here, because raising them now is too difficult, but then a sudden notification changes everything, making him able to raise his stats faster. The new strength skill is finally here. Just then, a soldier approaches to apologize for interrupting, and to say the commander is looking for him. Kim Minjun, still buzzing from his new power, simply agrees, leaving the man confused as to whether he had been training all day. The commander confirms the summons and says it's. As they walk toward the council room, the commander asks how Kim Minjun has been finding life as a sergeant, to which he replies, "It's been kind of fun." After Kim congratulates him on his promotion, the commander offers heartfelt thanks for saving him during the bat incident, a gesture Kim brushes off effortlessly. Despite the casual mood, the commander reveals the real reason for the summons. Because of his perfect exam score and handling of the bat problem, the battalion commander has awarded him something special. It's a formal citation for outstanding military service, which might lead to more future promotions. It's a rare achievement that very few hunters ever see. However, the commander warns that these citations are incredibly difficult to obtain. Earning them requires extraordinary feats, as hunters with several are exceptionally rare. Kim immediately wonders if 10 citations would mean another rank up, leaving the commander wondering if this is just a quest for loyalty rewards. A few days later, the mission begins at the gate of a new portal, where the squad is told to stay ready and calm. As the commander explains the upcoming mission, supplies arrive, but the soldiers already look uneasy about what's ahead. The target is a notorious location known simply as the sewer, a dungeon teeming with rat nests. Because the stench is so foul, everyone is forced to wear heavy masks through the entire descent, a grim necessity for any hunter entering this disgusting place. Despite not being high risk, nearly 200 monsters haunt the tight tunnels, making firearms too dangerous to use. A soldier suggests luring the monsters to the main entrance to secure the exit, a tactic the commander approves. So they begin setting traps. Kim Minjun notes that the overwhelming stench means they must keep their special gas masks on during the entire operation. Han Young continues to complain about the stench, noting it's impossible to fight at full power in a place like this. Meanwhile, the commander pulls out something even more nauseating, a bunch of extremely rotten bananas. He starts tossing the decaying fruit all around the tunnels. As the commander issues orders, he suddenly halts, his expression turning to alarm. The ground is littered with monster bones, a grim sign of what's to come.
The realization hits them.
The monsters are coming. The commander orders a barricade at the front line and tells everyone to hold their position until the rats arrive. Amidst the tension, Han Yong tries to lighten the mood by suggesting a bet on who can kill the most monsters. But the bravado vanishes the moment the rats start pouring in from the darkness. The commander screams to draw weapons and hold the line. Kim Minjun feels the adrenaline surge, ready to dive straight into the carnage.
Sergeant.
The battlefield is a chaotic mess as soldiers slash through the vermin. The carnage unfolds. Su Hanro beats the monsters down with brute force while the others work perfectly. But while Kim watches, 3 rats leap at him. He doesn't even look, crushing their heads with a single swing of his club. They're pathetic. The rats are barely a challenge, but Kim realizes ranking up might be harder than he thought with 2 heavy hitters covering such a massive area. He notices something else. Even Kim Minjun is managing his part perfectly. Kim figures the training worked, but suddenly a cry for help breaks the rhythm. After clearing the immediate area, they realize more monsters are. As Dongjin rushes to assist, Han Solji looks sharply toward the direction the boy ran to prevent a massacre. The commander orders squads 1 and 4 to intercept the aerial threat, while Kim stays to guard the barricade. The slaughter continues. As the squad pushes deeper, Kim asks, "What's going on?" Sensing a demonic energy he missed earlier because of the gas masks. Suddenly the ground splits open beneath them. He shouts a warning, but it's too late. A gigantic, irregular monster erupts from the depths. A 4-eyed rat that has been feeding on its own kind. This cannibalistic beast, devouring its own kind. A cannibalistic monster that suddenly lunges at Gwansik and knocks him to the ground. Watching as the monster looms over him, his comrades scream for him to run, but no one can move. Suddenly, as the monster swings its massive paw, Dongjin lunges in to block the strike. His sword is knocked away, barely scratching the beast. Dongjin grabs the terrified Gwansik and yells for him to escape. Run, while the others are frozen in sheer terror. Kim leaps over the chaos, them all armed with a shield and a club. He descends like a hammer, crashing directly onto the monster's head. Looking at the monster's massive frame, Kim realizes it must be pulsing with demonic energy. He crashes down like a comet, smashing the creature's head while praising Kim Minjun for saving his friend. The others warn him that the fight is too dangerous, but Kim ignores their pleas to fall back, charging into the fray with full force. The beast slams the ground so hard the entire cavern shakes. Rocks begin to fall, causing a massive cave-in that threatens to bury them all. A situation Kim finds perfect. The monster attacks, but Kim was already worried someone might witness his true power. So he drives an electric kick into the rat's leg before smashing it into a wall with his shield. He leaps on top of the beast, unleashing a storm of punches that tears through the creature until realizes the rat is already dead. He seizes the moment to absorb its demonic energy, leaving the monster as nothing more than a common mutant. As the system announces his gain, Kim raises his club, ready to deliver blow. After all that chaos, the squad finally makes it outside to lie on the ground. They begin joking around. The lighthearted mood breaks when an officer mentions the irregular monster, stating that his own squad already dealt with it though. To the other squad, it was a massacre. As the tension rises, a sudden piercing pain shoots through Kim's body, but the officer quickly reassures them that support is on the way. A friend approaches, joking that Kim made killing monsters look as easy as stepping on a cockroach, calling him incredibly strong. He's deeply grateful because everyone is alive thanks to Kim. When that monster charged, he says he couldn't even move, but Kim insists he should be the one apologizing for being careless. But his friend insists there is no need for apologies, as no one could have anticipated such a beast. He admits that without Kim's intervention, Gwon-suk and Don-jin would have been certainly dead. After confirming Kim is uninjured, the soldier's calm reaction leaves the officer in complete shock. The officer asks if Kim is truly uninjured, but even after his reassurance, the man remains skeptical. He orders Kim to report straight to his office as soon as they return. Kim agrees, though he's confused by the sudden summons. His friend suggests the commander is just worried, but the real explanation is still a mystery. Just as thoughts drift, an officer arrives with news that Don-jin has already completed his medical evaluation, and Kwon-sik only suffered a minor scratch. Fortunately, everyone should be ready for duty by tomorrow. This update finally eases the commander's nerves. Then the officer addresses the second squad, announcing that, due to special circumstances, the dungeon operation is being terminated immediately. Once medical checks are complete, the team must prepare for extraction. Later, in a quiet office, the commander summons Kim to demand a full report. He wants a written account of how Kim killed the irregular monster. Minjun wonders how to even explain it, since he simply used a shield and a punch. He wonders if anyone will even believe such a thing. Amidst the lingering smoke of memory, the commander asks if Kim really did kill it with nothing but his bare hands. The commander stares at Kim Minjun's scraped up hand, nervous. Minjun laughs it off, claiming it was just an emergency where he acted without thinking. But the commander's expression hardens as he demands Minjun's actual physical stats, 65 strength and 60 dexterity. The numbers leave the commander stunned. Despite his rank, his strength barely reaches 40, while this kid is already far beyond him. The commander realizes that such power could have changed everything. Even if things had gone differently, Minjun realizes his past self wouldn't have achieved this. Seeing such potential, the commander wonders if Minjun has ever considered a life in academia instead of the front lines, college. But Minjun is honest. He hates studying and prefers the path of a soldier. The commander is pleased, telling Minjun that the choice is his and he can become whatever he wants. He instructs the young man to finish his reports and get some rest, knowing he can always come to him. As Minjun starts leaving the room, the commander pauses, looking at his hat before calling him back. He tells him that he saved the whole squad today. Without him, the situation could have ended in tragedy, and even the commander might not have stopped it. So Minjun offers a humble reply, stating he only did what was necessary before finally stepping out of the room. Kim Minjun finally has a moment to breathe, but as he reconnects with his friends, he notices one of them has a desperate request. Kwon-sik, a soldier eager for advancement, can't stop thinking about how Minjun dismantled those monsters with ease. While Kwon-sik could only watch in terror, Minjun and Don-jin fought like masters, and the soldier realizes the secret must be Minjun's training. He begs to join them, desperate to find that same strength. Overwhelmed by guilt and ambition, Kwon-sik bows deeply to Don-jin, apologizing for the intrusion. He doesn't care if he's accepted, he just knows he must get stronger to help the others. Don-jin asks if it's alright to join them, but Kim Minjun bluntly rejects the idea, leaving the soldier feeling discouraged and half-hearted as he begins to turn away. Seeing his disappointment, Kim Minjun offers a single, ridiculous condition to stay. If Kwon-sik wants to train, he must spend the next 24 hours imitating a pigeon. To the shock of Don-jin, a furious Kwon-sik actually begins making loud, bird-like noises right then and there. Kim Minjun can't help but laugh, realizing he's just found another fool to manipulate. Meanwhile, in a distant world, a Spartan warrior helps a goddess with a heavy task, though he remains silent as she moves toward him. He keeps his eyes fixed on her, unable to speak. Unable to speak, he can only watch her, as she silently waits for him to finally say something. She offers no reply, ignoring his question instead. Instead, she reaches out and pulls back a cloth, revealing what appears to be a demonic beast lurking underneath. She stares at the creature, and when he calls to her again, she uses magic to, in response to his call, she unleashes a burst of magic to instantly banish the monster. She offers it as a gift because he survived on his own, but then questions why he even cares, leaving Minjun certain there is something unhinged about her. The red-haired soldier grumbles about the shift in duty, wondering why they're digging instead of fighting. His friend agrees, questioning how digging holes fits their responsibilities as hunters. Their conversation is cut short when a sudden commotion erupts among the men. An army boss arrives, catching everyone by surprise. As the soldiers scramble toward the arrival, Kwon-sik looks on with confusion. "It's too vague. That could mean a rock or anything," he exclaims, struggling with the weight of the object. He wonders what kind of object could be this heavy. An officer explains it's a heavy mineral used for construction, harvested from dungeons, but before he can name it, Kim asks if the officer was talking to him, Kwon-sik stares in disbelief as Kim effortlessly hoists a massive block onto his shoulder. I was just talking to myself. I thought someone might be curious about these blocks. Kwon-sik stammers, clearly stunned. The rest of the squad continues to struggle under the immense weight. While the others struggle, Kim effortlessly balances 4 heavy blocks on his shoulders. Then an officer announces a 10-minute break and goes to the commander to share news he overheard at headquarters. A major incident has occurred in Division 104's jurisdiction, and they suspect it might be a new dungeon. That news shocks everyone. Even the commander asks if it's serious. As panic spreads through the men, they fear the consequences of entering, but the officer insists it is still being investigated and tells them, leaving Kim confused as Kwon-sik realizes the man has no idea what's happening. Notices that he is completely lost. Kwon-sik explains that a new dungeon is typically much larger inside than normal, with much higher monster ranks and danger levels. When an unidentified dungeon appears, hunters call it a new dungeon. He adds that it's perfect for gaining combat experience, and once someone joins the hunter division, they can take part in the training. Kim asks what he's even talking about, and Kwon-sik suddenly goes quiet. Kim Minjun dismisses the idea of training, finding common ground with the complaining soldiers. The officer looks completely fed up exhausted by the whining, but the commander notes that the program is a perfect way to rack up battle performance points. Kim realizes that being sent to the front line could be even better, as he could earn even more points. But just as he begins to consider the opportunity, his own shadow ripples, and his avatar begins to manifest from the darkness. Kim quickly forces the shadow back down, while the officer continues yelling at the troops. He wonders what that shadow even is, but luckily, nobody noticed his strange phenomenon. He can't help but wonder what that shadow even is. Suddenly, the shadow relays a mysterious message from a woman requesting help with an irregular monster. The investigation team reports a new portal in the military zone, though she insists that civilians are not in danger. Even so, 2 people. The report came in fast. The investigation team has already perished, meaning the army will block off the area like usual, leaving the hunters to handle the mess. The priority is a dungeon outbreak in the Hongkang residential district, which Kim needs to address. Kim is grateful that the shadow provides such timely intel. Now, he's considering taking some leave to handle the situation himself. Back at his residence, he prepares for the upcoming trip, checking his gear and belongings. While packing, he remembers the commander offering him a break to reward his hard work, even though his own home address lies within a dangerous quarantine zone. The commander offers Kim his old family apartment as a place to stay, which might be far from the base, but is much better than a cyber cafe. In the end, Kim accepts the offer. With that, Kim accepts the offer. As the commander begins thinking about the young man's future, Kim looks at an old photo one last time before getting ready to head out. He tells himself he needs to move right away. Meanwhile, a suspicious hooded figure begins moving through the area. Kim recalls the reports that this dungeon is near a school in Oyongong and that the military has the perimeter under control. While the army watches the entrance, Kim moves swiftly across the rooftops and jumps into the darkness. That's when finally finds the portal and calmly steps inside to uncover its secrets. Kim decides his summon couldn't provide the full picture, so he'll have to find out himself by stepping into the dungeon. The atmosphere is stifling within this dead, creepy forest. Something feels deeply wrong here, especially when he spots a broken sword lying on the ground. Wondering if anyone else has been here, he senses a presence and calls out to the shadows. Instead of a person, a monster answers. It initially resembles a demonic goblin, but upon closer inspection, it isn't a goblin at all. It's a massive kobold, and although the investigation team seemingly survived an encounter
with it, Kim prepares for battle as the beast lunges
at him. But he dodges swiftly and pulls back a fist to counter. His strike meets a roar. Reacting instantly, Kim follows up with a powerful kick under the chin, sending the monster flying upward. He can only wonder if the creature is truly tough or if it just looks intimidating. The kobold charges once more, but Kim slips past its clumsy strike with ease. He creates a hole with corruption, trapping the monster's leg in place. With the creature immobilized, Kim rushes in to hammer its face with a flurry of brutal punches. He keeps hitting, wondering just how much punishment this thing can take. But then, he notices something strange. A smile-shaped mark has appeared on the monster's ribs. A sudden shine from the mark. Staggering to his feet, Kim realizes the beast has torn his coat, a frustration that mirrors the broken sword he found earlier. Since his return, every monster has been stronger than an ant, but this one is barely more than a beetle. The beast. Kim remains unimpressed, telling the beast that it's still just another worm. Taking a hit directly to the face, his temper finally snaps. He looks at his ruined clothes and snaps that he just bought that outfit. In a fit of fury, he lunges forward. Kim drives the broken sword deep into the monster's gut, right where it was guarding that strange mark. The creature cries out in agony. Ignoring the pain, Kim drives his leg down, smashing the beast's head with a heavy kick. As he absorbs the demonic energy, the system signals his surge. The system reacts to the surge, announcing a 3-level increase. New abilities begin to manifest, including basic swordsmanship. Kim is thrilled as Kim's excitement grows as he reviews his improved project power from a distance. While he realizes the swordsmanship skill likely came from his brutal finishing blow, he can't help but wonder if the monster had already been attacked before he arrived. Leaving a mysterious shining object in its wound, he decides to cut into the wound and is instantly shocked by what he finds. He stares at the object, unable to tell if it's the tip of an arrow or the fragment of a knife. He starts to recognize the metal fragment, but before he can process the thought, the monsters arrive and their timing is perfect. They charge, and he begins his casting. Testing the true power of his skills, he fires a barrage of arrows that drop them all with ease. Since he's already here, he decides to finish the job. The last surviving monster stares at him in pure terror. Wondering if there are more, Kim eventually exits the portal, steps out of the portal. He has finally cleared the dungeon. With the job done, he leans into his dark aura, looking more like a villain than the monsters he just slew. Returning to the battalion after a brief vacation, he expects a warm welcome, but the soldiers look as though they've attended a funeral. They're in chaos because new dungeon training starts next week, forcing every squad to navigate random entrances to reach the center. And so, the soldiers move out to face the unknown. Meanwhile, during the drill, panic erupts as unpredictable monsters begin to manifest. Soldiers scramble to ready their weapons for this high-stakes live training session, but then several black balls full of teeth appear, identified as dangerous, elastic creatures. Because their bodies are so elastic, the officer warns that they are nearly impossible to kill with normal weapons. He orders the squad to prepare for close combat before the remaining 3 can strike. The threat is lethal. If a single monster bites someone, it will start sucking their blood, making combat impossible. They must be careful not to get bitten, especially since an enemy is already closing in on the line. Kim Minjun decides he can't let anyone get hurt. Shouting to Suhanro, Kim runs forward and kicks the monster high into the air. Kim Minjun considers using Dark Arrow to end the fight, but his teammates quickly intercept the monsters he sends into the air, and the commander praises his coordination and orders everyone to target the remaining black balls above them. Soon, the threat is neutralized, and the commander calls for a 10-minute break. His comrades approach him with gratitude, though Sunguk merely glances his way before retreating. Meanwhile, Sunguk and his friend are left completely exhausted, wondering if this drill is more brutal than a real dungeon. His friend isn't sure how long they've been training, but he notes it won't be much different from their last ordeal. A red-haired soldier asks for clarification, prompting the news that a dungeon boss is lurking within. The friend recalls a group of officers who once entered this very dungeon and killed a giant elephant. One high-ranking officer took it down with his bare hands. The boy frets that the supposed boss might be a living target for this mission, but an officer interrupts their fear with a joke, calling them girls as drill time resumes for Kim Minjun. As the squad moves forward, Kim Minjun wonders what the major is truly like, and they move forward. Suddenly, the commander notices something. When Kim Minjun realizes the intimidating presence they expected to find isn't an injured boss, but the major himself, standing ready to strike. Meanwhile, far from the military drill, an old man smoking near a shack spots a familiar figure approaching. He recognizes the barbarian from the other world, the goddess's former ally, coming toward him. The old man greets the traveler, noting it has been quite a while since his last visit. He asks if the barbarian's weapon has broken, causing the warrior to look embarrassed. The old man reassures him, suggesting the weapon was simply used improperly. The barbarian hands over his weapon, and the old man observes its condition. It is badly damaged, and he wonders if the man has been busy hunting monsters lately. Asks if he has been hunting monsters? Back at the camp, things seem to be proceeding normally, but the calm is about to be shattered. The 1st Battalion commander insists the soldiers aren't weak, while Gojong only wants to ensure they aren't. Suddenly, Colonel Lee enters the tent. The tension breaks when Colonel Lee walks into the tent, searching for the missing division commander. The news leaves everyone alarmed. As it turns out, once he makes a decision, nobody can stop him. The colonel remains baffled by the sudden appearance of the high-ranking officer, questioning why he's joined a training session for soldiers who haven't even met him yet. Gojong explains that the division commander was driven by a single motive. He needs to see a certain soldier with his own eyes, and there is Du Xiong standing. Du Xiong's presence leaves the surrounding soldiers feeling incredibly nervous. Soldiers grow nervous as the drill's intended volunteer is replaced by none other than the division commander. In the confusion, Do-sung approaches him, pointing to an injury tag to explain the situation. The division commander Kim Chu-min hurriedly introduces himself, treating Kim with immense respect. He's even too shaken to accept an emergency stretcher, crushing the equipment under his gaze as he insists on walking alongside Kim. Refusing to be carried, the commander orders everyone to keep moving, leaving the officer stunned by his sudden change in demeanor. An officer locks eyes with Kim, offering a knowing smile. Fueled by the energy, Kim realizes this training is going to be fun. He maintains his momentum, slicing through monsters with ease as he escorts the division commander. Despite the lack of preparation, the thrill of the drill keeps Kim's spirits high. However, not everyone is having such a good time. Over in the second squad, a soldier named Chi-ho is struggling. Exhausted and overwhelmed, he finds himself cornered by a mob of soaking wet frog monsters. As he collapses from fatigue, a frog's tongue lashes out toward him, but Kim is already moving. Kim Minjun eliminates the threat instantly. He reaches out to help Chi-ho up, noticing the man is completely drained of energy. Stepping forward, Minjun charges at the remaining monsters, taking them down one by one and pulling his exhausted comrades out of the fray. Is stunned. When a frog monster attempts to sneak up behind him, Minjun's reflexes are unmatched. With a single punch, he sends the beast flying. After the chaos, the commander orders everyone to rest, but the mission continues. Meanwhile, deep in the northern part of the dungeon, a group of girls is struggling desperately against the endless swarm of black spheres. The situation looks grim until a blue-haired girl steps forward, cleaving through the monsters with lightning-fast single slashes. A friend tells Yongso that she's incredible, but disaster strikes when a black sphere lunges at the girl. Yongso throws herself in front to block it, only to be knocked off a cliff. The commander notes that the platoon has made it through without any serious injuries, though he admits that the platoon leader is clearly capable. Though he's shaken by the sudden rise in performance, he looks over and sees Kim helping his teammates, realizing that Kim's strength is the true anchor for the unit. Despite the success, the commander insists that Kim's leadership is what truly kept the soldiers standing. He tells him to keep up the good work. Encouraged, the commander smiles as he moves on to lecture another officer on his poor balance. As the officer apologizes, soldiers nearby discuss whether this is their second field hunter maneuver. While the training continues, a curious soldier asks about a strange phenomenon near the restricted area. The patrol guard casually explains that the phenomenon is a dungeon hole, a dangerous break in dimensions, and leaves the topic there. The soldiers are debating whether the phenomenon they're seeing is actually a dungeon hole. They explain that while dungeons link to other dimensions via portals, those connections aren't always perfect across the endless expanse. Because of this instability, there are points where the dimensional connection simply breaks. These unstable gaps are what they call dungeon holes. The soldiers wonder what happens if someone stumbles into one of these breaks. Some say a person gets teleported back to a random location within the dungeon. But the soldiers' chatter is suddenly cut short by a disturbing sight. They stop dead in their tracks. Kim Minjun and the commander also approach, both looking startled. Lying unconscious on the ground is a soldier who has been severely injured. As they tend to her wounded leg, the platoon commander assures her that the situation is already being reported to headquarters. The commander answers her desperate inquiry about whether everyone in her battalion is safe. The commander reassures her that they are all accounted for and even pause their search for her. Relief washes over the girl as she exhales, realizes her foot is badly injured. The officer notes that training is impossible with a wound like that and mentions that help is on the way sadly. Her session is over. The girl looks downcast. Suddenly, the arrival of the overall commander approaches to check on her. The soldier is shocked to see Major General Seo Kyung, wondering why the high-ranking officer is visiting this training platoon, which is currently finding it difficult. Seo Kyung asks the girl what happened, and the injured soldier identifies herself as Private First Class Song Woon, so she explains that she lost consciousness after falling off a cliff during a monster fight. She woke up after the fall. The Major General questions if she fell into a dungeon hole, but then he stops dead. Something about her identity has clearly struck a chord. When she repeats her name, Seo Kyung asks if she is the daughter of Song Tae-ho. The girl confirms it with an embarrassed nod. Glancing toward the training area, Seo Kyung calls for Kim Minjun to come forward. As Kim steps up, Yoon Seo turns bright red in the background. Seo Kyung then drops a shocking order. She commands Kim to pick up the injured soldier right away. Kim is just as stunned as the girl by this unexpected command. Carry her, because she's hurt. Seo Kyung repeats at that moment. Kim realizes how heavy she is. The serious atmosphere is clear in the air. Minjun accepts the order and walks toward her without hesitation. He tells her to climb onto his back, causing her to freeze in shock and she's stunned that he's serious. He then warns that her training score will be wiped if she quits now. With no choice, she asks him to take care of her, and he gives her a huge grin. His fellow soldiers watch in disbelief, calling Minjun a total monster for his unnatural strength. They're convinced he's barely human. Even so, he calmly carries her toward the rear group, moving alongside the vice commander. The commander orders him to report any fatigue, but Minjun's confident response is so quick it almost reveals his inner thoughts. Meanwhile, the girl remains red-faced and shy on his back, while Minjun considers this a massive personal victory. All the while, Seo-kyung watches the pair from a distance. The vice commander worries that helping Song-woon-so might look like special treatment due to her father's rank, but Seo-kyung brushes the concern aside. She insists that helping the wounded is a vital part of training, and then, without hesitation, she casually calls the commander a complete bastard amidst this tension. Meanwhile, being carried by Kim Minjun, Yoon Seo notices the eyes of the onlookers and feels the heat of embarrassment. When Minjun tells her she's as light as a feather, she becomes flustered, and he only doubles down. Guessing her weight is in the low 50s, she quickly tells him to shut up and be quiet. A silence settles between them as she stares at him. She promises to repay him for his kindness, and Minjun laughs, though he secretly thinks getting repaid by her father would be even better. He suddenly remembers the conversation and tries to bring up her weight again, only for her to tell him to stop. Talking as the two lock eyes, the soldiers watching from behind start to notice something strange. As they continue on, night falls and leaving everyone feeling completely drained. But they keep moving. One red-haired soldier starts praying that no more monsters appear, calling this training pure hell. He complains that the difficulty has spiked from normal to nightmare mode, blaming Seo-kyung for the grueling ordeal. Even after the relief of Sergeant Lee's arrival, something stirs in the sky. They notice something moving through the darkness, and the commander immediately orders the troops to prepare for battle against the airborne threat. A swarm of demonic, bat-like creatures rushes toward the unit. They are identified as Black Hakes, and the soldiers wonder why they have to appear at such a critical moment. As the creatures circle overhead, Seo-kyung watches from the rear, thinking how unlucky the worn-down unit is to face this. At the very end, he explains that while these sparrow-sized Black Hakes might not kill a hunter, their sharp claws and teeth will make the pain truly brutal. These Black Hakes are insanely stubborn, and even Seo-kyung struggles to keep sight of them as the soldiers try to strike the
monsters down.
But nothing works. As the vice commander falls behind, Seo-kyung worries that handling this mess with an injured soldier could cost them points, but the vice commander refuses to use excuses like exhaustion or poor visibility, insisting that above all, they are hunters. He fears that a rushed rescue will change nothing and might even lead to a disastrous point, deduction. So he chooses to wait for orders from the commander, but Kim is losing his patience. Fuming at the sight of the chaos, Kim charges toward the fight with Song-woon-so still on his back. He marches straight to the platoon. Commander to demand one. Chance, arguing that the unit has reached their limit and cannot continue just to protect points. He insists he can handle the swarm, prompting a skeptical commander to demand to know his plan. Kim leans in and whispers. The commander stares in disbelief, while the vice commander demands to know what kind of madness was just whispered. After hearing the idea, she looks shocked too, but the commander agrees and says if it fails, they'll retreat. He only gets one shot. The vice commander can only wonder what is wrong with these people as her mind struggles to grasp the logic. Meanwhile, the monsters start swarming. The commander urges Kim to hand over the injured soldier first, but Kim refuses, insisting they must act now. The commander hesitates before ordering the squad to take cover behind Kim and prepare to fire. Seo-kyung watches in total confusion, wondering why they'd opened fire here. He tells Song-woon-so to hold on tight because he refuses to lose his injured passenger. She calls him completely insane, but she clings to him as Kim unleashes his terrifying demonic energy. As the dark mage, he knows these monsters will fall easily. He calls upon his dark arrow skill to fire at one of the monsters using his ranged weapon. The dark shot launches upward, instantly shredding the monster. Seo-kyung watches in total confusion as the dark energy strikes with the force of a heavy cannon round. It is impossible to dodge. It hits, relishing the power of dark arrow. Kim begins dropping the monsters one after another as they vanish in rapid succession. As he turns with a bit of flair, the others can only watch in jealousy while Kim heads back to base. Once the team is inside, an officer announces that every member of the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company, 2nd Battalion has passed. The unit erupts in celebration. Relieved that the whole group made it, Kim continues to carry her while the medical team arrives to tend to the injured. The commander tells the unit they did well, thanking them for their endurance until that makes the whole unit even happier. The commander warns them not to lose focus as they move toward the tents to rest. Kim Minjun jokingly asks for a reward while still carrying Song-woon, so the commander calls out to him, praising his courage for never backing down from danger. Though it's obvious to him, the praise still makes Kim a little
shy.
Once the girl is safely on a stretcher, she thanks the platoon for not viewing her as a burden. The commander is glad the training ended together just then. Seo-kyung arrives with a loud laugh, approaching Kim with an enthusiastic attempt at a hug that Kim quickly evades. As the commander notes they owe it all to that crazy bastard, Seo-kyung continues messing around with Kim when a familiar voice cuts through the air. Colonel Yoo Ji-hae arrives accompanied by several commanders, but she ignores Seo-kyung entirely as she marches toward the wounded. Surprised by the cold shoulder, Kim watches as the colonel checks the soldier's injury and orders her to be moved carefully. Turning her gaze toward the side, she demands a private meeting with him immediately, leaving him with little choice but to agree. She makes it crystal clear that the conversation must happen right now. Meanwhile, time passes and The cook keeps bringing more food, and Kim wonders if he can truly eat this much. But the cook insists since the camp is quiet and the meat is delicious. The cook is full of praise, mentioning how the battalion commander lauded Kim's results and his midnight battle against the black creatures. Kim simply agrees that it happened, and the cook continues to remark on how difficult this field exercise has been for the rest of the division, while Kim stays focused on his meal. A little later, a group of officers gathers, noticing that the camp has become unsettlingly quiet. Seo-kyung realizes the voice on the other end is the one and only Major General. Tae-ho, furious, Seo-kyung demands to know why he called with such insults, but Tae-ho only fires back more curses. The Major General is certain they are going to settle this with a duel, and he demands to know where. Annoyed Seo-kyung wonders if Tae-ho is acting this way because his daughter got. The tension escalates as Seo-kyung questions Tae-ho's very honor as a general. Tae-ho snaps back, claiming he just wants to use Seo-kyung's hide as a punching bag. Seo-kyung calls him childishly, attempting to apologize for the injury to Tae-ho's daughter, which occurred during training. But Tae-ho strikes back with a personal jab, taunting Seo-kyung about his inability to even get married. Stung by the insult, Seo-kyung forces himself to remain calm and demands to know Tae-ho's current location. Frustrated by the silence, he wonders if the other general is in Daejeon and commands him not to move. He quickly clarifies that he isn't single by circumstance, but by choice. He further clarifies that his single status is a choice. Before the call ends abruptly, leaving Seo-kyung alone with his fury as he realizes the conversation is over. Desperate to make contact, Seo-kyung demands someone provide Tae-ho's number immediately, but he is met with a warning to calm down. The realization dawns on him. Tae-ho has every right to be livid, and a hospital notification about his daughter might be the reason why. To avoid a duel, Seo-kyung attempts to mediate via telephone, but the conversation quickly shifts as Tae-ho asks if that bearded bastard is with Yoo Ji-hae. Seo-kyung admits he was merely testing the platoon's reaction to an injured soldier and that he'll explain the situation once he can show Yoo Ji-hae his broken phone and call Tae-ho on speaker, refusing to give a brute his personal number. Yoo Ji-hae apologizes for the delay and explains the situation, even as Seo-kyung swallows his pride to admit his own carelessness regarding the girl's training. However, the apologies fall on deaf ears when Tae-ho interrupts, completely ignoring the formalities to demand one specific thing: the identity of the unknown bastard who carried his daughter on his back instead of using a medic. The two sides fail to understand each other completely. Tae-ho, relieved the duel is off, only cares about the name of the man who stepped in where he should have been, demanding and answer immediately. He demands to know why a random man was chosen over a medic, and since he can barely remember the last time he even carried her himself, he warns Seo-kyung to be ready for next time. Apologies and permission, while Yoo Ji-hae tells him to calm down. Special permissions and apologies, and tells him he needs to calm down. Elsewhere, Tae-ho orders a vehicle to be prepared for an immediate trip to Daejeon. The officer's frustration is palpable, but Kim Minjun is far from the chaos, preoccupied with his lunch. He is blissfully unaware of the mess he's about to be dragged into. Suddenly, Minjun pulls his shadow away from a crowd to protect it. Once they are alone, he's startled by the sudden presence of his shadow. Minjun's frown deepens as he asks if she realized how much that would annoy him. Feeling guilty, the shadow lowers its head until Minjun offers her some of his food. He waits, curious about her intent. A flickering memory begins to play before his eyes. As he watches, he suspects an ambush is brewing, sensing a troubling surge of energy. It's a familiar, suspicious brand of demonic energy. He admits her scouting ability is impressive, especially for traveling such a distance. Minjun admits he is impressed by her scouting ability and feeds her more energy to sustain her. Now, he realizes he needs a clever excuse to depart before his sudden disappearance looks suspicious. Kim knows a vague lead is just a waste of vacation time, like the last time he earned a reward in Yanggu. But when he enters the room, he finds a massive celebration in progress. The unit is cheering because Kim has been named the top soldier in the Hunter's Field Exercise Division. However, Kim's urgent request for tomorrow off. Wrong Kim insists he just wants tomorrow off, appearing so stubborn that even the commander finds it amusing. He thanks him, but by the next day, he's already in Hongcheon. The area is unusually busy, and Kim wonders why so many hunters have gathered here. As he stands amidst the crowd, he feels annoyed that his shadow tricked him into using his energy, and he prays it returns, soon before he is spotted. Suddenly, the CEO spots him and begins walking over. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Hongcheon, female soldiers are stuck with the grueling task of cleanup duty, wondering when the work will finally. Their peer warns her to be quiet, as the battalion commander is already furious over their poor hunter drill results, so she should get back to work. Still, the exhausted soldier vents about how monsters always seem to emerge from the gates right after training, but her comrade reminds her that some people have actually lost their homes to them. A black-haired soldier glances behind her and spots the CEO, a woman working alongside them. She asks if the woman is pushing herself too hard. The CEO merely claims she is fine. The soldier notes her amazing recovery skill, but urges her to take it easy, and the CEO offers a quick thanks. For the concern, suddenly whispers break out among the girls as they spot a man, realizing he is the renowned hunter Kim, though he seems clearly unhappy to be noticed. The lieutenant questions why Kim Minjun is in her area, but he simply claims he is on vacation. That answer only fuels her suspicion. She suspects he's a deserter on the run, forcing him to show his leave papers to prove his innocence. Despite the proof, she still demands to know why he's in a restricted area. He can't tell her he's here to recover demonic energy, so he makes an excuse about hearing of an emergency in Hongcheon. Just as he speaks, a gate suddenly happens, and Kim Minjun perks up at the sight of the rift. The girl starts screaming, warning that a new cleanup will be necessary. She orders a full evacuation to the platoon commander, but as the others flee, she tells Kim Minjun he needs to evacuate too. Instead, he can only stare at the gate. The attack team has already cleared the area, so if monsters emerge, we'll be in danger. Kim Minjun insists on staying to buy time, ignoring her protests and her injured foot. He tells her to get out before she becomes a hindrance. She hesitates, but hands him a knife, telling him to run if things get dangerous, promising to return with the platoon members as fast as she can. Now, Minjun is left all alone. He starts contemplating the nature of monsters and how some hate leaving their territory. If a gate connects to a dungeon with such creatures, they usually stay inside, however, don't usually move in packs, which explains the mass evacuation then. He sees them and realizes the truth. Demonic
boars are charging
at him. Kim Minjun recognizes them as red boars, looking frenzied from consuming demonic energy. He immediately activates Black Arrow, striking several at once. Still, he notes the arrows slicing through the air. Kim Minjun finds that even his blade struggles against their thick hide. It's not enough. If the skin is too tough, he wonders, then he'll just have to pierce the boars, which begin to die as he infuses them with demonic energy. One frenzied beast even slams into its own kind, leaving Kim to collect the resulting energy. With the hides softened, his blade cuts through them effortlessly as he absorbs the essence. His demonic energy stat climbs. His stats surge after several more kills and upgrading his skills. He feels satisfied. But as he approaches the crowd, realizes the soldiers returned far too quickly. A voice suddenly rings out, asking if he is the corporal known as the protagonist. She checks him for injuries, but even after Kim insists he's fine, she keeps pressing him, asking why he didn't report the gate opening and stay, so he acted as a shield to buy time for the others to evacuate. The girls blush at his heroic words, but Minjun wishes they would shut up and ruin his cover. Suddenly, a lieutenant approaches to demand his name and unit, but the lieutenant is skeptical, wondering why a soldier would spend his precious vacation time here. Kim claims he was simply passing through Hongshan when he heard about the gate and decided to help. The lieutenant accepts the story, noting that since all the monsters are dead, they can withdraw and let the investigation team handle the rest, leaving the scene to the specialists. Then, the truth hits the crowd. Kim took down all 5 red boars single-handedly. The women begin swooning, unable to believe he used nothing but a combat knife to crush such powerful foes. Their awe is palpable, while Kim can only stand there, feeling miserable, and wishing he could just be left alone. Alone and exhausted, Kim Minjun remains preoccupied with the weight of his recent battle. Meanwhile, A phone call reveals he has found trouble once again. The commander confirms Kim is one of his men, currently on leave, but his reputation is already growing. Reports reach the military that Kim traveled to the outskirts of Hongcheon, killed the Red Boars, and even volunteered for disaster relief work. The lieutenant confirms the area is being disinfected. She notes that it's the first time she's seen a soldier volunteer for such grueling public service on his own time. As rumors spread, witnesses remark that he is still working despite being on leave, even causing some of the local girls to fall for him instantly. They wonder how he could face such beasts with nothing but a knife, considering a boar's charge is like being hit by a truck. Minjun continues the tedious work, knowing that improving his image is his only goal. Suddenly, Yoon Seo approaches him, startling him so much that he nearly sprays her with disinfectant. It really ticks her off, but he just tells her to move. Yoon Seo approaches him in disbelief, asking if they can talk for a minute. Minjun steps away with her, but she immediately asks if he cursed at her from his bus window on the day he left. He can't recall the incident, but the memory of the bus window suddenly flashes in his mind. He insists it wasn't an insult, just a warning that messing with him would be fatal. Even so, Yeon Seo insists on apologizing for starting the conflict in the first place. He thinks her way of living is incredibly annoying. While he tries to shrug off her apology and leave, she drops a bombshell. She asks if he knew that a single private first class once achieved a perfect score on the promotion test. It wasn't him, she reveals, but someone else.
The division commander.
She reveals that her father is the only person to rise from an enlisted soldier to a general, a feat that inspired her to enlist herself. Because her father was once frail and excused from service, Kim suspects he only joined after his awakening granted him strength. He was once unable to serve. She confirms this, sharing how awakening allowed her father to finally protect their family. Witnessing her devotion, Kim feels a sudden curiosity about the man behind the legend, and she promises that if they ever meet, her father will be delighted to meet him, especially since the general has a profound respect for powerful soldiers. Meanwhile, in Daehyun, two maniacs are already standing face to face, ready for a confrontation. In Daehyun, tension boils over as high-ranking officers clash while others watch in fear. Major Seo snaps back at Taepo, questioning if fear is something he can eat. Taepo reveals he knows exactly who the newcomer is, Kim Minjun. The revelation sends shockwaves through the room as the officers realize he is already in the loop. The argument intensifies, with the commanders demanding to know what's next for the young man. It feels as though a storm is brewing around his very existence. Colonel Lee warns that if this continues, no one will be able to stop the fallout. Finally, Colonel Yo steps between the fighting men, demanding they stop before more damage is done. As the fighting ceases, a heavy silence remains, broken only by the realization that one man is still holding on to a deep-seated grudge. After the brawl, the officers sit to discuss the recent clearance of the Red Boar portal, but the peace is short-lived as new tensions arise. Tapo realizes the true motive behind the meeting. Colonel Yeo reveals the plan. They intend to fast-track Kim Minjun to the rank of sergeant. Tapo is skeptical, fearing this rapid rise will draw dangerous attention from the likes of Haxio. He refuses to side with them until he sees the boy's true potential. He wonders if that's truly the only reason for his actions. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Huxin, Minjun notices something strange is happening with his shadow, and he wonders if his Nightwalker skill has already upgraded to C rank. His attention is pulled to a man lying on the ground. The white-haired stranger rises before him, declaring that he has finally found Kim Minjun. Back on the bus, the girls begin to thank the hero. One even tries to give him her number, while others insist on being less formal in public. Minjun just keeps watching Yeon Seo, who offers him a small, gentle smile before the bus departs. As the moment settles, he suddenly notices his shadow acting in a way he can't believe. The darkness reaches out, demanding a little more energy. The shadow seems shaken, then it starts swaying uncontrollably. Minjun asks if it's serious, stunned by the audacity of a shadow asking for energy. The movement reveals the truth. A demonic energy being is crossing into this dimension of its own accord, bypassing the dungeon portals entirely. Kim Minjun wonders if his true calling is assassination after all. He follows the shadow's lead to the location and then he feeds it a burst of energy. Immediately, a strange portal begins, expanding right before his eyes. He watches intently as a white-haired figure emerges from the rift. The stranger gazes at him and claims to have finally found Kim Minjun. Kim Minjun. The stranger face-plants upon landing, so Minjun approaches to ask if he's okay, reminding him to live his own life. But the man refuses to listen, calling him Master Mina instead. This leaves Minjun completely speechless, as memories flood back. Of finding this boy, Lee Bonggu, nearly dead, and a kid who was nearly dead, who blasted magic into a winged lion to defend the weak dark mage, back when the boy's presence in this world remained a total mystery. The boy, Lee Bong-gu, was nothing more than a dying survivor. Kim Minjun watches the trembling boy, initially wondering if the kid is already dead, but then notices how remarkably good-looking he is. The silence is broken when the boy asks if Minjun is Master Minode, a title that leaves him stunned. The boy bursts into tears. It's then that Minjun realizes the truth. The boy is a dark mage too, though his power is pitifully weak. Minjun scolds the boy for his delusions, telling him that such weakness has no place in a dungeon. Searching for a way to ground the boy, Minjun demands to know his name, but the boy has none. That the boy has no name. Deeply moved by this realization, Minjun decides to take charge of the boy's future, declaring that from this moment on, his name shall be Lee Bong-gu. But as Lee Bong-gu reveals how the cult was abandoned by Minjun, a desperate secret begins to emerge. Kim Minjun leaves without a word, firing back at those making noise about following him. He definitely wasn't going to give them a warning. Even so, the dark mage Lee Bong-gu still followed him, but the boy starts acting dramatic, claiming he should have at least taken his right-hand man with him. Kim flatly refuses to recognize him as any such thing. Still, he notices the boy looks quite unwell. He asks why Lee Bong-gu is struggling so badly and lifts him up with energy. Overwhelmed, Lee Bong-gu thanks him for saving him and vows to repay this kindness with his life. Kim shuts the gesture down, demanding an explanation for how he arrived without hiding anything. Anything Lee Bong-gu insists it was a miracle born from his faith and a pure wish to help Kim. Even when Kim tells him to stop the nonsense, the boy remains adamant. Kim questions how a mage of this level could cross dimensions and wonders if the Saintess was the one who sent him, but the boy insists that the followers only obey Master Minode, leaving Kim to laugh and demand the truth. The boy finally breaks, revealing a rumor that has been circulating since the strange disturbances began. He explains how he transformed into a bird to infiltrate the Saintess's castle and eavesdrop on the unsettling noises, echoing from the temple every night there. He witnessed something that defied explanation. He saw gladiators carrying covered objects that concealed a growing horde of monsters, yet none of them ever seemed to leave the temple grounds. None of them ever left the temple grounds. After the Saintess performed her mysterious ritual on them, she sent them away, but not a single bone, skin, or scrap of flesh remained to prove they had ever existed. Kim Minjun realizes the terrifying truth. The Saintess is dumping all those monsters right here, onto Earth to deal with. When Minjun demands confirmation, Lee Bong-gu swears he would never lie to his master. This confirmation turns Minjun's suspicion into pure contempt for the Saintess. If this is her game, then he wants to know exactly what she's planning next. Minjun examines the fragment, realizing it's a piece of a sword used by temple guards. He struggles to reconcile this discovery with how Lee Bong-gu managed to survive the dimensional gap to reach him. Realizing that these people operate on a level that defies all normal logic, he stares at the metal shard, wondering what kind of dark design is being crafted by those in power. As he ponders, the memory shifts back in time. In this distant past, the Saintess gazes into the horizon, appearing lost in thought. Prompting Minjun to ask why she had summoned him there, she simply replies, "Is nothing but hollow pleasantries about the wind." Her nonchalance only fuels his irritation, especially as he complains about the stagnation he feels. Complaining about the stagnation he's feeling, she offers a hollow apology, claiming she cannot leave the temple's territory before he pushes her for the truth. The Saintess claims to have heard that his friends were hurt in the park's dungeon, but she adds something even more troubling, a mention of a Luminona cult. Kim Minjun immediately shuts her down, insisting that no such cult exists, and those people were simply victims of the Dark Hounds. When she wonders if they are called Dark Hounds in his world, Minjun clarifies that back on Earth, they are nothing more than hunting dogs, and he can't stop questioning the truth. He demands to know if there is really no connection between Isgard and the gates that appeared on Earth. The goddess denies any direct link, explaining that while Isgard has faced portals and monsters for centuries, the connection might just be that both worlds are suffering from the same phenomenon. She acknowledges his suspicion is valid, given he arrived through a portal and the monsters are identical, but still, the truth remains elusive. Even the goddess admits that moving massive numbers of monsters and creating dungeons through dimensional travel is an immense task. It would take heavy preparation to send him home, and the Saintess responds with a chilling, sinister smile.
Back in the present, within the mountains near Hoshan, Kim Minjun reflects on the truth he uncovered. The Saintess's portals in Isgard were no coincidence. He now knows that while dimension hopping is difficult, transporting entire dungeons is entirely possible.
Monsters to Earth. Is she using sacred relics, or is this all a personal vendetta to get back at him? His dark thoughts are interrupted as Lee Bong-gu, the dark mage, kneels before him. Get back at him then. he notices. The boy's very perception of him is wrong. He agrees to the pact, but first, they must fix his name. Lee Bong-gu expresses his eternal gratitude to Kim Minjun, though the name clearly causes a small correction. Power. But Kim sees right through the lie. However, the power is insufficient, and Lee Bong-gu can only transform into a small animal for now. Taking a cue from a nearby bird, Lee Bong-gu transforms into a crow to prove his worth. Kim tells him to stick to this form, but when the Nightwalker shadow entity sees him, the tension is immediate. The two creatures glare at each other, clearly refusing to get along, forcing Kim to intervene before the squawking complaints begin. He reminds the boy that he can still speak like a human. Even so, Lee Bong-gu insists on establishing a hierarchy as Kim's right-hand man. But Kim shuts that idea down instantly, forcing the two to shake hands and be friends, even if they don't want to. Kim Minjun sends Lee Bong-gu and the Nightwalker on their way, warning them to prioritize safety above all else. Lee Bong-gu takes to the sky. As the Nightwalker vanishes into the shadows, a few days later, the tension of the front lines gives way to a strange sight at the barracks. Guanxi enters, looking suspiciously happy. The soldiers stare in shock, half convinced his brain melted after his recent bizarre behavior. But Guanxi has news. The quarterly performance results are out. Excitement sweeps through the barracks as they rush to the administration office to check the scores, although many doubt the top spot has changed. While most wonder if the leaderboard is still the same, Guanghe reveals Lee Sung-ho has secured 75 points, which likely seals the first-place victory for Kim Minjun once again. Guanghe follows up by announcing Lee Sung-ho is in second place. But everyone is far more interested in who managed to beat that score. The tension breaks as Kim Minjun finally walks into view. Returning from his leave, he faces Guanghe's explosive announcement. Guanghe drops the bombshell. Minjun crushed the competition with 99 points. As the crowd stands stunned, the commander approaches the hero to ask about his break. Reveal that Minjun is receiving another special. The commander holds up an official notice from headquarters, revealing that Kim Minjun has secured another special promotion twice in less than a month. He was honored as the division's top soldier for his field training and his heroic volunteering in the Hwaseong dungeon. With the division commander's blessing, Kim Minjun's rank is officially changed once again. Watching the chaos, a soldier recalls a bet Guanxi made about this exact outcome, planning to collect his winnings. But Minjun snatches the bet slip away, reminding Guanxi that he is now a sergeant, not a corporal. Kim Minjun notices Guanxi hit the jackpot with a massive pile of cash from their bet. But Guanxi's greedy smile doesn't last long, as he quickly realizes something is wrong. The new sergeant is about to begin a brutal round of payback, and the others freeze in fear. Guanxi hurriedly offers Kim $30 to settle things, asking if that works. But Kim isn't interested in the money. Claiming it's for Guanxi's own good, he orders the man back to the bench press, despite his protests and desperate offers of 40. Kim doesn't care about the cash, and he's just getting started. As Guanxi hesitates, Kim asks if he thinks he's lying, adding even more weight to the bar. Panic sets in for Guanxi before he finally passes out, leaving Kim to lift the heavy bar with just one hand. Guanxi lies sprawled on the bench half dead, while his comrades stare in absolute shock at the display of power. Kim Minjun casually explains he's only helping Guanxi meet his training goals, so there's no need to take it personally. But when Kim calls for the next volunteer, the others immediately try to retreat, claiming they've done enough for one day. Niles, a soldier, expresses his regret as the two try to slip away, but Kim shuts that door immediately. The soldiers begin to tremble in fear, realizing they are stuck in training for now. After nearly breaking his teammates, Kim shifts gears and asks for a favor, prompting them to agree to anything that isn't more physical training. The response is confusion as Kim drops a bombshell. Those below certain ranks are being stripped of their privileges, from shops to smartphones. The soldiers insist they need to protest the new rules, but Kim tells them not to get carried away. He plans to persuade the sergeants while the others handle the rest of the paperwork. The teammates offer their support before Kim dismisses the two slackers who bolt immediately. However, Kwon-sik tries to sneak away quietly, only to be caught by Kim's piercing gaze. In a near-dead voice, Kwon-sik reveals that personnel rotations will place him in the second squad. This means the two will be training together constantly, a prospect that feels like a life sentence. Truly, Kwon-sik would rather take solitary confinement than face that monster. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to the burrow snake. These creatures hide beneath the earth. These snake-like monsters aren't venomous, but they possess a deadly secret. They explode upon death. To prevent a chain reaction, you must first remove their tails, which act as detonators. Because of this danger, burrow snake dungeons are best cleared by small teams of experienced hunters. Still, the danger remains. Kim's brutal combat efficiency makes everyone on the team feel much safer. As the squad takes a much-needed break, the tension finally begins to lift. During the rest, Kim notices a notification. He has gained a skill called Enhance Agility, which provides a direct boost to his stats. Even if it's not a class skill, the dungeon is proving to be highly profitable. Suddenly, Lee Bong-gu interrupts the silence, warning that he has sensed a massive amount of demonic energy. Kim looks around as Lee Bong-gu praises his progress before revealing his location from atop a utility pole. Lee Bong-gu says he's in Incheon, which takes Kim by surprise. A week later, he travels to metropolitan Incheon to ask how the situation looks. Lee Bong-gu has been playing it safe by observing only, noting that since no monsters appeared, this energy could be tied to a... Lee Bong-gu reports that while the house was empty yesterday, a single resident is inside right now. Minjun, exhausted from military duties, keeps a watchful eye on the premises. Get a single night off. They aren't here to break in, but to remove dangerous items, so he warns Lee Bong-gu. He slips through the window and enters the silent home. Once inside, he immediately spots a decorative stone that is radiating a heavy demonic energy. The aura is unmistakable, yet it feels strangely refined rather than harmful to humans. It is almost as if the power has been processed. Then, a sharp command rings out, telling him not to touch it. Minjun is startled by the sudden voice, frozen by an unexpected confrontation. A CEO stands before him, immediately dropping into a defensive guard stance. Moments earlier, she had been resting in her room, calmly talking to her mother on her phone. But the peaceful call is shattered when she senses something strange and becomes worried, prompting her to leave her room and head slowly down the stairs, leading her straight into this confrontation. Realizing there is an intruder in her home, she orders him to stay exactly where he is. The CEO is incredulous, demanding to know who he is and why he is breaking into her home so late at night. Kim freezes as he realizes she's a familiar face, a prominent CEO. Even as she continues to press him, he decides he can't leave without getting something useful from this encounter. He's incredibly annoyed that this cosmic joke would happen on his night off. He glances toward Lee Bong-gu, the crow-form mage, but the mage admits he didn't know this was the target either. It seems the signal was led by a different force. The absurdity of the situation feels like the universe itself is laughing at him, adding to his irritation. The CEO grows stern as she orders him to put his hands on his head and stay perfectly still, determined to leave with something useful. Kim refuses to move despite her command not to move, even as she lunges with a kick that he dodges with ease, reaches into his pocket and pulls out a pen and paper from his pocket while she continues to strike at him. His calm, indifferent behavior only serves to make her rage intensify. Kim isn't taking her seriously, even though she's moving fast enough to think she'll become a sergeant before long. But when she lunges for his jugular, telling her she has a long way to go to reach his level, he holds her hand down, preparing to leave her a message, pushing her hand down as quickly leaves a note there. She's certain he isn't normal. Realizing that a move like that could only belong to an awakened one, she strikes again, but Kim avoids it with ease. He catches sight of the demon stone and moves in over the girl, causing her to panic as she thinks. But he has no intention of touching her. Instead, he grabs the stone and sprints away, leaving her shouting for him to stop. But his departure is already complete. Watching him vanish, she realizes she failed to land a single hit. After reading his mocking note that simply says you lose, she begins cursing him out. Later, once he has escaped to a safe distance, far away, Kim examines the stone and notes it holds more demonic energy than most monsters. Since it was in the home of a 2-star hunter, it shouldn't be harmful to humans, though Lee Bong-gu thinks it must be a monster. Kim Minjun silences Lee Bong-gu's protest, focusing instead on the strange nature of this monster crystal. He has never encountered anything like this, even in Isgard, thinks, scanning the object. He explains that these crystals found inside monsters hold mana proportional to their size and are among the most valuable loot for any hunter. When he breaks the outer casing, he realizes that this specific crystal is carrying something unprecedented. His hands move to break the outer casing, revealing a core pulsing with a dark, terrifying power. He shatters the crystal, and as he absorbs the sudden flood of energy, his demonic energy surges. He repeats the process several times, desperate to grow stronger before the next conflict begins. As the last of the energy is consumed, he realizes he has gained 2 massive new abilities. The skills, Demonic Energy Singularity and Demonic Energy Grab. Kim Minjun can't help but feel thrilled at the sudden surge in power. As his stats continue to climb, Kim Minjun checks his newly acquired Demonic Energy Singularity skill. This ability makes his power colorless and odorless, allowing him to control his massive energy without endangering anyone nearby. It's the perfect addition to his arsenal, especially alongside Demonic Energy Grab. So, he immediately tests the new skill directly on Lee Bong-gu, pulling the mage right into his hand. The weight limit is low, but at least he won't need to get up just to grab a soda, Tossing the bird back, Kim gives him a new mission. They must hunt for information on dungeons and any items that might carry demonic energy. Once the task is understood, the two begin training, but a moment later, actual siblings seeing the kid's appetite, Minjun wonders if Lee Bonggu has ever tried Korean food yet. He decides to take the boy out for a real meal, but given those weird clothes he's wearing, both the shop owner and Kim are stunned when he bursts into tears over the food. As Kim feeds the boy, his phone starts ringing, a constant interruption since he allowed low-ranking people to use smartphones. The constant notifications from his group are enough to make him regret his decision. But training must continue. For awakened soldiers who have already surpassed human limits, the guerrilla drills feel almost too easy. Kim just smiles as he breezes through the courses, approaching the third test, and he crosses it with a casual grin and climbing with no trouble at all. Later, even through a thick cloud of tear gas, he remains composed. After finishing the drills, Kim reflects on the grueling nature of hunter training. While it differs from standard military drills, guerrilla training remains infamous due to the discomfort of sleeping in field tents. Someone asks if they won't be eating, but a comrade jokes that if they eat any more, they'll have— The training facilities are grueling, even including step into. Just then, Joe Gong, the commander of the second company, arrives. One of the soldiers points out the officer in charge is here. He stands before them, telling the troops to give it everything they have tomorrow. The main goal of this hunter-guerrilla training is trench combat. The rules are simple: win by pushing your opponent out, or by beating them in a full-on wrestling match. One soldier is sent flying right out of the arena, and after that, the matches continue in round 16. The second company's first platoon defeats the first battalion. Since weapons and punching are banned, it looks like a simple test of strength. But trench combat means much more to the 104th Division. Watching closely, Colonel Lee notes how exceptional the soldier is, asking if his squad won last time. Last year, he was just a corporal, but now he's stepped up to sergeant. Even in a massive 10-squad brawl, he held his ground alone. The lieutenant colonel begins questioning his stats, but then a scandal emerges. Keep him eligible for trench. Choi denies the conspiracy, claiming no one could have predicted this training or the sudden change in weather. In reality, what was supposed to be a simple competition is being hijacked by
A brutal clash of pride between battalion commanders.
the tension is palpable. Meanwhile, the squad led by the man who's been tossing everyone out of the arena begins to smile. He eyes Kim Minjun, recognizing the man who's been making waves. "Are you the hunter from the 2nd Battalion?" the man asks, calling the newly promoted sergeant a celebrity. Kim Minjun simply thanks the man, but the mockery doesn't stop. The guy laughs, calling him a total pushover. The insults spark fury among the onlookers, but the man quickly silences them by grabbing the two vocal soldiers. He tries to apologize, but his true intent is far more sinister, as he crushes their shoulders with overwhelming pressure, claiming he was just thinking as he applies weight. Stand. After the bully swaggeringly walks off, Gwansik, a soldier, asks if Kim is really going to let that insult slide, though Kim says it's fine. The vein popping in his forehead suggests he will deal with this later. Meanwhile, Chamari, a soldier, complains that the entire grueling exercise is nothing but an exhausting waste of time. The soldiers are exhausted as the commanders compare battalion strengths, making the troops feel like they are just suffering for the sake of picking a winner. Chamari notes that their squad is the only one from their battalion left, which must have their commander looking absolutely furious. Looking over, Chamari observes that the officer's face looks ready to kill. Then Sage B.O., a confident soldier, walks up to ease their worries, saying all they need to do is bring the title home. Once the matches begin, the girls struggle, and Chamari starts running, with Chamari being chased through the ring. Meanwhile, Sage B.O. quickly dispatches a man resisting her, only to see Chamari still fighting another opponent. Just as Chamari is about to get doubled up by her attacker, she manages to grab his hand and uses a Grace family technique to flip him violently. She warns him not to come near her before glancing toward another girl who is about to be doubled up on. Suddenly, Yeon Seo jumps in and grabs one opponent, tossing him away while easily discarding the second with a massive throw. The next enemy squad is composed of men who look about 60, and they look about 60 can hardly believe it, as these veteran men realize they are being outclassed. They grumble about leaving all the heavy lifting to the women, telling the younger soldiers to watch how it's done. The veterans crouch down, confident that while everyone talks about Choi, this year the victory will belong to them. But as they charge in, Sal A.T. steps forward, bracing herself to intercept them. The men doubt she can take on both of them alone, even though she clearly has the strength to, but she just smiles, revealing she isn't alone. 6 girls unite in a coordinated strike, throwing their opponents out of the ring to secure a win for the 4th squad. With the victory secured, the girls celebrate their teamwork which even Kim Minjun notes is remarkably skilled. While onlookers call the squad the real deal, Gwansik adds a warning. They're heading for the quarterfinals, and this time, they're going to face Choi. Isn't even an option. As Shamari's platoon leaves the ring, she looks straight past the crowd. To wave at Kim Minjun, everyone is stunned, especially Gwansik, who realizes her gaze isn't on the team, but only on him. As the tension settles, the others decide to set aside their grudges and focus on supporting the 4th Battalion. Kim Minjun simply remarks that they are way too obsessed with the competition. Too intense. While commanders bicker over the 4th Battalion's victory, Round 5 is announced with the Kim Minjun taking part. Colonel Yu watches from the sidelines, remembering his history with Seo Kyung. Meanwhile, a bearded man approaches Kim to ask him a question. Winning the competition earns the squad group leave a prize. Some hope to skip to avoid time off with their comrades. But Kim Minjun's attitude shifts instantly. He's not about to pass up a victory like this. As the match begins, the 4th Battalion overwhelms the opposition, shoving opponents to the ground with terrifying ease. Gwansik finds them far too light, but the largest opponent on the other side is focused on a different target. He's staring at Kim Minjun, who is effortlessly holding 2 men at once. Minjun sees an opportunity. He decides to test the brute's strength. The giant charges, but Minjun's demonic energy grip is already in motion. He catches the brute by the foot, slamming him down and reaching for his head. With a sudden shift in momentum, the massive man topples over, completely bewildered by the sudden assault. Furious at the humiliation, the brute rushes Minjun once more. Minjun instantly deploys the demonic grip again, this time seizing the man's hand. The brute loses all balance and crashes face first into the dirt, still unable to comprehend the technique. Minjun watches the chaos, already calculating his next move. Minjun can't let him notice anything. Strange, so he lures him in again. Once the brute rises, playtime is over. Minjun charges, slipping to the side as the man tries to reach him before appearing behind him and launching the brute into the air. Just as expected, Minjun's team cruises into the finals. However, their final opponent isn't the 4th squad of the 4th Battalion, a fact that infuriates Han Yong and Guanxi. As the final round begins, Choi from the 4th Battalion stares down the competition. Han Yong wonders if Choi was a wrestler, as Guanxi reveals the man was a middleweight champion before his awakening. Given his performance, he is clearly elite, and Guanxi confirms he always won championships. This surprises Han Yong, because Choi is known for fighting dirty despite his massive skill, which only makes the rivalry deeper. But Minjun knows the real reason they're so angry goes back to the quarterfinals. It wasn't just that Choi's squad won, it was the way. The 2nd Battalion suffered a crushing 6-0 loss. Their favorite fighter left completely wrecked by Choi's relentless assault. It wasn't a sports match, it felt more like brutal combat training, and Kim Minjun observes that it wasn't Choi's fault for winning, because the fault lies with the losers for being too weak. Even the frustrated girls are left reeling while Guanxi promises to teach the opposing squad a lesson. Minjun urges them to focus on the upcoming match instead of dwelling on the past. Meanwhile, Choi stares them down with a smug expression, and when Han Yong asks if he plans to fight everyone alone, Choi dismisses the idea of facing the entire group simultaneously. And then, instead, Choi turns his gaze toward Minjun, who stands by with an unnerving blank expression, and the silence hangs heavy. He mocks Minjun, questioning why he isn't raging after seeing how Choi roughed up his girlfriend. Gwansik is just as confused by the sudden accusation of a girlfriend, and Choi doubles down, pointing toward a girl in the 4th Battalion as evidence. Gwansik quickly realizes the misunderstanding and tries to brush it off, but the tension remains. Everyone stares at Kim Minjun in stunned silence. Han Yong adds fuel to the fire, noting that Minjun doesn't care about real girls, only loom from his game. That revelation sends Choi into fits of laughter. He mocks Minjun for being a pathetic simp for a starter NPC from some trashy old game. Minjun is branded a simp. The insults fly as Choi declares that falling for a 2D character is a whole new level of pathetic. The training match is about to begin, and the officer orders everyone to get ready. Choi sneers, claiming he'll go easy on Minjun so he can return to his
One Piece?
But when the whistle finally blows, Minjun doesn't move an inch. Choi rushes forward, shouting questions about his waifu, but the true battle is only just beginning. As Choi closes the distance, Kim Minjun quickly activates his demonic energy, causing a shockwave of visible power that leaves the referee stunned. Minjun claims he was merely startled by the sudden attack, but the tension in the arena is far from broken. Choi tries to play it off by claiming he stepped wrong, leaving everyone confused by the sudden surge. Minjun and Choi both turn to the referee, waiting for a decision. The official turns his eyes toward the commanders, seeking guidance as they signal for the match to continue, despite the warning that attacking other soldiers is strictly forbidden.
The rules are clear.
Enraged by the warning, Choi swears he won't hold back, but his bravado is short-lived. Minjun isn't finished with the insults. Charging before Choi can react, Minjun tackles him and hurls him violently out of the arena. He begins clearing the mat of anyone in his way, sending a teammate flying as they attempt to intervene. After clearing the arena, Minjun fixes Choi with a deadly glare, making the other man wonder what has changed. The atmosphere has turned lethal. Chaos erupts in the arena as Choi's battalion commander demands the match be stopped, but no rules have been broken. Confusion grows among the officials, with some questioning why Kim Minjun is eliminating his own teammates in such a brutal fashion. As tension mounts, Choi's commander worries about potential injuries, but Commander Yo insists that the referee will handle it. The decision leaves the officer shaken as the fight continues unabated. Suddenly, Kim Minjun closes the distance to target Choi and grabs him like a sumo wrestler, catching everyone off guard with this sudden shift to wrestling. He's no longer fighting with finesse. Choi realizes his mistake, knowing that while the kid is strong, pure strength isn't everything in a wrestling match. He attempts to use technique to lift Kim Minjun, but the man won't budge an inch. Instead, Kim Minjun hoists the massive opponent up with a single arm and slams Choi onto his back, crushing the man who weighs at least 120 kilos. Kim Minjun coldly tells him to get up, leaving Choi to realize his technique was useless against a man who is simply way too powerful. Choi tries to surrender, but Minjun won't let him finish, smashing his back into the ground once more. Minjun lifts the man again and demands to know who allowed him to surrender. As Choi panics and begs for mercy, Minjun declares that his respect for the queen, Luminona, is absolute. The match ends with the 2nd Battalion as the winner. He spins his weapon through the air and slams Choi into the ground, leaving the entire crowd stunned. With Choi lying there broken and unable to answer, the battle is truly over. But when Kim Minjun walks back to his teammates, the atmosphere shifts. Instead of anger, they erupt into cheers, calling his performance amazing. They found watching that smug jerk get stomped incredibly satisfying. Though the victory is sweet, Lee Sung-ho warns that nothing can justify betraying the team, and his disappointment makes Minjun begin to wonder if he went too far. As Minjun walks away, Lee Sung-ho recalls his previous defeat and vows to never let his guard down again. He won't let himself become prey a second time. Soon, the tournament concludes, and the soldiers receive their hard-earned medals. Back to regular duties, Kwon-sik slips away from the group to find some privacy. He can't help but wonder why hunter troops are forced into such grueling guerrilla training. When the mysterious Seum-ho arrives, Kwon-sik immediately falls into his old habit of acting like a total simp the next day. Following another intense training session, the exhausted squad begins planning a secret meeting, knowing they will likely be chewed out for their disobedience. Kwon-sik insists they must be efficient, while Han-yong argues that choosing the right meeting point is the key to their success. Don-jin suggests the east side of Gyeonggang is the best spot to avoid a long trek, and Kwon-sik encourages the momentum of their planning. The ultimate disaster for Kwon-sik. After leaving Kwon-sik completely love-struck, Yo-so asks for Kim Minjun's number, and Han-yong begins to realize what a problem that might be. Han-yong points out that they live together, so pretending not to know Kim Minjun's number is impossible. The group watches as Kwon-sik becomes increasingly nervous about the situation. Han-yang advises him that since dodging didn't work before, he should just claim the meeting was his own idea so nobody else gets blamed. After telling everyone to clear out before things get messy, Kwon-sik stays behind, daydreaming that Kim might actually want to join them. Later, inside, he checks his system stats and sees the hard work of guerrilla training paid off. He silently thanks Choi, knowing how difficult it has been to increase his stats since they first began. His stats are steadily rising, but Kim Minjun's focus is broken when Lee Bong-gu suddenly calls for him. Lee Bong-gu finally gets to the point. He's detected a strange aura that only seems to react to Minjun. He can't explain it, not even compared to the magic he knew in Isgard. Before Minjun can press him, Lee Bong-gu is distracted by his arriving soup, leaving the mystery hanging. Minjun starts to scold him, but a sudden message on his phone completely shocks him. While he wonders how Yoon-seo even got his number, Kwon-sik rushes in, desperate for his attention. Kwon-sik claims Minjun must have received a message from Hunter Yoon-seo, insisting it's a rare chance to look out for his squad mates' mental health. Kim is still confused by the nonsense, until it finally clicks. Kwon-sik is the one who gave her his number, admitting he's just trying to give them something to keep them going in the army. When Minjun demands to know if this was a setup, Kwon-sik reveals that Yoon-seo was supposed to have told him, training room, and demands a clear explanation. Fast forward to Sunday, and Han Yong expresses his surprise that they're all actually heading out together. Kwon Sik immediately snaps at the soldier, calling him a traitor for being so ungrateful for the opportunity. Minjun looks at Han Yang, questioning if the group really gathered because of him. But Han Yang replies that Lee Sung-ho is clearly love is struck. He adds that he never expected the sergeant to give permission so easily, though perhaps the man just wanted to ensure.
The group was together.
Suddenly, a massive figure looms behind the 4th Battalion girls, leaving everyone in shock. The presence is so intense that Kwon Sik wonders if a gangster is lurking near them. Han Yang realizes the man is actually Seo Ho's father as she rushes toward the group. Don Jin recognizes him immediately as a famous commander from the 107th Division. Seo Ho tries to usher him away, reminding him of their deal to only drop her off at the entrance, but he insists on staying for a moment. He claims he only wants to greet the hunters, working with her, and promises to leave quickly. Despite her protests, her father locks eyes with Minjun, setting a tense tone for the meeting. The man approaches them, making his presence known. Later at the park, Choi Mari gets super excited, grabs Minjun, pulling him along into the fun. The other guys join in, bragging about their plans while the girls get excited, leaving only the 2 heavy lifters behind. Sichi Bayol admits she doesn't really like places like this, but Sango prefers lifting alone, earning her respect. Respect him instantly. Soon, the whole group is riding roller coasters together. They even have the girls try on animal ear headbands during their rides. The muscle duo even gets into an arm wrestling match before they stop at a shooting booth. Kwon Sik steps up but only wins a consolation prize, leading Han Yong to mock his skills and tell him to watch and learn from the master as the girls note his impressive stance. Kwon Sik reminds him that the worst shooter has to pay, and Han Yang insists the gun must be broken. While browsing the prizes, Kim notices a loom keychain, a legendary first anniversary collectible from a game, just sitting there. It's exactly what he's been looking for. So he takes his turn at the booth. He scores incredibly high, far surpassing the booth owner's expectations. Even with 1 shot left, Kim says he doesn't need it. The girls are shocked by his perfect accuracy, while Choi Mari looks completely smitten. The booth owner hands him the 2nd place prize, and Kim is absurdly happy with his new keychain. The girls ask what the thing even is, but Kim just beams, claiming this was the best decision ever. His battalion knows how pathetic his priorities are. As they move on, Yoon Seo asks him about her father. He remembers being taken aside by her father, who apologized for interrupting his day off. Then the colonel suddenly grips his shoulder hard, and Kim immediately understands the gravity of the situation. Yoon Seo's father admits that Kim has been trained exceptionally well, That, as a reward for the favor he did his daughter. The colonel offers him a special dungeon item 1. Dungeon item usually reserved for generals. Though the army's appraisal tech is imperfect, the piece is guaranteed to boost his stats. Kim stares at the bracelet, thrilled by the prize. Bracelet, and Kim is thrilled. But the gift comes with a warning. Keep training, use it wisely, and stay away from his daughter, or he'll kill him. Kim quickly covers up his reaction to the threat when Yoon Seo asks if her father was being rude. He lies to keep her at ease, claiming her father only wanted to buy him lunch because she owed him one. That the lie reminds her of the time he carried her on his back. She apologizes for the awkward meeting, but Kim just thinks about his free lunch. Meanwhile, Kwon Sik approaches Choi Mari with an invitation to spend time together. She offers a small smile, remembering how Kim Minjun's revenge in the trench match crushed Choi's team, and suggests they pay him back. However, the offer feels hollow, as the group's true intent is clearly something else entirely. Kwon Sik realizes the girls only invited them to see the legendary 100th rank hunter, leaving him even more depressed for his failed attempts to protect Yoon Seo. Meanwhile, in Dajian, Lee Bonggu heads toward a new gate that has recently appeared. The presence of a dungeon estimated to hold 100 kilos of mana stone sends Sanjin into a frenzy of excitement. Back at the park, the 2 squads say their goodbyes as the girls wish the men a safe return. Guanchi agrees they had fun, and Han Yong promises that next time, the girls will be the ones paying. After a peaceful lunch and a warm goodbye from Yoon Seo, Kim Minjun's rest is interrupted by a call from Lee Bonggu about a concerning dungeon. Lee Bonggu claims the energy feels off, even though it was previously under investigation and the area was supposed to be quiet, but the site has suddenly become extremely crowded, making the situation feel suspicious. Frustrated by the chaos, Kim orders Lee Bonggu to keep reporting everything until he can reach the site by the next day. At noon in Daejeon, Kim arrives to find a total mess. Looking at the portal, he sees mana, realizing a dungeon tour permit won't work here. He reaches for his card, but inside he spots Lee Bonggu, who has grown so large he looks like a balloon. Kim asks what happened to him, but chooses not to question the man's sudden change in appearance. Lee Bonggu can't even grasp the scale of the wealth being discussed. Kim Minjun explains that the mana stone count is roughly 100 times higher than a standard easy-grade dungeon. This realization leaves the soldier completely stunned. Suddenly, the portal begins to crack, emitting a terrifying, unrecognizable aura that sends chills through the air. The presence is felt, truly unsettling. While Bonggu cannot identify the source, Kim Minjun feels a chilling sense of familiarity. Before he can explain, Kim Minjun plunges straight into the portal, watches in horror as tentacles burst from the portal, sending the soldiers into a frantic panic. Amidst the chaos of retreating soldiers and frantic orders, Kim Minjun realizes the truth. This energy marks the presence of a predatory fake dungeon. An officer at the front demands to know who this kid is, shouting for him to get out before things get worse. Kim Minjun identifies himself as part of the 104th Division, announcing his plan to reopen the dungeon from the inside. The soldier is stunned, but an officer's disbelief is cut short as Kim makes his move. Without hesitation, Kim vanishes into the portal, and the entrance is instantly sealed by tentacles, leaving everyone outside in total despair. Inside the dark, Kim finds himself in a strange dungeon where he discovers 5 trapped soldiers. He asks if anyone else is present, but the only reply is a confused inquiry about his identity. He explains that he was just passing by, though he quickly warns that the situation is dire and will. Once he ensures they are uninjured, he instructs them to check their bodies and equipment as they set down their weapons. Kim Minjun asks if they have all their gear, but the transport team reveals they were sent in alone.
They're just a transport team.
And the inspection team has already left. Something is seriously wrong here. He tells them to get their gear ready immediately. Then he drops a terrifying truth, says he doesn't know if they realize it, but they're inside a fake dungeon. When they ask for clarification, Kim explains that it's a rare phenomenon. To put it simply, the dungeon entrance itself is a giant predator that swallows people whole. They were lured in by the promise of mana stones, but those mana stones were the bait. He tells them not to worry, promising to lead them out of this hellhole if they follow his orders and push toward the dungeon's center. But Sanjin hesitates and asks, defeat a single monster to escape. Kim nods, and the time for talking is already started. As slimy monsters emerge from the shadows, Kim charges forward and instantly drops one. The soldiers realize they are witnessing the legendary Kim Minjun in action. While Kim Minjun continues to slice through waves of monsters, the soldiers call him the unbeatable monster of the Hunter Corps. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Colonel Padian Setho storms up to Sanjin, the officer overseeing extraction, and grabs him by the collar. He demands to know why he's been making decisions alone, especially since Sanjin was only ordered to investigate the dungeon and dared to send soldiers into a dungeon without a proper attack team, all just to secure extraction. The general's fury grows, questioning if Sanjin is just trying to make his record look better. He demands to know if Sanjin will take responsibility for this mess, and whether he really put those people in danger, no matter the outcome. Sanjin better prepare to lose his uniform. If even one person dies, the colonel will throw him in prison, so Sanjin had better pray everyone makes it out alive. Back inside, Kim Minjun wipes out the rest of the monsters, but he's clearly losing his patience with the interference. Kim Minjun asks to push past the parasites and reach the center. He warns them that these fake dungeon monsters, he explains that these monsters are products of this predatory dungeon, designed to absorb anything that enters. As they approach the core, the onslaught will become non-stop. He warns them to save their strength, for any injury now could be fatal later. The soldiers look at him with awe, but Minjun's words aren't born of kindness. He only wants this place for the massive amount of experience points he intends to claim for himself. He orders them to keep moving. As they march, more monsters begin to appear, and a massive blob-like creature looms over the group from above. Panic sets in among the soldiers, while Minjun realizes that simply breathing in this dungeon is draining their stamina. He knows he couldn't have pushed them through more combat without losing them. He tells them they are nearly there and just need to destroy the beast and escape. He tells the soldiers it's their turn to stand firm and warns them not to get hurt. He tells the soldiers to stay back and focus on defense, making sure they understand that his true motive is their safety. Once the squad follows his orders, Kim Minjun rushes the monsters at full speed, but he holds back his usual skills, attempting to leaps into the air and crashes down, crushing several monsters at once. He moves with such ease that it looks like the easiest task in the world, making even the monsters fear him. Like a maniac, he demands their experience points, but then a sudden glow from a central sphere catches his eye. It's a poison sphere, and he realizes the danger immediately. He orders the soldiers to retreat, but the sphere begins emitting massive waves of purple rays. Minjun knows his poison immunity will protect him, but the soldiers might not survive. He prepares to use his dark magic to end this quickly, but as his demonic energy surges, an item from Padian's CO begins to react, and its hidden power unlocks. Kim remembers the promise he made to save this power for a much harder fight. Suddenly, a system message reveals the imitation bracelet's true potential. It can replicate any skill he knows, but at the cost of its own existence. Realizing the timing is perfect, Kim thinks he's insanely lucky as he prepares to use it. He calls upon the perfect skill for this moment. A massive sword of black energy manifests in his hand. It is the unique skill of the Black Knight, a monster so formidable he will never forget the struggle. He swings, the blade tearing through space to shatter the poisonous orb and break apart the fake dungeon. The fake reality shatters. Kim is glad it's finally over, but Lee Bonggu quickly warns him of a serious problem. Outside the entrance, soldiers have already installed a mana bomb, and an evacuation is underway. Lee Bonggu tells him they're planting a mana. Lee Bonggu asks if he can hear him, but the protagonist tells him not to worry. After smashing the orb outside, the division's military personnel hand over a detonator to Song. Shoping the device will force the portal open, though it might also trigger a dangerous reaction inside. Then he remembers hearing that Kim is still trapped inside with his team. Song, worried about the reckless move, asks why the soldier entered a dungeon outside his area of operations. The officer explains that according to the soldiers on site, the protagonist rushed in right after stating his post. Song is relieved that the 2nd Battalion is on the way, but the uncertainty remains that gives Song a little hope, but the mana bomb stays in place while all troops evacuate to a safe distance. Song wants to believe in Kim, but time is running out. Then the dungeon starts shaking and the ground begins to heave. The portal is visibly fracturing, forcing Song to order medics to prepare for the wounded and to arm his officers as he runs toward the grabbing at it like he wants to tear the opening wider. A medical squad officer arrives to tell everyone to stay ready. As soldiers begin emerging from the dungeon, the commander watches the operation end in a success. Then Kim Minjun appears, holding the final stone. Song looks at him, and Kim goes stiff, but the commander actually approves of his actions. Later that afternoon at the 107th Division headquarters, Kim Minjun tries to make an excuse by saying he was on vacation. Song asks why he ended up in that dungeon, and Kim Minjun claims he only came because the commander promised him a meal. Song is surprised he would use his vacation for that, especially since the portal accident happened just as he arrived. Kim Minjun knows the story sounds forced, but he has no other choice. Song listens as Kim explains the portal's instability, and to his surprise, the commander actually buys the story. He admits clearing a fake dungeon without a single casualty is an incredible feat, but then a shadow falls over the moment. But Song's praise comes with a warning. Kim is standing out too much. If this sudden attention causes trouble, the commander promises that he and the 54th Division will have his back. As Kim thanks him, Song mentions he's too busy for the promised meal, but he's willing to grant one special request as thanks for saving his men. Kim asks about a promotion, but Song clarifies that such power doesn't lie in his hands. While talking, Kim notices a refined stone filled with demonic energy sitting nearby, and he can't believe he missed it. Song catches him staring and offers the stone, wondering if the young man even knows what it is. Kim admits he's never seen one like it, but he wants to add it to his collection. Song finds the hobby strangely desperate, yet he continues. He explains the stone is a dungeon byproduct that isn't supposed to leave the site, but since his house was recently robbed, this is the only one he has left. Despite the loss, Song hands the unidentified, harmless stone to Kim, who accepts it with gratitude. As the exchange ends, Song realizes he keeps getting pulled into Kim's orbit, and he can't help but wonder about Kim's relationship with his daughter. Song encourages him to enjoy his vacation, but asks that Kim notifies the battalion commander before he leaves. Kim agrees. Later that night, Kim sits with Lee Bonggu, who makes far too much noise while devouring the food Kim provided. Even with the distraction, Kim focuses on absorbing the demonic energy stone. His power surges toward the limit until a system notification rings out. The skilled demonic energy whip has been unlocked. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Force headquarters in Gyeonggang Province, chaos erupts as an official shouts, demanding to know how such an accident was allowed to happen. The fallout is immediate, with an audit threatened for the 107th Division. The Lieutenant General warns him that he is lucky to keep his rank, before ordering that Lee Sanjin be sent straight to headquarters to answer for his failures. A newcomer enters the room, causing the Lieutenant General to straighten up immediately while addressing him. Gu Hukye, the Hunter Force Commander General, asks if this is... The atmosphere turns tense as the officers wonder if Kim is once again the target of this intense scrutiny. They suspect others have waited for the perfect moment to strike, waiting until he was away to make their move. Meanwhile, an hour earlier, Tae-hwan and Min-soo arrived at the 104th Division. The commander understands their request, but argues that demanding to see Kim so soon after his return from leave is excessive. Taewon just asks if they are aware of whose orders they follow, noting they can arrange an official note. Before the group settles in for a brief calm, Kim Minjun eventually arrives at the meeting, having been summoned by the officials. As he eyes the men's insignia, he realizes he is standing before a specialized unit under the Hunter Corps. Taewon, representing the Special Task Force, moves past pleasantries to tell him that the unit needs capable people like him, especially if the reward is a major promotion. Taewon explains that their work requires extreme combat ability to manage crimes involving civilian hunters. Because of his recent heroics, Taewon brings up a proposal that immediately catches Kim off guard. He explains that their specialized gear is top secret, meant to protect the classified nature of their high-stakes missions, classified operations. However, the catch is immediate. Taewon warns that security is paramount, meaning internet and electronic use is strictly banned, even during leave for Kim Minjun. This dealbreaker kills his interest on the spot, as his gaming life is non-negotiable. Despite the rare offer, Minjun makes his decision and states he is staying right where he is. His refusal leaves both officers in complete shock. Taewon looks on with clear displeasure at the answer. To Jang, the situation seems completely insane, as Taewon's patience begins to wear thin with such a reckless response. The officers eventually decide to leave, and as they head toward the exit, Jang begins muttering that Kim's achievements are likely nothing more than exaggerations, claiming he wouldn't last a second in the real field. He scoffs, adding that without special treatment, someone like Kim would never even pass the basic entrance test. This blatant insult catches Minjun's attention, and he immediately asks how Jang could be so incredibly sure. When the officer tries to intervene, Jang makes his intentions clear, asking if he wants proof. Taemo Han holds the officer back to prevent a scene. He'd fail. Seeking absolute certainty, Jang moves closer, demanding to know if Kim wants proof. The tension escalates as Jang steps directly into Minjun's personal space, asking if he's ready to see it. After securing the training center, the two fighters strip down and square off under the watchful eyes of the officers. Jang makes it plain, this spar is a test against a Special Task Force veteran. He challenges Kim, saying if he actually thinks he can't handle it, now is the time to prove it. Minjun makes his stance clear, stating he never intended to join the task force. He adds that if he passes this test, Jang will owe him a sincere apology for being angrier. He snaps, mocking Minjun's small weapon before Taewon announces a 3-minute round and asks if they're ready. The match begins, and Jang immediately
Minjun with a strike. Minjun ducks and
barely avoids the blow, but Jang instantly follows with another thrust, sending Kim flying backward, where he slams into the wall and drops to the floor with a smile. Watching this, the officer remembers Minjun smiling like this even now, and thinks back to the warning he gave him before the match. He had asked what Minjun crushed their dignity, they might cause trouble. Therefore, Kim decided to chaos, so Minjun simply decided to let Jang land a single hit. Taewon steps in, asking if the match should continue before he is forced to send Kim to the medic. From the Special Task Force's perspective, the boy is still far too weak, but Kim Minjun isn't done. He rises steadily, leaving Jang stunned that a clean hit failed to bring him down. The boy simply asks for another round. Furious, Jang calls his persistence mere arrogance and vows to make him regret standing up. The soldier charges again, but Kim blocks every single blow with effortless precision. Jang begins to panic and wraps his demonic whip around Jang's sword, ripping it away with violent strength. With the weapon gone, Kim begins lashing out at his opponent, but Jang's arrogance quickly turns to agony as the demonic whip strikes. He screams in pain, leaving Taewon wondering what has gone wrong. Kim continues the assault, landing a heavy blow to Jang's chest that leaves the soldier shaking. Even with the Special Task Force's training, Jang has never faced a weapon this devastating. Minjun asks him if the pain is exciting or if he's finally found a real challenge. He notes that even thick-skinned orcs would buckle under such force, so Jang needs to drop his ego. Taewon rushes in to end the combat, but Minjun nearly lands one more lethal blow. Jang collapses, blacking out from sheer terror after Minjun pulls the final strike at the last second. Taewon rushes to his friend's side. It's hard to believe, seeing a man who didn't blink during an orc ambush pass out from fear. Taewon can only watch in confusion, unable to grasp this sudden shift in power. Taewon attempts to de-escalate the situation, offering an apology in Jang's place. Minjun wonders if he released too much demonic energy. After acknowledging his recklessness and apologizing to Taewon, Minjun is handed a paper with a way to reach out if he changes his mind. Taewon declines the medic and prepares to leave, though Minjun teases that the fight was a pretty good way to settle things. Cut to the present, where a commander laughs at the recollection. He asks about Minjun's current status, only for an officer to report that he is training alone. The superior promises to tell the division commander that Minjun turned down the special task force, a decision that is sure to please them. Even after rejecting the special task force, the division commander suspects they'll only become more desperate to recruit him. The officers wonder if they should act to keep him, but the superior remains calm, waiting for the commander's special offer. The situation has shifted, and the tension is rising as the higher-ups prepare to move against Minjun's independence. Now, the time has finally come for them to act, and with the necessary files ready, a grand plan to show their gratitude is set in motion. Back at the barracks, Kim Minjun's new appearance has everyone staring. In the confusion, questions about promotions begin to swirl among the soldiers. Kyung explains he is aiming for a staff sergeant promotion soon, so he is handing his current position over to Kim Minjun. Haewon agrees, and Gwon-sik adds that no one could possibly replace him. Meanwhile, Don Jin asks if it's true that a soldier from the 104th Division cleared a fake dungeon all by himself. Gwon-sik confirms it, noting that the entire hunter community in Ixos is buzzing about the news. Minjun admits the rumors are true, explaining he just happened to be in Dajun and decided to enter. The soldiers are stunned, asking if he was injured or received any rewards. He confirms there was indeed a reward, and the squad erupts with excitement. A few days later, inside the Goblin Colony dungeon, the team cuts down monster after monster, with Gwon-sik still unable to believe Kim actually secured an STF recruitment. Hanyang is still reeling from the fact that Kim refused the Saint TF's offer and even laid out a first sergeant. Despite the skepticism from the rank and file, the division commander has already granted Kim squad leadership, promising a promotion to second sergeant if he keeps delivering. Even Hanro approved of the move, knowing how much he respects the hunter force. While they discuss these incredible privileges, a massive orc suddenly appears, but nobody even flinches because Kim's whip lashes out in a blinding flash, utterly demolishing the beast until it drops to its knees in terror and begins to cry. Gwon-sik notes that the weapon is special personal gear provided by the division commander. It's a privilege even platoon commanders don't yet have. As Kim continues his brutal assault on the orc, Gwon-sik wonders why he chose a whip, unaware that the commander allowed him to choose any weapon he desired. It was simply the weapon the protagonist wanted. Even a sergeant rarely receives personal equipment, so the division commander had to push through a mountain of paperwork to make it happen. The weight and grip are perfect, making the weapon feel far better than any standard issue gear. And thanks to Amanda Stone, Kim can rack up kills without wasting any demonic energy to strengthen it. With this advantage, he's already eyeing a promotion within the year. A few days later in Chun, Kim is relaxing with Yoon Seo and enjoying the meal provided by Lee Sun-do. Despite the food, Kim feels uneasy. He questions why Yoon Seo chose to dine with him, but the moment is broken when Lee Sun-do arrives with more dishes. Yoon Seo seems happy to pay for his meal, but Kim can't shake his suspicion. He wonders how she knew exactly where he'd be today, and even which restaurant he'd visit. The coincidence makes him think of Kwang-sik, and he begins to ask if Yoon Seo claims it was just a coincidence, but her admission that she was the one who sent the message only increases Kim's annoyance. Determined to find the truth, Kim bluntly asks if she actually likes him, causing her to turn bright red as she stutters about the nonsense he's talking. He suggests they drop the formalities, since they are the same age, but she quickly denies any romantic interest. Even as onlookers tease her, Yoon Seo reveals her true motivation for joining him. She wasn't just following rumors, she was watching because unexplained chaos seems to follow him everywhere. She confesses that she came to see if another disaster would occur today. She admits she's simply curious if something strange will happen again. Minjun wonders if Yoon Seo is starting to suspect his secret. To change the subject, he asks if she has been promoted yet. She reveals she passed her corporal promotion test last week, earning his respect. Yoon Seo pouts at him in response. Sensing trouble, Minjun uses his demonic energy to scan the area. He realizes with dread that his luck has run out. He had taken leave specifically because his shadow had been guiding him toward a looming gate. His shadow, acting as his guide, leads him away while he makes a clumsy excuse to Yoon Seo. He slips into the darkness, thinking he is near the epicenter. Suddenly, his shadow emerges to warn him of a foul demonic presence. Then, disaster strikes. As Minjun wonders about Bongo, he feels a sudden shift in the air as a gate begins to open. Fortunately, the winter chill keeps the streets empty. However, the portal rips open right in front of him, and the emergency alert on his phone is grim. If a monster is strong enough, it might not be contained by the dungeon's boundaries. He stares at the swirling portal, realizing it has opened in the middle of a crowded residential area. With no other choice, he decides to end this threat quickly to protect the civilians and secure his promotion. As he moves toward the rift, something begins to emerge from the darkness. The tension spikes when an emergency notice flashes on his phone. Minjun gathers his demonic energy as a blind, blade-armed monster steps out, roaring fiercely as he realizes it is a hunker. The beast lunges, but Minjun ducks with ease, noting the dangerous amount of energy the creature has absorbed. He quickly retreats as the monster strikes. Minjun activates his black arrow, but the monster doesn't hesitate, launching its chain-linked blades toward him with terrifying speed. He barely manages to
dodge.
What kind of trick this is? Suddenly the monster moves its arm, reeling him in and dragging him back, right into its reach. He has to let go till he punches the creature with a burst of demonic energy, looking back only to realize that it wasn't enough. The monster is barely hanging on, meaning he'll have to hit it one more time. Suddenly Yoon Seo charges into the fray with a street sign, catching Minjun completely off guard. The monster lunges toward her, but Minjun intercepts the strike and the monster thrashes wildly, and Yoon Seo snaps back, asking why he's fighting without a weapon. After his sudden disappearance from dinner, he asks how she even found him. Then, she hurls the street sign at the monster, having seen the emergency. Alert! Watching the sign fly toward the beast, Minjun leaps forward to catch it mid-air, jokingly asking if she at least paid for the sign. Kim Minjun coats the sign in demonic energy. Then, he slams it down onto that blind monster, crushing it into the ground as a massive cloud of dust rises, while he begins to absorb its. Once the dust settles, Yoon Seo admits she had her doubts. But he truly just killed a hunker, all by himself. Minjun modestly claims a certain someone helped, though if she hadn't shown up, the fight. But Yoon Seo insists that's not the point. Noting that this was a hunker with deadly chain blade arms, she insists they need a serious talk, but the moment is cut short. But then more monsters emerge, and Yoon Seo realizes there are 5 of them, telling Minjun they must regroup with the reinforcements. When they arrive, Minjun agrees she should leave and regroup with the others when they get there, but she watches him in disbelief, asking if he is seriously going to fight them alone. Has he lost his mind? As the monsters begin, roaring, but he pays no attention to her concern, taking his stance and wrapping himself in demonic energy as he charges straight at them, driven by the fire to earn that promotion. Meanwhile, in another world, a hooded woman walks through the unknown terrain. In a distant land, a woman reaches the center of a sacred design, and she prays, discarding her hood to reveal striking red hair. The beautiful woman calls out to her lord Minode, demanding that he wait for her. Meanwhile, over the waters near Nagasaki, a helicopter flies toward a deserted island where Masaru, a representative from the Japanese Hunters Association, meets General Seo Kyung on the landing pad. While acknowledging Masaru's impressive language skills, Seo Kyung follows his lead, heading toward the massive portal. As they approach, the scale of the threat becomes undeniable.
Masaru
Doesn't have a shortage of manpower even. So, with abnormal dungeons appearing more frequently, he believes a more organized training system is vital. The connection would help build diplomatic ties, which cheers up Seo Ki-young as he wonders if General Gu Hak-chul sent him here to, and that the bastard placed him on the. Masaru then shifts the topic, praising a particular hunter's remarkable growth. Seo Ki-young knows exactly who means. Masaru notes that the hunter's rapid promotion and sudden presence in the Korean community have truly caught his eye. Finding the rumors to be true, Masaru admits he is impressed by such rapid strength. He says he is eager to see how the sergeant performs in this raid. Meanwhile, Kim is already deep in the raid, facing down a massive ogre. As the monster prepares to strike, a soldier named Nielsen shouts a warning, but a sudden rush of movement intervenes to save Kim from the blow. Even the blonde-haired fighter jumps in, shamelessly stealing the opening from the other man. Chaos erupts as they begin to. The masked man admits the monster is tougher than he expected, while the ogre prepares to smash the fighters with its massive club. But a girl from the rear steps forward, calmly watching the beast as it charges. With a single fluid motion, she slices the monster apart in a rush, and the creature is cut into pieces with one perfect swing of her sword. Blood sprays everywhere as Suzuki Mew, a Japanese hunter known for her incredible swordsmanship, sheaths her blade in a hero pose. The guild members from Japan's Danjo Hen Guild look on in awe as she ignores their praise, and even their invitations to join their ranks. After checking for injuries, the hunters stare at the shredded remains of the ogre. A teammate calls Suzuki a monster in her own right, but she walks right past him, heading straight to Kim Minjun, asking him if he's truly as strong as the rumors say. Suzuki Mew dismisses the suggestion, warning Kim that if he wants to cooperate, he can't afford to be distracted or to simply staying on the sidelines entirely. Kim just watches her leave, calmly noting that her Korean is surprisingly good. Nearby, Major John Hyun-do, the doctor of the 104th Squad, examines the carnage. He notes that this monster is far larger than the red Dokabi that once threatened Korea, suggesting Japan is, but before he can finish, the doctor turns to find Sang Dauk, the mana sword instructor, charging toward Kim. Full of attitude, Sang Dauk demands to know why Kim is trying to embarrass the nation. He clearly resents the division commander's favoritism toward the newcomer, but Major John Hyun-do steps in, desperate to calm the tension between them. Sang Dauk refuses to let Kim's lack of experience excuse his distraction during the fight, leading to a misunderstanding. Kim wonders if he should have been more observant, realizing the Japanese hunters are much more skilled than he anticipated. As Sang Dauk orders him to stay close, Kim notes how impressive the others are, particularly the woman, and wonders what the instructor is even thinking since he hasn't helped to the fight yet. Meanwhile, the group chats until Suzuki Mew suddenly senses something and grabs her sword, warning that something's coming. But as the threat reaches, she barely manages to catch a flying axe mid-air with one hand before it is sent flying. Upward, it slams into the ground, leaving her staring in confusion at the sudden attack. Then, from deep inside, the cave's darkness. Out of the shadows, a blue demon emerges, grinning at them all. The realization hits them. This is the dungeon boss, and everyone immediately goes on high alert. Meanwhile, Suzuki Mew looks to the masked man and prepares for the coming storm. She has already signaled the other teams for help, deciding that they will hold their ground until reinforcements arrive. But the monster lunges with terrifying speed. Suzuki Mew realizes she's too slow to react. And although two others rush in to strike the beast, the danger is far from over. The monster calmly catches them both by their legs, stopping the charge without effort. They freeze in absolute shock as the boss flings them aside like ragdolls, leaving the party vulnerable. The sudden opening allows Suzuki Mew to strike. She plunges her blade into the monster's stomach, but the beast doesn't even budge. It simply takes the hit as her blade fails to pierce its skin. It even smiles at her futile attack. As the chaos unfolds, an officer begins to explain the power of a mana sword, a weapon designed to absorb the user's mana to vastly increase its destructive capability. The intense aura radiating from the blade proves that its power is on a completely different level from the gear the soldiers carry. Kim watches the display, oddly pleased to see such power in action. The instructor's boast is cut short, as the monster raises its massive foot to stomp his face, sending him flying from the impact. Suzuki Mew jumps in, nearly severing the beast's leg to protect him. She urges the captain to fall back, offering to buy time while Minjun efficiently evacuates everyone to safety. Bewildered by his speed, she tells him to retreat for his own safety, but Minjun simply asks why they don't kill it. She insists the boss is too dangerous and they must regroup. But Minjun wonders if that's really the way to handle things. He begins pouring an absurd amount of mana into his sword, far exceeding anything they have ever seen. Suzuki Mew stares in shock, as even the monster's smug expression turns to fear. Minjun keeps forcing mana into the blade until the energy reaches such a fever pitch that the boss grabs a weapon, attempting to fight Kim head-on. He remains unmoved, simply watching as the monster's attack descends. As the boss swings an axe toward Minjun's face, he notices a sudden projectile. With a massive blast from Kim's blade, the weapon is sent flying into the ceiling like a cartoonish projectile. Even as the boss screams in fury, Kim continues to pour mana from the sword like a storm, and the sheer force of it catches the girl's attention. His mana begins to shine in every direction, manifesting as bursts of lightning-like energy that pulse through the air. The very power he has been transforms. The weapon shatters apart, leaving the monster writhing in agony from the onslaught. Suzuki Mew stares in absolute shock that the equipment gave out like that, realizing it definitely shouldn't have happened. Kim regrets going all out, but looking at the boss, he sees the creature, trembling in pure terror just by looking at him. Turning toward the wreckage, he prepares to finish the job and make up by killing this boss the hardest way possible. Sometime later, Kim's team is finally relaxing and enjoying a moment of peace. A soldier grumbles that they've been worked like dogs since Kim took charge, with no exemptions regardless of rank. The mood is light, despite the constant threat of work, as they try to avoid being labeled snitches. He laments that since joining the sergeant's team, he's been stuck following orders from a literal monster. Despite the teasing, the squad admits that Kim has significantly improved the platoon's morale and strength. Meanwhile, a soldier hopes Kim stays in Japan for a while longer, before they have to face him again. He spots Kim Minjun walking nearby and calls out to him. He asks why the corporal is working so hard. After some hesitation, the soldier asks if there's any news about Kim's recent activities. The soldier, a massive fan of Kim, is eager for any updates. Kim Minjun finally shares some news. He reports that Kim finished the route yesterday, brutally killing the boss with a whip and leaving everyone stunned by his solo performance. The news leaves the squad wondering if Kim's true power is finally being revealed. Some of the others think it might be for the best, but the bald soldier wants to know what Kim is actually up to. The joke about him clearing dungeons alone turns into a heavy silence when they realize he probably really would do that. Meanwhile, in a shady corner of Japan, Kim wanders into a desolate area where his familiar crow arrives, reporting that it has located a concentrated source of demonic energy. Kim praises the bird, ready to descend into the darkness to absorb the power he craves. Even the crow is shaken by the energy, making the darkness feel even more ominous. Suddenly, the sound of a bike approaching breaks the silence. Someone is coming. Suzuki Miu pulls up on a bike and removes her helmet, revealing her face. She immediately questions why he is in this forbidden area, prompting Kim to ask if she's stalking him. Suzuki clarifies that he's in a heavily restricted area, abandoned since a former dungeon break, and she points out that the association monitors the place non-stop. Therefore, Kim looks where she is pointing and finds a hidden surveillance camera nearby. He hadn't even noticed it, and it flies down to investigate the device. The camera, flying down to investigate the device, Kim glares so intensely at the bird that it feels like a curse, though the creature defends itself, claiming it was only following the demonic energy. Kim tells the crow they'll talk later. Suzuki asks his purpose again, to which Kim claims he just got lost while out for a walk. A truly pathetic excuse. Suzuki clearly doesn't believe him, and as Kim wonders where exactly he is, she knows there is something strange about him, a mystery she can't quite pin down, which is why she felt compelled to find him. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the area, forcing Suzuki into a fighting stance as a massive bull-like monster charges through the debris. Kim realizes this beast must be tied to the words of Livongo, and as Suzuki warns him to stay away from the corrupted underground, realizes that the danger is exactly where he's heading. Suzuki warns that the corruption down there could drive a person insane, even killing them if they stay too long. So she begs him to avoid the underground section he's heading. Kim just runs toward the very danger she described. Suzuki stands baffled, wondering if the monster was hiding in plain sight all along, only to reveal itself now. As the monster's roar echoes, Suzuki Miu rushes in to strike, but its sudden behavior catches her off guard. Terrified by her sudden assault, the beast turns around and begins to bolt. Suzuki, confused by the cowardice, chases after it to keep the monster occupied, leaving the surface behind for a moment. Meanwhile, Kim Minjun is busy erasing any traces of his presence. With a precise shot of his black arrow, he dismantles the surveillance cameras, ensuring he leaves no evidence of his presence. Upon reaching the entrance, he finds the area heavily plastered with warnings against entering that makes him more curious. Ignoring the signs, Kim kicks the warnings aside and enters the darkness. Descending into the depths, he immediately feels the surge of demonic energy. It is even more potent than he imagined. As his stats climb, he heads deeper with a grin, fueled by the sheer density of the energy, until the system announces he has hit his limit and unlocked a new power. Kim Minjun reviews his status window, seeing his demonic energy hit 30 along with all his boosted skills. With this much power, he hopes Livongo stays far away, because if he's caught, he's dead. Suzuki continues her relentless pursuit of Livongo throughout the cavern, jamming his sword in there. Her attack almost hits him, leaving the terrified creature trembling as Suzuki senses something is deeply wrong. She allows him to move, but he remains paralyzed with fear. He tries to peek into the nearby hole. It is a fatal mistake, because Suzuki's blade shreds the stone apart, revealing him and making it clear she is in the mood to kill something elsewhere. Livongo employs a secret technique, transforming into a tiny adorable cat with big watery eyes. To melt Suzuki's heart, it works perfectly. She softens immediately at the sight of the little cat and starts moving toward it. The cat fakes a scratch, and as it bolts away, Suzuki is left disappointed by the sudden rejection. She stands and answers a call from the monitoring team to prepare for. The corruption level in the underground area has plummeted, and the monitoring team reports that the crystals are returning to their original colors. This implies the corruption didn't just fade, it was removed. The officials suspect an equipment malfunction, but Suzuki knows better. She hasn't seen anything out of the ordinary. Yet, the sudden change is impossible to ignore. The team decides to treat it as a fault for now, but as they prepare to investigate the massive disappearance of corruption, Suzuki looks back, wondering if Kim Minjun is the one behind this anomaly. Later, amidst the heated argument between the Japanese and Korean leaders, the officers gather. An angry officer suddenly notices someone watching from the sidelines. He sees Suzuki and demands to know what she's doing. He orders her to leave, frustrated by her persistent staring. Suzuki ignores the irritation and asks Kim if he knows who broke into the underground entrance, noting that all surveillance devices were destroyed. She eyes him suspiciously, silently weighing her suspicion that he is the culprit. Kim claims he was merely focused on his walk, though Suzuki can tell, but she chooses not to press him further. She decides to let it slide, merely wishing him a safe journey before making a final lingering promise to see him again. As the officials move on, Suzuki offers Kim a final cryptic goodbye. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Lee Bong-gu and Crow are plotting alone. A few days earlier, Kim Minjun is tearing through the training grounds, pushing his team to their absolute limits. The soldiers lie, sprawled and exhausted on the ground, after failing to last even 30 seconds against his onslaught. He berates them for losing their edge, demanding to know how they expect to survive their jobs if they can't even improve. They curse him out and beg for a break, but Kim Minjun isn't having it. He tells them his high hopes for them have been disappointed, leaving the squad in a state of utter despair. Refusing to let them off easy, he orders them to get up and vows to fix every single one of them, despite their pitiful expressions. Single one of them, though a sudden strange feeling, makes him stop mid-sentence. Kim Minjun demands answers, but Lee Bong-gu only replies by asking, "What happened?" The entity explains it's the shock of crossing dimensions, and even as its presence begins to fade, Kim demands more. He reaches the heart of the forest, but finds only empty space. Lee Bong-gu's demonic energy is gone, trying to pinpoint the fading trace, and when he finally finds the source, he sprints toward it. During the chase, his thoughts turn to more serious. His mind drifts back to Isgard, the world he escaped from there. Muscular men in skirts are chasing a young girl. One of them prepares to strike her, but she of them is about to strike her, but she spins and leaps, leaving her in grave danger as a voice declares that stealing from the goddess's temple is a heavy sin. She skillfully deflects their strikes, knocking them out, but as another attacker lunges, she turns the weapon around, forcing him to take the blow. She clears the path, but the arrival of a much tougher opponent changes everything. Their clash is fatal. Then, the same blonde woman arrives, offering a mercy that the girl will never accept. After seeing her surroundings, the girl realizes surrender is no longer an option. She begins drawing a magic circle, preparing to breach the very fabric of dimensions. The blonde woman questions her resolve, but the girl is already committed to the leap. She prepares to use a divine relic, knowing she lacks the strength to cross alone. But how could she possibly know the coordinates for another world? The redhead laughs, revealing the truth. She's already activated the teleport circle. She obtained the coordinates from a parasite named Lee Bong-gu, a revelation that finally worries the blonde woman. The girl activates the sacred relic, and as she passes through dimensions, she even flips off the blonde, but suddenly, her expression shifts as she stares back at her. The girl's escape was exactly what the blonde woman wanted, and she is smiling about it. In the real world, Lee Bong-gu is happily telling the shadow it should be grateful for the share and to listen to him, but the little shadow just ignores him and keeps eating. Lee Bong-gu explains that this energy was a gift from Master Kim, and he is still sharing it. However, the shadow starts laughing, which the mage hates, and it demands its energy back. Instead of eating it, the shadow darts away, so he chases after it, only for them to freeze as a portal starts forming right behind them, and both of them freeze in shock as the rift bursts open, bringing a girl from another world into view. At that same moment, Kim asks what is happening, and
Whether something is wrong?
And just as Lee Bong-gu tries to explain the shock of dimensional travel, the girl appears, causing him to lose consciousness before he can answer Kim. The redhead looks at the unconscious man and says, "It has been a while," calling him a parasite again. Shocked, he passes out. Along with the shadow, she realizes this is the right place, the very spot where Master Minjun is, but she begins to collapse backward. Kim Minjun catches the falling girl just in time, but his reaction isn't one of relief. She calls him master, but the exhaustion takes her immediately, leaving her unconscious in his arms. He is beyond frustrated, wondering if the universe is playing a joke on him. Losing his patience with the chaos, Kim uses his demon hand to secure the situation, grabbing all three figures with irritation. He grips her tightly, muttering that he'll keep her alive only so he can punish her for being so reckless, his hold firm as she begins to stir. Slowly starts waking up, and she wakes up overjoyed to see him, claiming it wasn't just a dream after all. However, as she notices his intimate hold, her face turns a bright shade of red. She introduces herself as his loyal disciple, apologizing for wasting his precious demonic energy. She offers her life in repayment, but Kim tells her to stay alive as long as possible and pay her debt that way instead. As she apologizes once more, Kim realizes there's something much larger at play. Kim Minjun can't deal with someone this unpredictable, so he tries to get to the point. He wonders why his disciple is here, especially since she claims to have a different purpose than the parasite Lee Bong-gu. After cutting through the nonsense, he asks if her vision revealed anything significant. The girl nods, her gaze fixed on him as her eye begins to shine. It is an unstable demonic eye, a rare relic he gave her to replace the one she lost in battle. This eye holds a terrifying power. The power of an imperfect prophecy. He demands to know what she saw. Her answer chills him to the bone. She saw the fall of Earth. She witnessed a total apocalypse, seeing Kim Minjun standing amidst the ruins of the world. He struggles to comprehend a world in ruin, wondering if she's simply lost her mind again. But she insists the vision was clear, showing him standing on the remains of Earth with Lee Bonggu by his side. She traveled all this way because they
Have arrived.
Kim Minjun wonders how she even crossed dimensions, but he stops when he sees her wearing a divine relic on her wrist. Seeing the artifact calms him, and he asks what caused the world to end. She explains it was war, a thought that leaves him completely off guard. Since he thought he had already ended that war, he wonders if a new one has begun. He asks who it is being fought against this time. The girl's answer is chilling. The Nova Empire has returned. He remembers the path through the northern region of the empire,
where it was a wasteland of monsters.
In the middle of that carnage, he encountered a giant boss monster, crudely stitched back together. Standing before that monstrosity, its master looked at the slaughter and telling him not to get cocky after defeating mere trash. The beast radiates pure demonic energy, and the master reveals those monsters were merely test subjects for this behemoth. The man claims to be a duke of the Nova Empire, offering Kim Minjun a place by his side, but the protagonist only listens in silence. Minjun shuts him down immediately, refusing the duke's tempting offer of power and status. Conclude this matter now. The duke insists they could help him, telling the duke to speak to his representatives outside. Minjun's dismissal clearly pisses the noble off. Enraged by the rejection, the duke screams that it's a total waste and orders his monster to attack, but Minjun just stands his ground. He calmly decides to end this by of pain all concentrated for a single devastating strike. Later, with his spoils collected, Minjun encounters an old man in white who looks like a legendary wizard. Like a legendary wizard, Minjun asks if the man grew too impatient to come in person, appearing surprised by his presence. Then Minjun's question is met with a cold stare by Isaac, a powerful magic user standing before him. Isaac notes that soldiers are busy seizing the castle before questioning if Minjun is hurt. Minjun assures him he is perfectly fine, but Isaac's focus shifts to the Duke, who is merely unconscious. While Isaac suggests he can check on the Duke himself, the conversation turns toward the flawed artificial monster created by the Nova Empire. Isaac finds the failure strange, explaining that this secret lab contains forbidden knowledge from beyond the world, including disturbing experiments on monsters. The Archmage insists this dark research must be buried alongside the Empire's defeat. Minjun agrees, having no intention of revealing the secrets, but then Isaac calls him by a different name, Minos. Isaac stops him, asking how much he trusts Sampa. Minjun simply laughs. He admits he doesn't trust her at all. Not even a little. In truth, Minjun is growing annoyed, thinking about the Emperor who was killed by a certain force. Kim Minjun faces the reality that the artificial monsters he thought were dealt with have returned, bringing him face to face with the threat once again. He is furious, demanding to know if their followers are safe from the chaos. Even the red-haired girl remains silent under his intense gaze. The red-haired girl can only offer silence, so Minjun tells them it's fine. Lee Bonggu tries to reassure him that these are his own trainees and handle. Lee Bonggu insists that he shouldn't worry, claiming these are his own trained followers, and they aren't weak. While Minjun is annoyed by Lee Bonggu's pride, the man assures him they'll be all right, and Minjun lets it rest. Suddenly, notifications flash before him. Lee Bonggu and Seo Hyun have crossed dimensions, their loyalty deepening into a passionate devotion. By channeling demonic energy through these followers, Minjun regains a portion of his power, making him wonder if these strange team effects are actually useful as he thinks of the two of them. Minjun decides to take responsibility for them, even if the prophecy of world war looms over his head. He is determined to reclaim his old power and deal with whatever destiny awaits him. With his mind set on the future, a few days pass, leading him to a massive pile of cash. He hands the money over to Lee Bonggu and Seo Hyun, leaving the latter kneeling in awe while Bonggu drools over the pile. After Minjun punches the greedy Bonggu, Seo Hyun expresses her gratitude, but says he didn't have to provide so much. Minjun insists it is necessary for their cooperation, knowing that unlike Bonggu, she has no transformation skill to rely on in a fight. Seo Hyun and Lee Bonggu grow even more devoted to him, promising to secure the ID cards he mentioned. Lee Bonggu agrees, but Minjun grows increasingly irritated by the man's constant need for. He watches with annoyance as Lee Bonggu and the others start fighting over the attention he receives. Minjun sees that while others might tease Bonggu, they possess real skill. He hears Seo Hyun's voice as she speaks to join the Hunter Corporation once her identity is sorted out. Later, as Minjun travels back to the corporation alone on a bus, his thoughts drift toward her. He ponders Seo Hyun's sudden desire to become a hunter, her naturalization allowing a person of her power to enter the official ranks, yet he cannot shake the question of why. Yet a lingering doubt remains. Why would a woman who spent her entire life as a dark mage in Isengard crave such a life? If she causes chaos within their ranks, the fallout would be catastrophic. He knows she is capable of it, and if she would prove far more dangerous than Lee Bong-gu ever could. Kim Minjun wonders if he should stop her, but he knows the Hunter Corporation must handle the naturalization process. At that point, he decides just let those two troublesome idiots handle things themselves, trusting that it will work out somehow. Sometime later, while moving through the camp area, he notices something shifting in the grass. Moving in the grass. Sees a sudden movement, a shadow slips away, leaving him facing a group of hunters who aren't part of the corporation. The group spots him, and everyone turns to stare. Suddenly, one man walks up to him. A huge brute steps right in front of Kim Minjun, glaring him down. He has no idea what this man's deal is. The brute explains that they're from Raid, a civilian hunter company with official permission and intel from the Hunter Corporation. And he even asks if Kim Minjun wants to see the documents, but Kim Minjun declines the offer. The man questions why he is investigating this area all alone on a weekend. Minjun reflects on the fact that the corporation usually sends their own forces to handle these dungeons. It is rare for civilians to get such rights. The man worries this rare opportunity might be taken away, but Minjun sees through the greed dungeons are all about the money. To avoid conflict, Minjun decides to change tactics. He says he won't interfere with their rights, but he insists on entering the dungeon 5 minutes ahead of them. Though the group finds the request strange, Minjun insists he just needs to check something first, promising he won't touch their profits. The man agrees to talk it over with his team, so the leader turns away to consult his group, leaving the path to the dungeon open. While Kim waits alone, the group gathers to discuss his intentions. They see no reason to share profits with a corporation executive who provides nothing. Lin points out he arrived without any gear, causing Zhang to worry that they should consult the Hunter Corporation first. But Park shuts the idea down. Park thinks it over and decides against it, fearing a large team might make the dungeon clearance too messy to manage. Messy. If too many people are counted in the dungeon, there might be nothing left to gain for them. The others quickly agree with her, but she doesn't join the group, instead remaining behind to watch Kim's every move. She watches the sleepy-looking man as he waits for their decision, appearing almost infatuated with him. He waits for their final decision. Seeing the path clear, Park guides. She keeps her eyes fixed on him as he approaches the rift. Stare alongside Kim, Lin, and Zhang. As he glances back, wondering if the girl's stare is just a strange coincidence. But when she tells him she's a fan, Kim can only respond with a weary shrug as he disappears into the unknown. As they approach the portal, Park begins a 5-minute countdown until they enter. We'll enter. Just like he asked, the Proto thinks the plan is solid. But then Minjun issues a chilling ultimatum during his investigation. He's going to kill anything that gets in his way. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corporation headquarters, the Special Task Force's Chief General Song Jiang stands before the corporation commander, Guhak Chael, asking if there's really nothing they can do about this situation, demanding to know exactly what the problem is. Guhak's top general, Song, admits the harsh truth. What the problem is, since Song is the top general, he admits the truth. The situation is dire, and the target is completely against this plan. Guhak orders Song to leave immediately, refusing any more arguing. Shaken, Song exits the room, only to find comfort in his daughter's voice on the phone until her next words leave him horrified. The blonde girl continues to describe the chaotic scene unfolding outside the dungeon gate, telling Song that she's run into Kim Minjun. Meanwhile, Kim Minjun steps into the damp, creepy darkness of the dungeon. The air inside feels heavy and unsettled as a long, reptile-like monster slithers through the gloom. Suddenly, the beast senses a presence, but Kim Minjun moves through the monsters with ease, sensing his target is hiding nearby. The demonic energy here feels thin, which is why civilian hunters were allowed in, but it would have been a real problem if he hadn't arrived. The creatures can't make sense of his speed. They can't catch him at all, even as the tension rises. Kim Minjun arrives at the source of the energy and realizes he's finally in the right place. Too lazy for that. Too lazy to find a proper entrance, so he simply smashes through the wall to force his way into the hidden room. Inside, he finally tracks down the source of the demonic energy. It is a massive lizard monster, the towering parent of all others in this place. As a terrifying mix of dragon and crocodile rises, Kim only laughs at the beast's attempt to block his path. He begins dodging the creature's onslaught. The monster swings its head, but Kim stops the strike with a single hand and prepares lifting a single finger. He begins gathering a mass of demonic energy that strikes fear even into the monster's eyes. As it looks up, Kim unleashes corruption, a skill that pours demonic energy to rot everything it touches. Like a spreading wound, he drops that rain onto the monster, but the beast realizes its danger and leaps aside to escape the decaying rain. Even so, the corruption lands on the tip of the monster's tail, and the beast screams as its flesh begins to dissolve. Kim wonders if his move was underwhelming, but then notices a terrifying transformation underway. The monster sheds its tail like a lizard to escape the damage, dropping the dead limb to the floor and freeing itself. It leaps toward the ceiling before diving straight down at Kim. He slips away, realizing the beast has become much lighter and faster. A second later, a newly grown tail shoots forward like a spear, forcing Kim to catch the blunt force before the beast spits acid at him. It throws back the same corrosive attack he used. Thinking the battle is over, the beast lunges for the kill, thinks it has won as Kim stands still, covered in slime, and the creature lunges for the bite, but leaving the monster completely paralyzed by the shock. Trapped and helpless, Kim begins gathering his mana. Demonic energy swells within him, muttering that such poison means nothing to a dark mage. Then he unleashes his demonic energy hand, the massive limb gripping both sides of the monster's. Kim Minjun readies a corruption rain to blast the beast from within. He absorbs the monster's dying essence, and the surge of energy triggers something new. As his power peaks, he unlocks a skill called Vicious Charge, which trades defense for immense speed and impact. All of its demonic energy. The absorption is complete. Head on, it dies instantly. An ability called Vicious Charge. It trades his defense and vigor for extreme speed and heavy impact upon collision. And while most dark mages couldn't handle such a risky technique, Minjun knows he is different. He begins grabbing the carcasses to absorb even more energy, which pushes his corruption level up to C rank. It's efficient for clearing the area, but he still needs to move fast to catch the remaining monsters. Wondering if 5 minutes have passed since his start, he wonders if the others are close. Masked Guy asks if 5 minutes are already up. Park confirms it, and the man wonders if they should finally head inside. Park remains skeptical of the timeline, questioning what kind of investigation could possibly take only 5 minutes. He fears that if the dungeon is as dangerous as it seems, Kim might already be dead inside. The team begins to panic, but Park suggests they claim they were just training, so they won't be held responsible. He cynically adds that if Kim dies that fast, then that's just how it is. But a blonde girl interrupts the grim conversation, declaring that's. The group spins around to find her standing there. They see her standing with another girl. When Park asks if she knows the protagonist, she admits she's a fan and reveals he's the one who cleared the fake dungeon in Ijan. A few months ago, the group is stunned, as they thought he was merely a sergeant, not the true hero behind the news. She notes that the reports hinted the executive wasn't the one who cleared it, and she claims there are ways to find out the truth. The group is told to grab their gear and move out. Park remains worried, doubting that Kim Minjun could have possibly killed something. That massive creature. The gray-haired girl looks surprised, questioning the team leader's faith in Kim Minjun's word. She refuses to believe it, and decides she must see for herself why he entered the dungeon. She hopes to find something that could expose him. Suddenly, the girl points ahead in alarm, and everyone turns to see Kim Minjun walking out. The girls immediately complain about his appearance, but Park asks what happened. Kim Minjun calmly states there's no problem, and they can go in. Now, though he mentions he needs to borrow a shirt first. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-yoon is quietly studying Korean in her room, though she doesn't look very happy about it. Lee Bong-gu returns to her, changing back to human form near the girl and bringing food with him. She asks where he went, and he explains that he just went to the convenience store because they were out of instant noodles. He then grabs a pot to begin cooking, but she suddenly stands up and follows closely behind him. He turns to offer her some food, but she greets him with a hard punch instead of a thank you. She snaps that instead of transforming. She should just walk normally when the dungeon is that close. Minjun is left bewildered, wondering why she always resorts to violence. She yells at him for wasting his time sightseeing instead of using his demonic energy for anything meaningful. Lee Bong-gu tries to explain, but she grabs him by the collar, demanding answers. She points out that simply increasing stats won't stop his energy from running out, and gathering more in this world is incredibly difficult on top of that. She doubts his faith in the master's plan. Bong-gu laughs nervously to ease the tension, but the girl is already pulling back for another strike. But this time, Kim finally catches her fist. She can land another blow. The sudden resistance completely throws her off. He quickly reverts to being goofy, telling her he won't be lazy anymore. She swears she'll get him back, but Kim walks in, causing her to instantly soften. Tossing some food to Lee Bong-gu, Kim asks how the preparations are coming along. She mentions a black market meeting in 3 days under the alias Lebongo. Kim warns her not to rely solely on Lee Bongu, noticing how hard she's been studying to join the Hunter Corporation. Seo Hyun explains she is learning Korean quickly to prepare for enlistment, but then a notification interrupts her. Fueled by rage, she attacks the online critics who doubt Kim's solo dungeon clearance. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corporation, the Readiness 5 squad remains on permanent standby. This quick response unit operates on a rotating schedule, ensuring they are always ready for an emergency. Though true incidents are rare, the pressure of the job is constant. The pressure remains high, and Kim Minjun suddenly breaks the tension by ordering everyone to the company's training ground. His sudden command leaves the squad stunned, as they wonder if this is just another drill. He can't say for sure, but he tells them to stop talking and move. His bluntness only serves to annoy the soldiers. They grumble about the endless calls, most of which are fake simulations that feel like a waste of time. Still, a voice warns them. Simulations. They are urged to just go, however, because the furious vice commander is already waiting. Even in Readiness 5, these constant calls count. As part of the training, while en route, the squad boards a truck and prepares for duty. Suddenly, headquarters contacts Kim, demanding his presence, and a soldier reports that everyone has finished boarding. He wonders if this time the threat is real, but then the jeep suddenly, to look ahead, Kim's eyes widen as he realizes the situation is far more serious than expected. Jang Byam is already waiting for him there. Kim is suddenly struck by a familiar face, the same man he once defeated using nothing but a whip. Jang Byam acts friendly, claiming his car broke down, but checking the time, he admits something feels off. Sensing the man's true intentions, Kim realizes he is up to no good, so he orders his squad to deploy, leaving Zhang behind as the soldiers dash toward the site on foot. As Kim's men move calmly through the woods, he orders them to speed up, threatening them with death if they don't. This is happening on Readiness 5's very first day, and things are about to get interesting. Soon, they encounter a group of officers at a tent where Kim is shocked to see Song from the Special Task Force, smiling. As Kim looks on, Song notes the unit arrived in under 5 minutes, which was just barely good enough. He immediately orders the men to stand at attention and salute the commander. Kim turns fully formal, studying Song's insignia. He realizes the game being played and decides he can still make use of this situation. A few minutes after the arrival, the officers remain, watching the arrivals. Song tries to ease the tension, saying this is just their protocol, but Zhang Biom, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, claims it's an honor to visit such a humble battalion. Song jokes to himself that the man should visit more often to laugh from above, but Zhang Biom clearly doesn't find the humor in it, confident in his own strength. Among those arriving is Major Han Bo Ran, a hunter from the Special Task Force, whose presence grants his unit exclusive military police duties. But the sheer amount of effort required just to keep an eye on Readiness 5 feels excessive, especially as Zhang notices someone new approaching. The soldiers are dead tired from simulation drills, whispering that the Special Task Force commander might even be hunting for revenge. The soldiers can't believe a big shot would travel this far just for that, questioning if the Special Task Force really has that much free time, a thought that fuels rising anger, and if these rumors are true, they refuse to back down now. The soldiers agree that even if they're treated roughly, it can't be worse than Kim Minjun's training, but their mood already starts to sink. They even consider failing Readiness 5 on purpose, but fear the training will only intensify. However, the sergeant is actually enjoying the chaos. Suddenly, Kim Minjun arrives with an alert, ordering everyone to the military training ground. The squad snaps into action with newfound smiles, sprinting toward the camp as they receive news of a report on 2 suspicious individuals at an outpost. Kim Minjun reports that Readiness 5 has reached the post but is sprinting all the way to the camp. From the meeting point, Kim Minjun receives a radio message from headquarters, requesting a report on 2 suspicious individuals after Kim confirms the site is clear and they will continue the inspection. A soldier asks Corporal Lee if this is just another simulation. Lee tells him not to worry. Since the outpost has been abandoned for years, no one should be there to report anyone, so he figures this must. Kim Minjun suddenly stops the unit mid-march, forcing everyone to halt. They move forward with caution, sensing something is wrong. 2 masked men emerge from the shadows, one of them massive. Kim reports the suspicious individuals to headquarters, sensing this is far from a mere drill. They are ordered to capture the intruders alive. Lee orders the squad to lower their weapons, deciding to take the suspects down by hand before rushing in. The combat turns chaotic as the masked man begins to overpower the soldiers with sheer strength. Kim yanks a soldier back and takes charge, telling the others to assist their comrades before The combat intensifies as the soldiers swarm the two men to maintain pressure. Just as a tactic is being formed, the masked man breaks through the line, overwhelming a soldier with raw power. The soldiers are being tossed around like rag dolls while masked men lift them up like children. While a giant keeps the soldiers occupied, one masked fighter is left to deal with Kim. The man charges toward the protagonist, claiming he won't hold back now as the first opponent of the suspects. Kim simply motions for him to come now. The two are face to face despite a flurry of punches. Kim dodges them all. With a bored look, much to the masked man's frustration, the attacker keeps pressing the assault, but Kim effortlessly slips past a punch and sweeps his leg. The kick sends the man spinning, and Kim follows up with a heavy chest shot that slams him into the dirt. He's out. Seeing the man defeated, Kim tells the soldiers to pile on the bastard. They jump him and start beating. As the group beats the fallen suspect, the battle leaves everyone badly beaten. The massive man effortlessly kicks away a soldier's punch, showing off his immense physical power. He tosses the other men aside with humiliating ease. The giant lets out a curse and swings a heavy all-out punch at Kim, but the strike fails to move him an inch. Even at half his size, Kim looks unimpressed by the man's reliance on pure muscle. To end this, Kim proposes a high-stakes duel where each man only gets one single hit. The suspect confidently leaves himself wide open, unaware that Kim is finally taking his turn. It's time. Kim throws a casual-looking punch that carries devastating, bone-shattering force. The strike is so powerful, it likely clears the man's lungs for good. With the brute down, Kim orders the others to finish him off. The group rushes in to join the fray, but they're quickly ignored as the beating continues on the fool Kim just crushed. Meanwhile, Officer Lee is boiling with rage, shouting his disapproval of this chaos. Officer Lee is boiling with rage when a knock at the door interrupts his fury as another officer enters. Song is thrilled to hear that the Readiness 5 unit has finally returned. The news is unexpected as Lee asks if everyone is all right, only to hear that the suspects were captured while the soldiers. Kim is eating calmly, ignoring the intense irritation radiating from the others. Meanwhile, the suspects are being dragged back to their team. Their leader is in shock, desperately asking Major Han if he is all right. He frantically checks on Major Han, who looks absolutely wrecked from the encounter. And then, the three people responsible for this impossible feat end up standing right in front of the officers. Seo Ho, a high-ranking officer with an agenda, asks the commanders to step aside, leaving them alone together. The two men exit, leaving Kim face to face with Seo Ho, who attempts to intimidate him with a venomous glare. But Kim remains completely unfazed. Laughing suddenly, Seo Ho admits the first sergeant's combat feats are incredible and expresses surprise that such talent remains unrecognized by the higher command. Resting a hand on Kim's shoulder, Seo Ho offers a promotion to second lieutenant and an invitation to the special task force. He keeps pushing, promising even more if Kim joins. Kim remains silent as the offer grows bolder, but the tension is palpable. Seo Ho continues to press, eager to secure his prize. He tells Kim he only needs to name his price, and Kim bursts into laughter, incredulous at the man's audacity. Nearby, Sung Ho watches with growing concern, wondering if recruitment might actually succeed if they just walk away. However, Lee remains calm, knowing that Kim Minjun is far more dangerous than anyone realizes. Lee can barely believe the audacity of what Kim just said, even after all the warnings about his unpredictable nature. As Sao Ho's temper flares, the two men exchange a look of grim realization. That Kim absolutely might. Lee stands paralyzed by the unfolding chaos, wondering what they could possibly do to intervene before the confrontation turns deadly inside. Seo Ho is absolutely livid, demanding to know if Kim is merely using dungeon power excuses to secure extra gaming time. He scoffs at the idea, bringing up old arguments about electronic device bans and internet restrictions. But Kim isn't interested in his petty grievances, and the tension reaches a breaking point. Seo Ho, the Special Task Force commander, barks that the army is built on obedience. He points to the 2 stars on his beret, warning Kim that this lesson was merely the beginning. The threat turns personal as he vows to make Kim's entire squad suffer, even suggesting a month without sleep. Kim remains stoically silent, offering no reaction to the intimidation. Frustrated by the silence, Seo Ho accuses Kim of not caring about his subordinates. He then pivots, suspiciously asking why no one is discussing his illegal interference in a civilian hunter company's dungeon. Kim realizes Seo Ho knows too much, prompting the commander to threaten a formal inspection and demand to know Kim's thoughts. The confrontation is interrupted when a high-ranking officer arrives, causing Kim to salute. This newcomer announces he was the one who gave the order. He steps directly into Seo Ho's personal space, staring him down until the man instantly shrinks back. Stuttering, Seo-ho asks why the high-ranking officer is here instead of headquarters, but the commander simply replies that it is a strange question. The commander only arrived because he was hunting for Sung-ho while he was away, and he arrived as fast as he had rushed here to find Sung-ho. Was in his division, a document is handed over, leaving the man looking terrified, a sight Kim finds deeply satisfying. It reminded Kim of Laura, someone scheming behind his back. He already knew all of it. His shadow had overheard her discussing a change in targets with her father. It was all part of a larger plot. She agreed to wait, even though he told her they still shouldn't contact the boy yet. She had only just met Kim Minjun. Because his shadows heard everything, Kim knew she was up to no good from the very start, on his first day in Readiness 5. At 11:28, the room was quiet as everyone was technically on standby, asleep, but with their weapons in hand. Kim walks into the barracks and surveys the room, finding the entire squad completely out cold. He sneaks in quietly until Kabuli notices him and asks the sergeant if they should wake the others, but Kim tells him no. Kim tells Kabuli he can keep resting, though the man wonders if the hero needs sleep too. But Kim dismisses the concern, promising that everything will be settled by tomorrow. Kabuli doesn't really understand, since this is only his first day. Meanwhile, Kim strides through the halls, vowing to deal with the bastards tomorrow. He orders Bong-gu to begin the mission. Bong-gu is already waiting outside, prepared to act with the little ghost. Back at the raid, Laura is distracted in her office by an unexpected movement outside her door. Feeling uneasy, she steps into the hallway, only to find someone cleaning the floor. It is Bong-gu, who is clearly in the wrong place when Laura asks why the cleaning crew. Bong-gu maintains his disguise, smiles away the suspicion, claiming it's just a timing error on his first day. She almost believes his act, but demands he show his ID card immediately. He remains quiet for a second, causing her to lose patience and demand that he
stop stalling.
He asks for just a moment, then turns toward her. Laura immediately draws her weapon, warning him not to come any closer and to stay exactly where he is. But then Bong-gu takes off his cap, revealing a face that is so handsome, it immediately disarms her, because it is only his. First day on the job, he doesn't have an ID card to show, and his charm is clearly working. Really falls for it, despite the security risk of someone entering this heavily guarded facility without identification.
She simply
takes off her own card for him to use. She promises to cover for the inconvenience with security tomorrow. So, Bong-gu takes it and tosses it. To Ghost, a shadow-like operative who slips away, the girl remains flustered as he asks if she has anything else to offer. Before leaning in to ask, he steps into her personal space, looking like a prince in her eyes, to ask if she can clean up the mess he's leaving behind. She agrees readily, as Ghost successfully arrives at the quiet sector. Using Laura's card to bypass the secured sections, Ghost remembers Kim's warning about the Nightwalker's mark. The investigation yields fruit as the woman confirms Kim Minjun's suspicions about the special task force, that a connection exists, proving his instincts were correct. She secures the proof and reports that everything is under control. Having found what they needed, she promises to send the files to Kim Minjun's secret address. His plan is working perfectly. While Kim Minjun laughs at the unfolding chaos, the reality for Song is far more grim. In the present, Song stares at the incriminating documents held by Du, an officer with damaging evidence. He realizes that if he confesses his career and perhaps his life is over, he desperately asks what this is and why it is being shown to him. Du demands to know if Song is truly ignorant of these illegal leaks, which involve high-ranking officers from the Hunter Corporation. The evidence is damning, and Song finds himself cornered by the weight of the truth. Du reveals the investigation is fueled by observation reports, and he knows exactly where the corruption leads. The files show Song's daughter is a civilian hunter for raid, and she has been contacting promising Hunter Corporation officers. Song realizes the trap is set, and Du presses him for a confession, throws the papers to the floor and lunges at Du, demanding to know if he's blackmailing him with his daughter's name. Du retaliates by squeezing Song's wrist and warns him to lower his voice in front of everyone. Song catches sight of Kim watching with a blank, annoyed expression and, standing there with an annoyed expression, feeling the weight of the room. Song, calm down. He turns away and walks past Kim, announcing that the special task force will investigate the matter personally. Then he asks why they can't. Kim watches him go, shocked that a formal investigation into his own corruption is actually happening. Du wonders aloud if a high-ranking general is involved in the matter too. Song warns that there are far too many eyes on them and slams the door, leaving Kim to wonder if there was really anyone else in that room. As Song leaves, Du admits Kim's actions in the dungeon cleanup looked a little suspicious, but promises to cover for him by claiming the intervention was under his direct orders. However, Du isn't done. He lists every suspicious coincidence from the Special Task Force's obsession with Kim down to the anonymous reports, and states he'll explain everything when the time is right, advising Kim to just pretend not to notice. Du smiles, promising to keep the secret for now. Meanwhile, inside the 1/4th Division's 4th Battalion, Colonel Yu Ji-hai is reviewing reports when a knock comes at the door. A knock at the door breaks her concentration. Song Yeon so enters to report for duty. While they drink coffee together, they share coffee. Yu Ji-hai congratulates Yeon So on her recent promotion. Yeon So blushes, admitting it is a bit embarrassing when people remark on how quickly it happened, especially thinking of Kim Minjun. Yu Ji-hai notes that Kim is indeed an exception, before turning to a more serious matter. She asks if the Special Task Force has reached out to recruit her, a question that clearly weighs on her mind. Yeon So confirms they have, but says she turned them down immediately, thanking Yu Ji-hai for her concern. Yu Ji-hai is relieved by the decision, though the colonel remains curious about the sergeant's motives. Yu Ji-hai is left wondering why Yoon Seo refuses every promotion and division, including the one her father leads. So, Yoon Seo reveals it's because of a stubborn co-worker in her current division she intends to surpass. After thanking the colonel for her support, Yoon Seo prepares for a long-awaited vacation with her team. However, as they get ready to leave, the group runs into Kim Minjun's team mid-departure. But as they prepare to leave, stunned by the coincidence, Kim Minjun finds himself unable to explain why he's there. He's about to ask her what she is doing at this exact time when a sudden interruption catches them off guard. Kim jumps at the unexpected voice, startled by another familiar presence. A heavily irritated individual asks what brings them there, as if busy people like them should be relaxing on a day like this. Meanwhile, after leaving that tension behind, the 4th Battalion finally arrives at the resort to settle in. The mood is high as Kumsiki claims, seeing everyone here must be fate, making the trip feel like pure luck. But Kim Minjun can't share the excitement. He's exhausted and suspicious, suspecting that the presence of the general's daughter here is far from a coincidence. He vents his frustration, wondering why division commanders always seem to cross his path when he just wants peace. The soldiers get all excited upon hearing the news, but Don Jin suggests they should enjoy the trip, noting how nice the beach looked on the way in. The other soldiers agree, eager to embrace the summer sun. But Kim Minjun isn't in the mood. After they won't stop bugging him, he snaps and smacks them both. He demands they change out of those clothes immediately, unless they want the general to kill them. Donjin watches as Kim knocks them down, deciding it is best to stay out of the fray. Suddenly, one of the men appears right in front of Kim, already in a swimsuit, and looking way too motivated for Kim's liking. Peering out the window, he begins to feel a little calmer, thinking maybe relaxing won't be so bad. Once they finally reach the shore, having fun, the group finally makes their way to the shore. Kim finds the ocean beautiful, and then the girls arrive, just as excited to be by the water. Once there, the women head straight for volleyball. They mix up the teams and start playing. The men take an early lead, but the girls quickly turn the tide. The volleyball match dissolves into chaos as Kim walks away, and a girl tries to apply sunscreen while others prepare to dive into the waves, even as some look ready to fight. In the middle of the madness, 2 idiots grab Kim to toss him into the sea, but the plan backfires as he breaks free and starts tossing them around, making everyone laugh, until even Yeon Seo ends up joining the fun. Is how the afternoon begins. Later that afternoon, the group settles down to watch the ocean, and Don Jin thinks this truly is the life while the girls bring drinks over.
While they enjoy the peace, a little boy plays with a ball and
finally gets it back. He runs off, suddenly stopping in surprise where his mother told him not to go so far, but the boy points toward the sea and the island out in the water. On that very island, steam pours from a cave nestled between the rocks. While suspicious fish swim nearby, the people on the beach continue to have fun, unaware of the threat. While the soldiers relax, the girls notice something unusual among the bags left behind. They spot a pendant hanging from Kim Minjun's bag, a precious memory of a target shooting booth. One of the girls wonders if he's been keeping it safe as a memento of her. As they talk, Kim Minjun approaches, drawing the attention of Donjin and Han Young, who immediately begin to tease him.
Rock, paper, scissors is the only fair way to settle things.
But Kim Minjun cheats, his scissors crushing their rocks with such ridiculous force that everyone is left staring in confusion. The onlookers can only laugh as the 2 soldiers get bullied by his sheer strength. The joke turns sour when Donjin grabs the bag and tugs on the keychain, causing it to snap. The sight leaves Kim Minjun going dead, still in pure disbelief before he can react. Guanxi acts, looking at the broken keychain in his hand. The group realizes they're in trouble, and no, Kim Minjun is absolutely finished. He starts shaking with rage. Rush them. Guanxi sprints toward the girl, handing her the keepsake before both he and Huang Yang take off running, yelling that it was just an accident. Huang Yang begs for mercy, claiming he did nothing wrong, but Kim doesn't care and charges after them at full speed, knowing it will be over if he catches them. Desperate to escape, they dive into the water, hoping the ocean will keep them safe from his wrath. Kim can't believe they had the audacity to do that. While the pink-haired girl wistfully wonders if he cares about their memories, Raiju realizes the true danger is much more literal. A little later, as the group swims near a steaming island, Huang Shik worries things are turning bad, but Huang Yong snaps that they already have. Now he's going to get beaten up because of his mistake. Huang Yong insists it was an accident, and never meant to break Loom's pendant, dreading the punishment that awaits. He knows they'll have to beg for forgiveness, but he's already freaking out when he looks. But something feels strange, as something brushes against his feet. Huang Yong dismisses the sensation as a joke, but then one of those fish finally emerges. It is a massive, terrifying beast with giant teeth lunging straight for him. While chaos erupts, the rest of the beach remains blissfully unaware, splashing in the sun near the shore. Nearby, Don Jin approaches Sung Ho, a soldier building sandcastles, and asks about the others. Sung Ho wonders if they went for ice cream with Kim, but before he can finish, a scream pierces the air. Panic spreads as everyone looks up, wondering what happened. They find Huang Shik and Huang Yang covered in bloody bites and bleeding. Don Jin and Sung Ho rush over immediately to see the damage. They are shocked to see the horrific bite marks, the carnage. An officer urgently orders Don Jin to get them medical help, then turns to the survivors. Han Yong panics, fearing Minjun's terrifying expression more than the monster's teeth, as Minjun demands to know what happened. Are they bite marks? Han Yong explains they were attacked by monsters, specifically a crimson devilfish, a creature that was reportedly sighted in a nearby dungeon. Minjun studies the wound while Han Yong mentions the fish-type monsters were seen in the dungeon where San Shiok appeared. Yoon Seo confirms the injuries must be from those creatures, asking how many they encountered and if any were killed. Han Yong admits they saw 2 and barely escaped, unable to strike back after Han Yong was wounded. Minjun orders the survivors to report the incident and initiate an evacuation, requesting an immediate assault team from the division. Seeking intelligence, Minjun asks Yoon Seo for everything she knows about the fish, and she explains they are named for their red color and possess a lamp-like organ. These devilfish are extremely aggressive, capable of reaching high body temperatures that make their presence near the shore even more unsettling. They are so violent, they will even eat their own kind, and their uncharacteristic aggression makes their sudden appearance highly suspicious. Even if they are speechless for a moment, Yoon Seo watches as Minjun insists on investigating the phenomenon alone. She tries to warn him, but Minjun insists on checking the source himself. Better on his own in situations like this. He tells the others to focus on evacuation because time is running out. Realizes he is making the best call for the group, and she finally agrees with his decision. Relieved she understands, Minjun heads straight into the ocean, convinced that there is only one reason these monsters would gather here like this. As he races through the waves, everyone begins a frantic evacuation, while a small boy watches the chaos unfold from the shore. Beneath the murky surface, a terrifying truth emerges from the smoke. Dozens of glowing red lights are pulsing. They are eggs, and they are about to hatch. Minjun realizes the massive gathering was for reproduction, a mating cycle that is now poised to trigger a catastrophe. As chaos erupts on land, 2 girls sprint toward the resort, shouting that the situation is urgent. They scramble to alert security, eventually reaching the 110th Division to report the Crimson Devilfish outbreak at the Sokcho Resort. While officials process the news, they're left stunned by the scale of the looming disaster. Meanwhile, Kim Minjun of the 104th Division is already diving deep, swimming toward the island with incredible speed. He knows that if too many Crimson Devilfish hatch, they will be impossible to kill. But the sheer number of monsters is only the beginning of the nightmare. An even bigger problem lies beneath the waves. The water's temperature is rising dangerously, threatening a massive explosion if these unstable eggs hatch. He remembers the devastation caused by similar cursed weapons in Isgard, and he knows that a blast of this magnitude could reach the resort. The stakes couldn't be higher. As he scans the depths, he wonders if the source of the heat is right here. 2 crimson devilfish appear in his peripheral vision, circling him like predators. He dives deeper, plunging into the dark. Beneath the surface, he finds it a massive crack, surrounded by a cluster of glowing, pulsating eggs. The heat radiating from the cluster is intense, and the fish are already swarming. They won't leave him alone, and since his demonic energy and physical strikes are weakened by the pressure, he realizes he's running out of options. With no choice, Kim Minjun activates demonic charge, sacrificing defense and stamina for a desperate burst of speed. As he rushes away, he realizes the monsters aren't just attacking, they are guarding the eggs. He tries to bait them into a fatal strike, but the fish move at an insane speed, making his plan nearly impossible. Even through the murky water, something slices past his face, forcing him to blink in shock. It isn't the fish themselves, but thousands of deadly darts fired straight from their mouths. They're coming from. The barrage is relentless, leaving Kim Minjun with no choice but to block the projectiles. He can't believe these monsters have learned such a coordinated trick. He darts along the seafloor to dodge the onslaught, but his lungs are screaming for air. Bursting to the surface, he realizes those fish are just toying with him. On the shore, Lee Bonggu stands with a dazed expression, watching the chaos unfold. Minjun snaps at him for being there, but Lee Bonggu claims he couldn't possibly stay home while his leader was in danger. As Lee Bonggu claims he saw this very moment in a prophecy, a redhead appears, weapon drawn and ready. She sprints toward the edge and dives headfirst into the water. The redhead dives into the water, and Lee Bonggu tells Kim to fall back because the situation is too dangerous. But Kim questions if Bonggu's abilities are enough to handle the depths. Bonggu knows exactly what those monsters want, so he plunges in and begins spreading dark magic through the sea. It feels nostalgic to Kim. This reminds him of hunting together back in Isgard, ensuring these monsters won't escape. In Isgard, Bonggu's favorite bait was crimson-headed squid, and these creatures go crazy. The second they spot it, all the fish rush Bonggu, but he successfully drags them away. While the distraction holds, Kim reaches the island. With the eggs unguarded, he realizes something big enough to change Earth's future must have happened here. He wonders if he was originally destined to die here. If that explosion really would have happened, then he looks inside and sees a dangerous amount of eggs. If he doesn't get out soon, he could die. It's been forever since he's even seen a beach, and this is what he ends up dealing with. If things had gone differently, he never would have ended up here. But one variable changed the future, and now he realizes the thought of defying prophecy sets Kim Minjun on fire, and he decides to use his corruption power. He targets the water beneath him, prepared to tap into a power he normally keeps hidden. Meanwhile, the two fish monsters continue their relentless chase of Lee Bonggu. Through the murky depths, Bonggu desperately maneuvers to stay alive as the predators close in on him. Nearly bitten, slipping away, he successfully lures the monsters. Having gained enough distance, he finds the perfect moment. Kim Minjun uses the opening to launch himself upward. Himself out of the water, bursting upward just before Kim Minjun follows up with a massive dual strike that sends the fish soaring. Terrified, Lee Bonggu drops back into the water and realizes Kim is using his forbidden power, watching as Kim is using his dark power right behind her. But Kim Minjun refuses to stop his assault. Instead, a colossal explosion erupts, rocking the coastline. As a massive flash blinds the area, everyone rushes toward the water to help, while Yoon Seo receives a sudden call. Her father, hearing the commotion, asks her if she's alright. As chaos reigns, the reports are grim. The 2nd Battalion is hurt, and while civilians are currently safe, the 11th Division is already mobilizing. But Kim isn't interested in status updates. As the commanding officer orders an immediate evacuation, the true danger is revealed. The crimson devilfish eggs are unstable, and unlike previous cases, these are a secret that could cost lives, much like the fatal raid last month where many soldiers died during a massive explosion caused by the destruction of monster eggs in a dungeon. If there are more here, all three are left staring in disbelief as a massive explosion erupts before them, leaving the commander to worry about Kim and his plan to handle. Minjun rushes in alone. In the chaos, the girl drops her phone and runs toward the danger, her father desperately trying to reach the CO, but she charges into the churning water, praying that Kim is still alive while the crowd shouts in terror. The CO suddenly tackles her to the ground, desperately trying to prevent her from getting too close to the potential secondary explosions. As Lee Bonggu rushes to assist, the officer urges the girl to stay calm. Once she settles, she begins screaming for Kim, only for him to suddenly appear and say, there is a better way to address him. The girl is stunned by the sight of the protagonist standing right there, unharmed. Everyone is relieved and shocked that he survived the blast. She rushes into his arms, joined by Lee Bonggu's warm embrace. Hours later, the CO sits alone in her room, locking up and writing her notes when Lee Bonggu suddenly crashes through the window, tumbling into the room and slamming into everything in his path. He lands on the floor in agony, and though she rushes to his side, he quickly insists he simply fell asleep by accident. As they fly, she continues to nag Lee Bonggu about his constant troublemaking and shouting, but he surprises her when he mentions having their passports. He's managed to secure their travel documents. She questions his ability to handle such responsibilities, remembering all the chaos he's caused in the past. He just gives in to her frustration. The girl remains skeptical, asking if he even checked if the passports were legitimate before spending all that money. He admits he has no idea. She begins to lose her train of thought, frustrated by his lack of care. Lee Bong-gu simply points out her sudden silence. She says she will deal with him once Kim Minjun returns. She freezes as a vision takes hold. A terrifying vision strikes her. Kim Minjun is swimming back from the island, struggling through the water. He's terrified. In the vision, a fish lunges from the depths to bite his arm, just as a massive explosion erupts behind him. The carnage is unimaginable as the beach becomes a graveyard of bodies. Even as the scene shifts to the present, the dead and injured are still being tallied. Distraught fathers arrive at the scene, weeping for their lost loved ones, and as they approach Kim Minjun, they lying there, dead. Then Bongo asks. She snaps out of the trance, gasping as the horror fades. As people ask if another prophecy has occurred, she shakes uncontrollably, realizing the future has shifted. The destiny she witnessed is gone, and now Kim Minjun is in real immediate danger. Noticing a bandage on his face, she desperately asks for his whereabouts right now. Suddenly, the memory of the explosion's flash returns to her, appearing directly before her eyes in a blinding light. The sheer terror of the prophecy she witnessed leaves her stunned. When Kim Minjun suddenly appears behind her, she starts running toward him, frantic to see if he's okay. Kim Minjun insists it was his mistake, but she screams that the blast was far smaller than her prophecy. He survived, but he claims he didn't do it alone. Lee Bong-gu saved him because, as the explosion began, Kim was still pushing his darkness to dissolve those orbs, one by but as he forced more power out, blood began pouring from his nose. Forcing out more power, blood began to pour from his nose. He refused to stop, thinking he could finish it if he just pushed a little further. But the orbs became unstable and hatched, detonating right in front of him and catching him completely off guard. The blast arrived. To wipe him out, Lee Bong-gu transformed into an octopus, stretching a tentacle to pulling Kim Minjun away at the last second. The dark mage's quick thinking saves his life, and, seeing that, Kim stays calm, realizing Lee Bong-gu really came through, and Bong-gu stands there all proud, acting as if no death is greater than his sacrifice, even though they're all right there beside him. He begins begging them never to forget his sacrifice, even though he is perfectly fine and ridiculously happy. Kim is shocked to realize he survived, and that Lee Bong-gu really didn't break. Lee Bong-gu claims he won't be using his hands for a while, but at least Kim is safe. That realization is enough to make him want to start celebrating. Watching from a distance, Seo-hyun realizes Lee Bong-gu is actually okay. After the blast, when Kim finally reaches the beach, the 110th Division has already arrived. General Tae-ho rushed back as soon as he heard the news, embracing his daughter, Song-woon-so, with tears in his eyes. It's not long after the situation is finally brought under control. As they check the survivors, Seo-hyun suddenly jumps on Kim. Seo-hyun clings to him in relief, knowing he saved them, and Kim feels a rare sense of pride as he figures most of the chaos will be handled without him. Even after the incident settles and everyone is safe, Kim can't help but take all the credit for his heroics. Later that afternoon, as the soldiers pack their bags, the mood feels heavy. Everyone is preparing to leave, but a pink-haired girl laments that their vacation ended in disaster before she could even have fun. Didn't even get to have any fun before being told that the resort is being shut down for security. After the area is deemed unsafe, Kim takes one last look at his temporary home, and as he prepares to leave, Si Ho-yeon, a soldier watching from above, catches his eye. Kim asks what she is doing there and where Lee Bong-gu is. She explains that Lee Bong-gu is currently recovering using the demonic energy. Kim lent him, promising that he should be better soon. She adds that right now he's riding on top. Even after the blast, Kim's survival instincts remain uncanny, much to the disbelief of Si Ho-gun, a soldier who thinks the man's luck is impossible. Kim jokes about friendship with the soldier, but then turns his attention to Seo-hyun, wondering if that's the only outfit she has. She insists her current clothes are fine. Kim suggests she go buy some new clothes, but she refuses, claiming his money is far too precious. His money is too precious, but their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a little shadow that comes running toward him. The small entity latches onto Kim's head, bouncing wildly until he manages to calm it down. As the creature settles, Kim realizes it isn't actually worried about him. It's just terrified of starving. He asks what it has found, and the shadow delivers urgent news. A portal has appeared, and the shadow warns of a new threat on the horizon. The location is nearby in Gangyang, but Seo-hyun's sudden realization that she smells terrible interrupts the moment. When Minjun calls her out, she turns bright red, hesitant as he offers her a position in the Hunter Corporation. Caught off guard, she accepts the offer. Minjun reassures her, knowing they'll be working together from now on. The next day in Gangneung, the two find themselves together once again. Seo-hyun waits shyly, looking much more put together in new clothes, though she complains they were far too expensive. Minjun looks at her and asks if she can really keep using her demonic eye. She claims she's fine, but the power comes with a heavy cost. It only works under strict conditions. She must stay within 10 meters of the event, and looking too far ahead is risky.
Worst of all, the ability burns through her demonic energy at an alarming rate, and the girl
becomes increasingly exhausted. Despite the exhaustion, Seo-hyun forces the power one more time to glimpse a vision of what lies ahead. Seo-hyun warns that she sees bipedal wolves approaching, which Minjun identifies as lycanthropes, but her vision is fading fast.
She gasps that a leader-class monster is among them.
Minjun realizes her broken power is functioning perfectly, but the moment is cut short when the portal finally tears open. As panic erupts among the onlookers, the two stand ready at the entrance to face the coming tide. He tells her they must stick to the plan, asking if she can truly handle the onslaught. She agrees, but Minjun reminds her of his strict orders: protect the civilians and never reveal his true identity as a dark mage. She vows to keep his secrets to the grave. He tells her not to be so dramatic, then promises to step in if things go south so she doesn't have to push herself too hard. His only real concern is that she stays safe. A massive werewolf lunges forward, but Seo-hyun tells him to leave it to her as she grips a massive baseball bat. From beneath her cloak, Seo-hyun's demonic energy whip wraps tightly around the bat. And as the monster prepares to strike, Kim thinks this is the only way to avoid another disaster in Gangneung. He relies on Plan B, relying on Seo-hyun, one of the few who actually possesses the strength to fight. She charges the monster head-on, swinging the bat with a heavy crushing blow straight into its lower jaw. The impact is massive, sending the beast reeling backward. The werewolf retaliates with a flurry of attacks, but Seo-hyun dodges them all with ease, constantly pressuring the beast. As it attempts a slashing attack, she slips under the cutting lines at the very last second, getting dangerously close to its abdomen to set up her next move. Kim can't help but notice how talented she is. Following that beautiful hit, the monster starts, coughing up blood, refusing to stay down despite the injury. Strikes again, forcing her to step back and watch. But the injured werewolf is only getting more furious as it continues its charge. Seo-hyun rests the bat on her shoulder and dares the beast to come, while Kim merely watches as the monster grows increasingly angry. Therefore, the girl braces herself and rushes into the fray, the monster charging alongside her. She slips past its strike, and this time, her blow is insanely strong, tearing a massive hole through the creature's abdomen. The monster drops dead instantly, leaving a gaping wound in its gut. Kim watches the carnage, realizing he doesn't even need to step in because she can handle herself. He truly doesn't have to worry about her in a world where the existence of skill users hasn't been publicly reported. The public only knows about superhuman physical abilities. If people realized someone possessed real skills, the whole world would become obsessed with them. As the army begins to escort Seo-hyun away, Kim tells her to keep moving, wanting to avoid any unnecessary attention. He hopes her use of a mere bat will hide her true power. Only use the bat. No one will learn about skill users. Of them stare at each other in sudden, tense silence. The silence is thick as the witness struggles to confirm what he saw. He's certain that Sergeant Kim used a skill, the woman questioning him. She demands more details. Feeling the pressure of her scrutiny and seeing the card on the table, Minjun realizes, we was one of the people Kim? From that mud dungeon, they had been trapped in deadly danger, surrounded by monsters. At the back of the area, a sphere of demonic energy sat atop a pillar before it exploded. In that chaos, Minjun pulled out a black sword in front of everyone. He used it to instantly drain the life from the creatures, according to the witness. Thanks to Kim, nobody was hurt, and they were able to clear the dungeon. He recalls how the group tried to calm down because the dungeon was cleared and the exit was opening. Soon, they were overjoyed, calling the protagonist his savior and the hero. His savior, Minjun, didn't deny saving them. Instead, he asked them for a small favor, and they all agreed right away. The investigation concludes with a heavy silence as an officer tells a woman not to worry about what Minjun did, but she slams the table, convinced the situation is becoming insane. She tries to explain his new status, but he remains clueless about his sudden rise in rank. The truth is finally laid bare. Kim Minjun has been promoted to Sergeant First Class. He still looks confused, so she asks if he told anyone else. The answer is no, as everyone involved chose to keep his secrets safe, because they won't even speak of it among themselves. She warns him to keep his meetings a secret as well as she prepares to leave. Minjun stops her to bring up the promise she made, and she nods, admitting that the information is just as important as he thought. He tells him to contact her immediately. But chaos is brewing. Sensitive files were stolen and security servers crashed the very same day. Because she has lost her memory of the event, she is now the prime suspect in this high-stakes theft. The mysterious stranger, she desperately tries to reach Song Byung, but her calls go to voicemail. She snaps, wondering why he hasn't answered for days, before losing her composure in the middle of the street, and startles the passersby. In her distress, she realizes they might have truly angered the wrong person. A few days later, Kim Minjun returns. Returning to his team, Kim Minjun is greeted by a relieved Shiomin. The officer congratulates him on a great job, apologizes for the chaos during his leave, and asks if he is okay. Minjun assures him he is fine, but he is warned that a questioning by the weapons department is next, a mere formality that might be anything but. Kim Minjun simply agrees, but then a familiar voice calls out to him. It is Shiomin, who approaches with urgent concern, asking if he is truly alright. Minjun is startled by the man's intensity, effortlessly dodging a clumsy attempt at a physical checkup. The moment breaks when a conversation about documents interrupts them. Shiomin mentions another file from the weapons department that needs their attention. After processing the news, they prepare for the upcoming week of intense training. The squad heads out into the jungle, where Minjun mentions to Lee Sung-ho that the suit feels heavier than before. He admits Sheng Wu notes the weight, but Kim admits the jungle heat is even more punishing. As they push through the terrain, they joke about how this obstacle training is acting as a literal obstacle to their peace, as their leader orders them to maintain formation. They fall into line, following the commander's command.
While marching, Minjun notes that the power suits weigh dozens of kilos. For an awakened person, the weight is manageable, but the real problem is
inside the training suit, there is no airflow. And as Kim Minjun's stamina drains, the gear that once felt light starts to weigh a ton. He realizes the environment is the true enemy, as the unpredictable heat begins to take its toll. While most are busy near the portal, the girls are chatting together. Suddenly, the group's attention shifts to the 2nd Battalion, where everyone looks half dead. Lieutenant Yogo, a local officer, realizes training has already commenced, while Rosina, a soldier, is shocked they marched so far in these suits. After everyone offers thanks for the hard work, Lieutenant Yogo introduces herself to the exhausted troops. She greets them with a friendly attitude, and the two groups begin to mix. Kim Minjun then reminds her of his actions in Heejong and asks her to check the surrounding area for anything unusual. Rosina tries to speak to him, but Yezhou tells her to wait. As Kim walks around, he runs into Yezhou again. She thanks him for his help in Heejong, but she adds that she should really be the one thanking him. Either way, it's clear he's become the division's resident troublemaker. She then glances at a soldier nearby, asking if he received the mission briefing. After a short delay, they finally reach the desert area where the real trial begins. The 2nd Battalion is busy killing rat after rat in the middle of their obstacle training, packing the dead creatures into boxes while exhaustion sets in. Everyone is wiped out, and one soldier looks particularly rough. When asked if he's tired, the boy claims he can handle the heat and the exhaustion poorly. The boy insists he is fine, even though he feels unsettled by him not to be foolish, reminding him that this training is essential for their survival. The boy accepts the advice, saying he is fine, and Kim Minjun adds that the 4th Battalion must be working hard hunting them, noting that these rats are dangerous in groups and become aggressive when they sense because they live in the desert. Kim Minjun explains that
these things are carnivores.
The others stare at their huge teeth, and the boy's attitude changes immediately. Meanwhile, Suhanro stands with Kim near the edge of a cliff. He says the 4th Battalion is moving faster than planned, and they're starting to fall. Behind, Kim looks toward his division and sees them. While gathering the remains, soldiers notice something unsettling about the red-eyed desert rats being left behind. They're only encountering small groups, which is highly unusual for this species. Something just isn't right. Sayamian, an analyst, checks the data and warns that if a main nest exists nearby, the raid's difficulty will skyrocket. Combined with looming sandstorms, the team won't be able to use their weapons effectively, lead to a disaster. Meanwhile, the rats keep pushing toward the girls, but Seo-hyun easily cuts down several of them with a few swift swings of her sword. The rest of the girls handle them without much trouble. Yeo Sho says thanks for the report and promises to investigate communicating over the radio. Yeo asks for details and reports that the 2nd Battalion found the desert. Rats are abnormal in number. Saipio doesn't understand the implication, but Yeo points out that every group has been too small, meaning a massive swarm might be gathered somewhere else. But things go from bad to worse when a group of desert rats comes charging from the front. The soldiers freeze in terror as the sheer number of rodents begins to overwhelm them. Meanwhile, the 4th Battalion prepares to handle the situation, leaving the others to wait for potential reinforcements. But Kim Minjun senses a deeper threat behind the chaos. And as the girls brace for the swarm, a dark thought crosses his mind. The rats charge in full force, but the predator is already here, charged with terrifying speed. Simpsman asks what Kim means, and a massive 4-pronged monster bursts from the ground, targeting the swarm instead of the soldiers. A giant earthworm-like creature has arrived, ready to devour the entire swarm in one bite. It rushes toward the rats, leaving the soldiers in disbelief. The realization hits. This is a death devourer, a monster of nightmare proportions. Yongxiu screams for everyone to fall back. "Don't attack, just retreat," she yells. The soldiers scramble to escape the carnage as they run from the beast. It doesn't waste a second, immediately beginning to feast on everything in its path. The soldiers are paralyzed by the sight of the rats, but the threat is far larger as the 4th platoon is retreating toward the rendezvous point. But as they struggle to relay the message, the monster is closing in. They push their bodies to the limit, but even with such speed, Yongxiu is still paralyzed by the horror. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield at Hunter Corporation headquarters, the main conference room, a leader speaks with the commander of Division
11010. The commander introduces himself.
Then the leader mentions incidents in Seokcho and Gongyang. Despite being under his responsibility, his division did nothing except clean up afterward. The commander apologizes, but the leader notes that while no civilians were hurt, he needs the special task force to investigate it. Moon agrees, stating that the military must do better. As the commander nods, the leader continues, reviewing reports, noting a strange article about a civilian who protected people in Gangneung and appeared out of nowhere. After seeing how easily she took down a werewolf, he orders a full investigation. The leader concludes the meeting with one final piece of news.
Thing to share, Major General Sun Byung has been arrested by the STF for suspected ties to a civilian hunter company. Moon Yechin, who is due for promotion next month, will take the empty STF commander seat.
Meanwhile, an officer whispers a new request to the commander, hinting at more unrest. Seo Kyung senses the tension. The replacement is being pushed through before the truth is even out. Just then, another officer enters. After a private word from the newcomer, the commander turns towards Seo Kyung. He brings up the members of Division 104, the heroes who solved the recent incident, asking if he remembers the request to bring them in today. But Seo Kyung refuses, citing their heavy training and raid schedules. The official remains, waiting for a response. Seo Kyung confirms that the platoons are currently in that same dungeon, split between training and a raid team. The commander thinks that's one hell of a coincidence, and an even bigger one, because a massive problem has just emerged in that dungeon. Those kids are currently running from a death devourer. The commander questions the validity of Seo Kyung's investigation, demanding to know why there was such a rush to send them into that dungeon. Comparing him to a child whose candy was taken, the commander declares he doesn't believe this was just a mistake. Even so, Seo Kyung remains calm, assuring him that the investigation was thorough. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, the soldiers see the rendezvous point. To save the squad, Yom orders everyone to split up and throw the worm off their scent. They scatter in different directions to lure the monster. As the death devourer closes in, a soldier opens fire, forcing the worm to take hit after hit, and forcing the beast to abandon its chase and retreat. Coming even as the monster retreats, Yom grabs a massive harpoon and charges it with energy, preparing to strike. She hurls it with precision, but another officer's spear miss provides an opening for the beast to dodge. The worm shrieks in agony as bullets and harpoons tear into its belly. Watching the relentless assault, the commander notes how formidable the 5 colonels are. Yom keeps her focus entirely on the carnage, shouting orders to her platoon to stay alert. She continues hurling harpoons at the monster, refusing to let it gain an advantage. The worm is now bleeding heavily from the 3 heavy projectiles lodged in its side. Even as bullets rain down, the monster struggles to find a way out. The colonel empties her magazine to keep the beast suppressed and calls for a reload. A soldier slides into position, snapping a fresh magazine into place immediately. As the reload finishes, the colonel steadies herself to continue the barrage. The monster uses the missed spear as an opportunity to react. It dives deep into the sand to hide from the onslaught. While some believe the solid rock will prevent a breakthrough, Yom warns that they still don't know what lies beneath. Kim Minjun tells the colonel that they have to use a risky plan to counter the monster. Despite the danger, he remains determined, and the colonel warns him to stop if it goes south. He gives the order to proceed. The team dives into the chaos, with Xiaomi driving below and charging into the fray. The battle is on, the Death Devourer is coming. Meanwhile, Kim Minjun leads a charge through the desert, flanked by a massive pack of rabbits. The desert wind hits his face, and the adrenaline makes him feel as though his stats have doubled. It's like a natural doping effect, granting him enough confidence to laugh like a villain as he prepares to face the beast. He says he wants to. Xiaomi is stunned by his sheer intensity, staring at Minjun as he acts without a shred of fear. When she is feeling incredibly in the heat of the moment, a memory surfaces. In the silence of the heat, he recalls his earlier warning about natural enemies. It had sounded impossible back then, a predator that no report could account for. But the 2nd Battalion's radio crackles with confirmation. A Death Devourer has been spotted. Yom's team is retreating from the dungeon, reeling from the shock of the Death Devourer's location. Kim Minjun knows the truth about these predators and asks if he can share an idea. While Xiaomi grows nervous, he tells Xiaomi to relax and trust him before getting on the radio to offer help with the monster. But the voice on the other end reacts with total disbelief at his sudden interference. Minjun introduces himself and explains the creature's instinct. Once damaged, the Death Devourer will try to underground. The colonel refuses to let it escape but demands he explain the plan, clearly skeptical of his sudden confidence. Su Hanro can only watch in horror, knowing that one wrong move from Minjun will mean certain death for everyone. Unexpectedly, the commander agrees to the ambush near the rendezvous point, and he accepts right away. Yom stands stunned by the sudden shift in command, while Minjun turns to him and asks if, as Yom drives, the plan begins to take shape by using desert rat corpses and vibrations to lure the Death Devourer. The beast is certain to show up, but the driver is terrified it might pop out right under them. Minjun warns him, causing a sudden swerve as they track the monster moving right beneath them, while moving deeper into the danger zone. Another signal is given, and Yom turns again, yet Kim realizes the scent of the corpses isn't enough to provoke it. Determined to end this, he activates the demonic energy. He's kept hidden, releasing a colorless, odorless energy that can be toggled at will. He floods the area with the scent of his demonic energy to see if the monster has taken the bait. As the ambush team takes their positions, Kim signals one last time, just as the monster bursts from beneath them, catching everyone off guard. The beast prepares to attack, but a well-placed hit strikes straight into its belly. Kim's precision causes the monster to spray blood as it is repeatedly blasted back. Minjun explains that the demonic aura only becomes unstable upon impact, otherwise the creature would be dead already. Then he spots something ahead. One of the spears the colonel threw earlier. It's a missed shot, but to Minjun, seeing that weapon is enough to get him excited. He tells the driver to move forward because he's about to jump out of the vehicle to grab it. As they get close, the colonel above grows annoyed that the vehicle is obstructing her line of fire and thinks she'll finish the job. Seeing the opportunity, Yo prepares to throw another spear, wondering what kind of man Minjun truly is. The driver admits he no longer understands the man, who has reached an incomprehensible level of power. In that moment, the boy grabs the spear and Yo begins to smile, realizing why the commander chose him as a model. She throws again. While back in the chaos, the driver yells at Minjun to get back inside because it's dangerous. But Minjun is so focused on the monster that he doesn't notice the massive spear slamming into him from behind, and he nearly dies, leaving the commander and colonels in complete shock but these two lunatics are driving straight toward the beast. Kim Minjun screams in a panic, certain that Kim has finally lost his mind. The colonel watches in disbelief as Kim charges the monster, leaving the officers to realize the duo is planning a suicide mission. The colonel is stunned to hear they intend to fight alone. It only makes him more alarmed as the two maniacs head straight for the monster's maw. Kim Minjun stares into the massive teeth, praying he'll make it home alive. Then Kim gives the signal. Now he commands. Suddenly, Kim gives the command, and Kim Minjun throws caution to the wind, gripping the wheel to whip the vehicle around fast, saying he trusts him. The sudden stop makes the vehicle flip hard, launching him straight into the monster's mouth. Everyone watches in disbelief as this lunatic actually does it, leaving Kim Minjun near a total breakdown in the driver's seat. Kim declares he's done dragging this training out, gripping the spear and preparing to burn the monster from the inside. Kim Minjun grumbles at his useless suit before deciding that this monster won't stay in his way any longer. He pours mana into his spear, causing the aura to surge far beyond any colonel's power. He bolts out of the monster's path, slashing along its side as he moves deeper toward the center of its massive body. He drives the spear in with everything he has, plunging it straight through the center. The mana-packed weapon makes the monster cough blood as its body thrashes wildly around. Minjun grabs another spear, stuffing it full of mana until the beast explodes, tearing itself apart. Seeing this, everything goes silent. The sheer brutality of the kill leaves everyone speechless, but now Kim is stuck in mid-air, falling helplessly. Jamin notices his sudden plummet and realizes that while a promotion is certain, Kim is currently dropping fast after losing his footing. Meanwhile, back at the command center, the tension remains. The debate turns heated as the commander proposes equipping the entire corporation with mana weapons. But Seo Kyung is immediately skeptical, reminding everyone that the project was frozen due to serious quality problems. Starting over from scratch with a new supplier would be a massive waste of money and reputation. The commander cuts in to silence the dissent. Even as Tae-ho agrees with Seo Kyung that the issue needs a full review, the commander insists that the current situation has changed. He challenges the group, reminding them that they just received a report. GT Kim Minjun recently defeated a Death Devourer alone using a mana weapon, a feat that echoed throughout the room. To the commander, that success is proof enough to move the project forward. Sebo Kyung points out that the real problem is the supplier's quality, noting that most of the mana swords from Baek-san are defective. Moon argues that they've promised better quality control and are releasing new weapons, initially intended only for training to help soldiers improve, and the commander master them. However, Kim senses that the plan is tainted, that this man looks shady, and the room grows tense as the two clearly work together. Seo Kyung sees the deception immediately. A week later, Kim is being praised for his performance in training. His superior is clearly pleased, but Kim admits he didn't expect any reward. The man tells him he earned it, yet Kim gives the credit to the vice platoon commander, saying none of it would have happened without him. Then he glances over and asks if there's been any word regarding his promotion, guessing the news is coming due for it. The news catches the superior off guard, as it was unexpected. He explains that the decision follows reports of Kim's victory over the Death Devourer, and while Kim is expected to excel, his superior is worried about the man assigned to their battalion as an instructor. That man is Sang Dauk, the mana sword instructor, whose unfair methods have earned him the worst evaluations in the division for years. The superior worries that this reputation will lead to trouble. But as they approach